Hello, everyone. Happy Saturday or Sunday if you're on the other side of the planet.
I feel like my ears are burning.
Yeah. Well, at least I can acknowledge that you're actually in Australia.
Well, thank you. I appreciate it.
So yeah, we're joined once again by the incomparable Mark Reed. You
Oh,
you just had a debate of your own yesterday. That
I
that looked
did,
like fun.
yes. Impromptu as well. It was actually a really good conversation. It was more of a discussion than a debate, which I'm more than happy about. Like it was actually quite nice to talk to somebody reasonable, and it was good. It was really good. So yeah, I enjoyed it. I'm not sure if people looking for garbage fires would have got what they're after, but that's okay. It was a really good exchange of thought, and to fill in for Matt Delahunty is a privilege. It really is. So Matt had some computer issues and some stuff going on. So he had to pull out like last minute, like literally last minute. So I just went in there. And yeah, people told me I did a good job, especially spur of the moment. So I'm very happy at that. I'm very happy to represent secular humanism on the stage. Yeah, fantastic. It was a pleasure.
Good. Yeah, as I was saying just before the show, I had to go to bed early, so I was only able to catch the
Yeah.
opening. But
No, no,
but I I,
that's
I
cool.
do. It's good to hear that it was a good discussion. I've noticed
Yes. Yeah.
some of the better ones end up being discussions rather than "you're wrong."
Yeah.
So
Well, I
yeah,
think his position was sort of, well, Islam is sort of that Islam can be a sort of drop all of the sort of historical problematic stuff and still be a religion, which I
hmm,
encourage. That is, I would rather people out there in Islam not listen to the sort of the verses in the Quran that say to chop people's hands off or do all of that, which I encourage. But if you're going to drop all of that stuff and drop what the Quran says, then just drop the religion and just have your culture, a rich culture, rather than religion. You don't need the religion at that point.
yeah. So secular Islam. It's an interesting
Sure.
concept.
Yeah. Well,
I don't see why they
and he
couldn't.
sort of said, well, he sort of mentioned secular Muslims, and I sort of hadn't heard that concept. I usually sort of say cultural Muslims rather than like cultural Christians kind of thing. Um,
Yeah,
Yeah, I don't have a problem with that. I just have a problem with the views of the thing. But anyway, we're here to talk about Dan Barker's debate, not my debate. But yeah, I'm looking
yeah.
forward to
It's all
this one.
good.
I haven't seen a lot of Dan Barker. I literally have not.
Yeah. This was actually by request. It's been
Okay.
a few weeks since the request was made, so forgive me. I can't remember who requested it, but yeah, there's been some action asking about Dan Barker. This debate versus Kyle Butt of World Vision Bible School, I believe it's called. Dan
Mm,
himself, former minister, hung up his robes years ago when he realized there's not really anything to it. So it should be an interesting talk. This one, I've seen memes about it, so it's got a couple
okay.
mic drop moments, but I haven't seen the whole thing. So this should be relatively interesting here. So yeah,
Interesting.
we'll take it from we're at 3 seconds in. I skipped the narrator introducing
Yeah, of
Dan.
course, of course.
Yeah, and this will be we got a super chat from Nara who
Mhm.
says, "I'd watch Mark over Matt any day."
Okay.
Yeah,
Thank you. I really appreciate it, Nara. That's awesome, mate. Yeah, so if you want a discussion on secular humanism, that's a good debate. It's up on my channel if you want to see it. It's actually quite a good discussion.
cool. Yeah, always good with the mirrors. I mean, I don't mind MDD so much as some of the other places you go to, but it's always good when there's a mirror because
Mm,
rather give you the view than some random person
yeah, absolutely.
for sure.
100%.
Alrighty, so let's dig in. We've got and looks like an hour 29 of this thing. Of course, we're gonna watch it at 1.25 speed. partly for brevity and partly because sometimes people get to be kind of slow talkers. So we'll get through it a little bit more efficaciously, shall we say.
Okay, fantastic.
If it decides to go.
Very serious.
Yeah, it really doesn't wanna.
Thank you. Does anybody in the house have the gift of faith healing?
Need to faith heal this video.
For real.
Now, lay on hands.
What's going
with
on
Ember.
here? I know. Maybe I should try to open the video. Normally I play it in Google Chrome so that it doesn't do this, but maybe I'd have better luck playing it directly in StreamYard today. So let me switch it over.
Okay.
Since it doesn't seem to want to play the regular way. Okay.
The Bible does not exist.
Thank you. Does anybody in the
There
house
we
have
go.
the gift of faith healing by any chance? I just about lost my voice this week. I almost canceled, but I couldn't miss this for anything. This is really fun. Thank you, Pastafarians. Thank you, Andrew. And I guess thank you, Charles Darwin. None of us would be here, right, if it weren't for evolution. The fact.
I should note this particular debate took place on Darwin Day, February 12th. So it was kind
Right.
of a,
Yep.
you know, yeah.
Oh, I thought he was just having a shot at the other guy. Just a random shot over the bow. Why not?
Yep. There's actually a reason for it.
Okay.
Happy birthday, Charles Darwin. Today is his 200th birthday. Now, I'm not going to tell you my whole story, but you heard the title of my book. My new book is called Godless, How an Evangelical Preacher Became One of America's Leading Atheists. I was a true believer. I believed in Jesus. I felt the Holy Spirit. I preached. I saw converts. I was a missionary. I was an evangelist, Christian songwriter. If I was not a true Christian, nobody is a true Christian. It was true within my heart. I changed my mind because I learned that Christianity is not true. Richard Dawkins wrote a really funny foreword to the book in which he says, you can tell me if this is a compliment or not, Dan Barker is the most eloquent witness of internal delusion that I know. Well, he's got a lot of laughs in here, but you can read my story, you can read why I'm an atheist, you can read what's wrong with Christianity, and then life is good at the end. Millions of good people live happy, moral, productive, meaningful lives without believing in a God.
I'm not a fan of starting out your opening statement by hawking your merch, but
Yeah.
you know.
Usually in these debates, we debate the general question, does God exist or a God exist? But tonight we're discussing the specific God. I just want to touch briefly on the general arguments, which are arguments for probability. First of all, there's no evidence for a God. If there were, by now somebody should have won the Nobel Prize for pointing that out to us. The existence of a hitherto unknown force in the cosmos. No one's done that. I used to think there was evidence. There is none. Second, there's no coherent definition of a God. How can we debate something that we can't even define? God is defined as a spirit, but what is that? Third, there are no good arguments for the existence of a God. And apologists have come up with maybe a dozen or so different types of cosmological, first cause, prime mover, and so on, teleological design arguments, ontological, moral arguments, personal experience, and so on. They're all bad arguments. Most of them boil down to what we call the God of the gaps. You find something that we don't understand yet and go, aha,
Why
how
do
do you
I feel
explain
like
that?
he's like, oh, he just named like all of my arguments. Like, I
Yep.
feel like he's just gone, ugh.
Yeah, he's got his notepad and he's just like, shit, I ran out of stuff to cross off.
He just read out every one of my arguments. Damn. Yeah, no, we're familiar with him. No, we've heard him. Definitely.
Yeah. I also really like that he threw out there that there is no coherent definition of what the heck a God is supposed to be. Like, it's important, but it almost never comes up in debates.
Well, yeah, no, I get where you're coming from. I think that there is coherent, like, sort of definitions of God. It's just they all vary. That's the thing. Like, people can't decide on what it actually is exactly, which is why you get these surprising arguments between theists, that sort of argue about, how God saves and what God is and whether God's a Trinity and, there's so many arguments over what, like, we can't even. And I get what he's saying. Like, most people will just go, oh, well, I go with whoever my favorite apologist is, kind of thing. I just think what they think, but they don't have a clear definition themselves, and I get that.
Mm. Yeah, it's a bit troublesome, especially when
Yeah.
you have multiple favorite apologists and their ideas of
Yeah.
things disagree. Well,
Sure.
what do you do now?
Well, that's when they kind of go back to just a, sort of deistic, vague, creator idea. Like they'll just back
Mm.
away from the, specific, Christian God or Trinity kind of thing and go to, well, some form of creator out there. And yeah, that's when it gets really vague over what a God is.
Mm.
Be a god, right? People who think that design argument is really powerful are kind of like the guy who says, look at that. How did they get all those rivers to flow right along the state borders? How do you explain that? Think of the engineering, the cost, It's amazing. Or like Julia Sweeney says in her play, look at how the human hand was made to fit so perfectly into a glove. Look at that. 4 fingers and a thumb. How do you explain that? Well, these are bad arguments. They're backward arguments. Number 4, there are no good replies
The
to
Douglas
the
Adams
arguments.
puddle argument.
Mm-hmm.
The puddle argument, yeah, which is just incredibly good.
Yeah. When he said that, it reminded me so much of the puddle, and I'm glad he's going with original material instead of just referencing Adams. But the Adams argument is just so great. For anybody who's not familiar, there's a great clip of it that Douglas Adams himself does. But to summarize, a puddle wakes up one morning and notices that it's in a hole, and the hole seems to fit it really perfectly. It's almost like the hole was made for it. Very much like how many humans view our Earth and this universe.
Yeah. And so we're perfectly adapted to live within this series of things. The oxygen's here for us. The trees provide all this stuff for us. It just seems designed for us, and it's like, well, no, we've adapted to those things. We have changed to fit our environment, not the other way around. Yeah.
Yep.
Against the existence of a God, such as the problem of evil. All you have to do is walk into any children's hospital and you know there is no God. Prayer doesn't make any difference. Those people pray for their beloved children to live and they die. A few of them, just like by chance, a few of them live, and some of the parents say, praise God, he answered my prayer. He must have hated those other kids. Number 5, there is no agreement among believers as to the nature or the moral principles of this God that they're arguing for. You name it, they all differ with each other. And number 6 is an observation. There's no need for a belief in a God. You can live a really happy, joyful, wonderful, meaningful life without that religious baggage, and I think even better. But all of that doesn't disprove God. That shows that God is unproved. It gives us a very high level of confidence, a very high probability that there is no God. And most of the time, scientists, when they get to 95, 98%, they round it up. And just like you and I might say, there are no leprechauns. But can you prove that? You probably agree with me, there's no leprechauns, right? But if backed against the wall, we would have to say, well, they're highly unlikely. They might be hiding somewhere, right?
Yeah, you can't disprove leprechauns. You
Right.
Irishist former minister, you. How dare you?
Yeah, how dare you? And why do you keep attacking these my leprechaun belief? Why can't you just stop talking about leprechauns? It's the confidence, and I loved I actually saw a video of Brian Cox, who's a physicist, sort of saying, hey, if there is a soul, we probably would have found it by now. Like we've analyzed humans down to sort of molecular level kind of thing, and we can't find any evidence of a soul. Like you would expect we would find something to indicate that this would exist. So I really liked that. He sort of said, well, we don't find anything to suggest that is the case, kind of thing. I really like Brian Cox. He's a great physicist.
Yeah, and he's not wrong. Like, I like Shannon Q's breakdown of the soul. Like, what is it? How do we measure it? How do we quantify it? How do we know when it's present or not? What mechanisms does it interact with the neurons? How does it do that? What chemicals are involved, et cetera, et cetera. Like, once you start to try to lay it out, It's just, it vanishes like a wisp.
Yeah. And then sort of, so even if it is not physical and you can't find it physically, if it influences you in any way, which according to the theists it does, we should see some interaction with something, or some so Shannon Q is amazing. I love Shannon Q. She's incredible. That is an excellent point. Like, why aren't we seeing this thing impact on the world around us? And a lot of these things, we just, even if they are undiscoverable, we should still see their effects. And we don't see that for a god. We see no effects, nothing for the soul, nothing for spirits, nothing for any of this stuff.
Yeah, like for comparison, ultrasound, right? Humans had no idea ultrasound existed. Like, we knew there were frequencies too low for us to hear, but it wasn't until a scientist was working in, I forget the specific scientist or the project he was on, but he was in his office and he kept getting regular headaches every day. And other people in the building kept getting headaches. And nobody knew why until one day he looked down and he saw the surface of his coffee was vibrating. It was doing that ring dance. And he went, oh, shit. Something is emitting a sonic pulse that we just can't hear. And then they, looked and found one of their pieces of equipment was emitting an ultrasound, and they were like, oh. So there are things we can't directly detect that still leave evidence in the world. If a soul did that, we should be able to find it, and we can't. So yeah. All right, on we go.
Sorry.
There's a bit of a delay.
That's a probabilistic argument. Like the British have on the signs of their buses this month in England, there probably is no God. Stop worrying and enjoy your life, right? But tonight's debate is not about that. Tonight's debate is about the God who is pictured in this book, the Bible. I hope you brought your Bibles, because we're going to do some Bible study here. And when you discuss a specific God, the job is much easier. We don't, in this case, we don't have to reduce it to a problem of probability. We can make it a question of certainty. The God that's depicted in this book certainly 100% does not exist. I know it, and you can know it as well, because it's a different type of a question. It's a question of certainty. For example, if I said, do you believe in the existence of a married bachelor? What would you say? You would say, well, not only does a married bachelor not exist, it cannot exist by definition, or a square circle. If you tell me that the God of the Bible is a married bachelor, I will say he does not exist. And that's how we can know that there are mutually incompatible properties and characteristics of the God that's in this book that rule out the possibility of his existence. For example, in Malachi 3:6, God said, I am the Lord, I change not. And yet all through the Bible we see God changing his mind. In Ezekiel 32:14, the Lord repented of the evil which he thought to do unto his people.
That's Exodus 32:14, incidentally. I only know that offhand, even though I'm not a verse and chapter person, because it's on some of my merch, because I freaking love that verse. Just throwing that out there.
And by the way, I'm giving one or two examples, but there are multiple examples throughout the Bible, which I detail in my book if you want to go into greater depth. The God of the Bible does not change, and the God of the Bible does change. He does not exist. It's like a married bachelor. In Exodus 25, God said, I, the Lord, am a jealous God, visiting the iniquity of the fathers upon the children unto the third and fourth generation. The God of the Bible punishes people for their parents' sin. However, in Ezekiel 18:20, the son shall not bear the iniquity of the father. In Deuteronomy 24:16, neither shall the children be put to death for the fathers. Every man shall be put to death for his own sin. The God of the Bible punishes children for their parents' sin. The God of the Bible does not punish children for their parents' sin. He does not exist. In Psalm 145:9, the Lord is good to all. Deuteronomy 32, he's a God of truth and without iniquity. However, and you find a lot of God is good verses in the Bible. Isaiah 45:7, God said, I make peace and create evil. Bara ra in the Hebrew. I, the Lord, do all these things. Lamentations 3, out of the mouth of the Most High proceedeth not evil and good. Jeremiah 18, thus saith the Lord, behold, I frame evil against you. Ezekiel 20:25, I gave them statutes that were not good, and judgments whereby they should not live. The God of the Bible is good. The God of the Bible is not good. He does not exist. Does God tempt people? And James 1:13 said, let no man say I am tempted of God. God cannot be tempted with evil, neither tempteth he any man. However, Genesis 22:1, it came to pass after these things that God did tempt Abraham. God does not tempt people. God does tempt people. He does not exist.
And also, it came to pass. Yeah. Yeah, he's got quite a few contradictions. I like that he's framing them as contradictions rather than just outright saying, God says I create evil, so even if God is real, he is an evil God. He's just going with the whole, no, we have no reason to think so. This is nonsense.
Yeah. And even so, the one thing I would leverage against him is saying, well, you could still argue that the Bible isn't an accurate reflection, or maybe getting the some part of it is wrong. You could weigh up on one side or the other and say, hey, this passage is actually the accurate one. But then you have to admit the Bible's inaccurate, which these creationists will never do. So they're kind of stuck there. So I do like the way he's framing it, because he's basically forcing them into a corner of having to pick which Bible verse is true, or sort of acknowledge that the Bible does have these contradictions.
Yeah. And Kiwi Burb makes an excellent point. I did it wrong, so allow me to redress that. 1 second to make sure my thingies are working.
And it came to pass.
And it came to pass.
Is that better? Okay. Yeah. On we go.
In Exodus 20:13, in the Ten Commandments, thou shalt not kill. In Leviticus 24:17, a different phrasing of it with a different Hebrew word, he that killeth any man shall surely be put to death. However, we find in Exodus 32, thus saith the Lord of God, put every man his sword by his side, slay every man his brother, his companion and neighbor. 1 Samuel 6, the people lamented because the Lord had smitten many of the people with a great slaughter. The Bible is filled with examples of the biblical God committing, commanding, and condoning killing. The God of the Bible says, don't kill. The God of the Bible says, kill. He does not exist. Should we own slaves? Leviticus 25 said yes. The Bible is a pro-slavery book. Of the children of the strangers that sojourn among you, you shall buy them, and they shall be your possession. They shall be your bondmen forever. You find all sorts of pro-slavery books in the Bible. You can sell your sons and daughters into the hand of the children, and so on. Even Jesus said that some slaves you ought not to beat as hard as other slaves. He was that compassionate. And slaves, obey in all things your masters, it says in Colossians. However, Isaiah said, undo the heavy burdens, let the oppressed go free, break every yoke. Neither be called masters, for one is your master, even Christ. The God of the Bible is pro-slavery. The God of the Bible is anti-slavery. He does not exist. In Romans 15:33, we find out that he is called the God of peace. Yet in Exodus 15:3, the Lord is a man of war. In the Old Testament, he's a war God, and you can see his actions. He's a hateful, vicious, tyrannical, brutal, discriminatory war God. The God of the Bible is a God of peace. The God of the Bible is a God of war. He does not exist. What about his son? Jesus said, peace I leave with you, my peace I give unto you. And when he was born, on earth peace, goodwill toward men. However, Jesus himself said, think not that I am come to send peace on earth. I came not to send peace, but a sword. He said to his disciples, if you don't have a sword, sell your garment and buy one. The God of the Bible is peaceful. The God of the Bible is not peaceful. He does not exist. Jesus said, though I bear record of myself, my record is true. Yet a few verses earlier, he said, if I bear record of myself, my record is not true. He contradicted himself. The God of the Bible's witness is true. The God of the Bible's witness is not true. He's a merry bastard. He does not exist. John 1:18 says, no man has seen God at any time. Can God be seen? No. Exodus 33, thou canst not see my face, for no man shall see me and live. And on and on. 1 John in the New Testament, no man hath seen God at any time. However, in Genesis 32, for I have seen God face to face. Exodus 33:11, and the Lord spake unto Moses face to face, as a man speaks unto his friend. The God of the Bible cannot be seen. The God of the Bible can be seen. He does not exist. Is he powerful? Behold, I am the Lord, the God of all flesh, in Jeremiah 32. Is there anything too hard for me? Jesus said, with God all things are possible. And yet in Judges 1:19, read this. The Lord was with Judah. He drove out the inhabitants of the mountain, but he could not drive out the inhabitants of the valley. Why? Because they had chariots of iron.
Oh, yeah, and that's where they got the name Iron Chariots for the sort of the thing, because God apparently is stifled by chariots made of iron for some reason.
Curses, his one weakness.
Like
I'm
his
starting to
kryptonite.
think, yeah, Yahweh, you know how werewolves are vulnerable to silver and fairies are vulnerable to iron. What if
Right.
Yahweh is actually a pixie masquerading as a god?
Oh wow, that's a good hypothesis. I like it.
Yeah.
So like he's just a leprechaun, really.
There we go. No pot of gold, but chariots of
I
iron.
knew it. Yeah, chariots of iron, yeah. It's like his kryptonite, yeah.
God is all powerful. God cannot even fight chariots of iron. God does not exist. Does God live in light or does God live in darkness? 1 Timothy 6, the King of Kings, Lord of Lords, dwelling in the light, which no man can approach. James 1:17, he's the father of lights. And on we see God is light. There's no darkness in him at all. However, in 1 Kings 8, then spake Solomon. The Lord said that he would dwell in the thick darkness. 1 Samuel 22, he made darkness, pavilions round about him, dark waters and thick clouds of the sky. Psalm 18:11, he made darkness his secret place. So, God lives in light, God lives in darkness. Does he accept human sacrifice? In some verses, yes. In some verses, no. Remember the thing about when he asked Abraham to sacrifice his son, Isaac? By the way, Abraham should have said, no way, I'm better than you, I'm not going to kill my son. Look what God said after he stopped it. He said, lay not thine hand upon the lad, neither do thou anything unto him, for I now know that you fear God, seeing that you have not withheld thy son. I know now? I thought God knew everything. The Bible says God knows the future, but here he is saying, I didn't even know. The Bible even says God searches and understands all the imaginations of the heart. The God of the Bible knows the future. The God of the Bible does not know the future. By the way, if the God of the Bible knows the future, that means he knows all of his own future actions, doesn't it? He knows what he's going to do tomorrow at 12 noon, which means he can't change what he's going to do tomorrow at 12 noon. He's not omnipotent. If he does change what he's going to do, then he was not omniscient. In order to have free will and be a person with free will, you have to have options that are open to you that you can make a decision. If your decisions are predetermined in advance, you are not a free person. If the God of the Bible is defined as a free personal being who knows the future, then the God of the Bible does not exist.
It's an interesting take that I have heard people make the free will versus determinism argument, but they do it for mortals. Like either humans have free will or they don't, and either way determines certain Bible verses are blatantly untrue. But that's interesting to apply it to Yahweh himself and be like,
right.
Either he's not omnipotent or he's not omniscient. You cannot have both.
Right.
So that's fun. I'm also when he mentioned the God wondering things, not knowing things, my brain always goes back to Genesis and the Garden of Eden when God is like, Adam, Eve, where the heck are you guys?
Yeah.
What's going on?
We have no good reason to believe in a God in general, and since the God of the Bible is defined in mutually incompatible terms, we can know as a fact that the God of the Bible does not exist. Maybe the flying spaghetti monster exists, that might be a different debate, but the God of the Bible, we know with certainty, does not exist.
Oh, that was brutal.
Yeah.
That was absolutely he just eviscerated, okay, how you can explain logical contradictions, wow.
God is so powerful, he defies the laws of logic themselves.
Right. Or, special pleading is fine because it's God kind of thing, which I have heard in a debate before, quite funnily enough. And this is why that a lot of creationists don't get to the let's debate the Christian God. They will shy away from that debate. They will go for let's debate God, and then it's this general amorphous term because they don't want to get into actually addressing this kind of stuff, which is, obviously, I mean, the guy's looking very nervous, I've got to say, which I don't blame him, that he just laid down a smorgasbord of inherent logical contradictions that seem impossible to overcome. I don't know how you'd begin to overcome them.
My bet is sidestepping it. I think after ruling out the likelihood of any kind of God and then specifically obliterating Yahweh, but the one thing Dan left alone for now was Jesus. So my bet is Kyle's gonna, well, I mean, he's gonna do his opening, but when they actually get into the rebuttals, Kyle's gonna be like, well, here's the thing though. If Jesus rose from the dead, then Christianity is true, and therefore you can point out contradictions all day long. Christianity is true.
Right.
So that's my bet on where he's going to go with it. All right, opening statement 2 from Mr. Butt.
Mr. Butt, you have 15 minutes to present your proposition. The God of the Bible does exist.
Thank you. I would like to express my deep appreciation for all of you being here this evening to discuss this question of utmost importance. I'd certainly like to thank Andrew and the Apostafarians for making this possible. I'd certainly like to thank Dan for allowing us to have this discussion this evening. And most importantly, I'd like to thank my God, whose existence I am here to defend this evening. Now,
the fact you have to is a strong indicator that there's something wrong. I don't know. Like,
defend the God? Yeah.
Yeah. Like, why can't the God, why does he need defending? What does God need with a starship? But also, if his existence is so bloody obvious, like, why? Why though?
Yeah.
I don't know. It just...
It's like the Iron Chariots thing all over again. You need some butt to defend you. It's
Mhm.
And this is the thing that I pointed out. If God wants us all to, know that He exists, I mean, let's put worship aside. If He just wants people to know that He exists, it should be trivial for an omnipotent God to do so. Like, it would be so easy for an omnipotent God to, make it absolutely clear with unequivocal evidence that they exist.
Yeah, he could just
yeah.
pop into the sky and be like,
Behold, I'm really here, you crazy humans.
or something. Oh well, let's see where he goes.
in Dan's book, Godless, Richard Dawkins says that Dan is now one of America's most effective and talented spokespeople. Dan Barker has been involved in some 67 debates, I think it was, he was telling, formal, moderated debates like this. He is in the upper echelons of the atheistic society. In fact, as I was looking for some things on the internet just before this debate, I came across the JREF blog site. It looked like they had some things going on there, and they were discussing the debate and mentioning how they thought Dan was going to smash me this evening, and they said, I think Dan is the best debater in the atheistic community. Talked about Hitchens and Dawkins and said they might have a few little flaws, and they thought Dan made up for those in certain areas. And they said, yes, I think this debate... And
He's an inner circle atheist.
He's like, well, I mean, he is an apologist, so kissing people, divine beings' asses, it's all the same. It's just what he does.
Right.
Very interesting. The way that watching a lion take down a water buffalo is interesting. So I thought that was interesting. And at the bottom they said, well, at least Kyle's parents weren't cruel enough to name him Seymour.
Yeah, but look, I would imagine that the creationist sort of blogs and websites were saying the same thing about you, sir, like that you'd be taking down Dan Barker and stuff like that. That's to be expected. I don't listen to the rah-rah, sort of sports fan thing of debates too much. It's easy for it to get into your head, and it's easy for people to go, oh, well, you've been absolutely... The amount of times I've been told I've been absolutely destroyed by somebody, it's just like, oh, okay, cool. You're entitled to your opinion, absolutely. So I don't know what this has got to do with God's existence.
Yeah. I don't know. Maybe he's up to something.
Maybe, but this seems really irrelevant. Maybe he's just trying to get the crowd to warm up to him a bit, I guess. Seem humble and sort of,
you may be onto something. He is actually a professional apologist, of course, and one of the tricks to doing well in front of a crowd is I forget the term for it, but there's a principle in crowd psychology or something like that, where when two people argue, people aren't convinced based on the arguments. They're convinced based on who they like more. Like, so Kyle might think that if he can get the crowd to like him personally, it doesn't matter if he
Yeah.
gets destroyed intellectually, he'll still
Right.
win because the crowd is on his side, or something like that.
Right. Yeah.
Well, I think they did discuss Harry for a little while, but they decided on Kyle. Right now in the United States of America, says George Barna in the June 11th, 2000 Barna update, about 9% of the population believe in no religion. Now, that means about 1 out of every 11. The converse of that is that about 85% of the people in the United States of America today say that they know there is a God. That means out of the 220...
Oh, hold on a second.
Yeah, that info is a little out of date these days.
Well, yeah, but that's not what I mean. So people that say no religion, so he put it to 80 something or 85% say that they know there is no God. No, they say they believe there is a God. Let's get that straight now. That includes sort of more. You've said, hey, they're all Gnostic theists. No, that's not what that means. They believe. Let's be clear about this.
Yep, quite so. And if he's going for an ad populum, I think he is trying to slip in that no thing. But if he's going for an ad populum, the numbers don't look so good anymore. The United States, I don't have the numbers memorized, but if I recall my most recent Vice Rhino video correctly, the nuns are up to 22%. Atheists are something like another 10% on top of that. And all Christians combined are on around 60% and projected to go under 50% within the next 10 years. Because so many people are leaving the religion faster than they're homeschooling their own babies.
When was this debate? Do you know when this debate was?
I think 2009.
Okay, so Pew Research Center says that self-identified Christians make up 63% of US population, down from 75% 10 years ago. So that's a drop of 12% in a decade. It's been steadily decreasing. No religion is up to 29%.
Yep.
So this whole thing is I mean it's going down so steadily, and so that's an incredible shift in demographics. I mean, 10 years seems like a long time. It really isn't. Sort of over 1% a year is a steady and significant drop, and that's why last week on my channel we saw that they the panicking of them saying, hey, we've got to get the kids kind of thing, and it's like, yeah, that's their solution to it is more indoctrination, which probably won't work. But
no, in fact, it's quite likely to backfire because they've been ramping up indoctrination for decades, and now we're at this place where the rate of people deconverting, deconstructing, exiting, etc. Now that it is faster, we're seeing change faster than generations are being produced. Yes. That is a really, really bad sign for religions.
Right. And I mean, agnostic and atheist is only about 9% that identified with it. But, the way that atheists look at who's atheist, sort of, anybody that doesn't, basically claim to be, a lot of them are just people that just don't care. They just really don't care. They just go, yeah, I don't label myself as an atheist, but I don't have a religion and don't care to, and I don't even want to think about it. So it is kind of safe to claim them as at least agnostics kind of thing, right? So or agnostic atheists kind of thing, depending on how you're defining it. But
yeah, the nuns' general position is that the entire question is incoherent, so just leave me out of it.
Right. And that's a good sign. And it's a very good sign for atheism. It's a very good sign for the country, really, to stop this sort of hijacking of the political system by sort of a tyranny of the majority.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, honestly, the religious right has never been the majority because it's hard to
Yeah.
see it in discourse in the United States because the loud people get the microphones to make them even louder. But it seems from blending with the population and meeting people and mingling with people in every city at the grassroots level, the vast majority of Christians are cultural Christians, they're nominal Christians, and the ones who are religious tend to be progressive because they're trying to live their life in a way resembling what Jesus did, which is very clearly a hippie kind of thing,
Yeah.
rather than we need to give all the money to the rich people and hope some trickles down, or screw the homeless, let them starve. None of that is Jesus style behavior. So
Right.
yeah, the religious right, I don't believe, has ever represented the majority. They're just very loud.
Yeah, well, I still think that they sort of wield a disproportionate amount of power to their sort of representation in America. They still have way more. The fact that it's very difficult to be elected if you are an atheist or things like that. It's it's still I think that they do wield a disproportionate amount of power.
Oh, most definitely, and they always have. But at least they're losing their foothold. But is it fast enough? We'll see. Anyhow, back to Mr. Butt. Such a great name.
Million adults in the United States of America today, about 180 million adults, if you were to walk up to them on the street and say, do you believe that there is a God? They would say, yes, I absolutely do believe that. Now, out of 180 million adults, from what I understand, the Barnett research telling us, there are about 5 million that claim pure atheism. Now, I'm certainly not suggesting that we should this evening take a head count and say, okay, there's 180 million that believe in God, there are 5 million that claim pure atheism, about 20 million that would claim no religion whatsoever, thus God has it. Absolutely not. That's not what I'm saying at all. You and I both know that you cannot come to truth based on majority rule. But here's what I am saying. I am saying that there are some arguments that are pressing, that are powerful, and that are persuasive that have convinced 180 million Americans to believe in a God. Now, these Americans, some of them were like Dan at one time. In fact, I spoke at a small congregation just Wednesday evening, and it just so happened that 2 of the men in that congregation, one of them was an atheist until he was 19 and converted out of atheism. The other one was an atheist until he was 43. And I asked them, I said, what caused you to convert to Christianity? And they said, the truth of the evidence. Now,
Oh, evidence, you say?
Oh,
Show
well,
us
do you
some
going to
evidence.
present any or just
Yeah.
refer to it randomly?
I mean, that is one possible tactic. If Kyle can present evidence, he could stand a chance in this debate. He could be like, Dan makes a lot of good points. These arguments are all bullshit. Here's some evidence. And then he's back in the running.
Right. But he's not going to. They've just says that, hey, all of these people, and see, I don't think that most people were convinced by evidence like that we would say is sort of evident to everybody. Usually they're convinced by personal experience, which isn't good evidence. I mean, I suppose you could make an argument that it is a form of evidence, but it's not very good evidence. So a lot of it is faith and what they were taught as children kind of thing. I don't know. I'm not entirely convinced of that, but regardless of what they say, if it's evidence, then it should be evident and you should be able to produce it. But you can't. This is
Yeah.
just this is an ad populum fallacy, essentially. Like all of these people have been convinced, therefore must be true. Really sorry, mate.
When we know, the majority of these people, it's something emotional happens. Like they feel really bad, they reach out, they find a church, suddenly they feel better. Oh, God reached out and touched me. Well, maybe, but maybe not. Or like these tales he's weaving. Maybe these people really exist, but when he says this person was an atheist until they're 43. Well, considering we're in the United States, there is a very high chance that person was raised Christian
Sure.
and just kind of ignored it. Like, were they an atheist or were they a default Christian who just didn't practice until something happened, you know?
Yeah.
Like, there's a big difference.
Yep.
Sometimes Christians and those who believe in the God of the Bible are painted as superstitious, as having a faith where they'll take a leap in the dark, where they don't have the evidence to prove what they believe, but they just somehow in their heart have a warm feeling, and that's what they accept. But let me tell you, friends, that is not what the Bible says about faith. In fact, the biblical faith, Jesus Christ spoke very explicitly when he said, "You shall know the truth, and the truth shall make you." No question there, no doubt, no room for it's a possibility, there might be a chance, it's a 99% probability. This is a knowledge claim, and it's a knowledge claim that you can know. When Paul was standing before the Romans, Festus said, "Paul, much learning is driving you mad." What did Paul say? "Oh no, most noble Festus, I speak the words of truth and reason." That's what we are here to debate this night. Truth and reason. Now, here are two of the very powerful arguments for the existence of God.
No evidence then?
No evidence. He switched into preaching mode. It's very early. Usually when the debater on the creationist side feels pressured, they'll switch into this preaching mode. That they'll go, "Oh, this is what the Bible says, therefore, and sort of project it and make a lot more out of it than it can be, sort of rationally accounted for. That we can say, hey, yeah, sure, the Bible says that. So what? So what? Doesn't mean anything. Like, okay, just because somebody said to a who did he say it was Paul that said it or Peter that said it to another
Paul was
person?
the truth and reason guy.
Yeah, Paul. Yeah. I speak with truth and reason. Was he? How do you know? Like it's just like it's worse than hearsay because it's just written down like this is terrible.
Yeah, like, okay, Jesus says you can know. Cool. How can we know, Kyle? Can you demonstrate for us? My goodness. All right, let's hear his argument.
Yeah, okay. My money's on that Dan's already mentioned his argument. Yeah.
Uh-huh.
They don't take a PhD to understand. They don't take a rocket scientist to comprehend. They're very, very simple. But up until this time, no atheist in the history of humanity has had an adequate answer for these two arguments.
Ooh, big stakes.
Oh, we are throwing down the gauntlet, hey?
Mm-hmm,
Do we have an answer? I'm scared, Ember. Hold me, I'm scared.
I need a hug button, but for now, hearts will have to do.
Oh, that's beautiful. I like it.
Number one, here's what you know. When you see design in the material world, it demands a designer.
Really? Watchmaker?
Yeah.
Watchmaker. I need facepalm Jesus for this one.
Mm-hmm.
Fair enough.
Number two, here's what you know. There are some things that are objectively right and objectively wrong. Some things are right, some things are wrong, and they're always right, and they're always wrong. Now, let's look at that first one, the idea of design. Dan said, well, what about the rivers? How did they all just happen to be on the state borders? Who do you think decided to make sure that the rivers were what divided the states? Humans. Intelligent designers were the ones that labeled those as the state borders, just like
That's sort of the point, Kyle.
That's the point, yeah.
Yes. you nailed it. You figured out what Dan was hinting at very subtly.
That we looked at it and see design. Yeah, but there's no design. There's no intelligence behind it. It's just, oh boy.
Oh, shit. Kyle converted Scott. Well.
You can still stay, Scott. That's fine. Try not to preach too much, mate.
Yep.
Or at all.
Hand fits into a glove. Who designed the glove? Is that glove an accident of nature? Did you just walk out into the woods and pick up the glove and somehow it automatically, miraculously fit on the hand? Absolutely not. That glove was designed by an intelligent designer. Suppose you're walking on the beach, you look down, you see something in the sand, you move the sand away, you pick up a laptop computer. You press the on button, it comes on. You see that this laptop computing device will compute numbers, the likes of which hundreds or millions of bits per second. It's got all the latest gadgets and gizmos. It is the most advanced technological computing system that you have ever seen in laptop form. Now you have a question to ask yourself. Number one, where did this laptop computer originate? You know there are only two answers to that question. Number one, it originated by purely naturalistic processes over millions of years by random chances working with some type of selection going on.
Laptops evolve.
Yeah, laptops evolve. But you've got a problem there, because why did the laptop draw your attention? Why is that a big thing? Because the sand beside it is also designed, as is the hermit crab a couple of steps down is also designed. Why didn't you pick up the hermit crab and go, oh, that's designed? It's because that's just naturally occurring. It doesn't stand out to you at all, because it's not something like it just exists in nature. The question is what are you comparing these designed things to make a contrast? Because the laptop's designed, but so is the sand, and so is the hermit crab, and so is the tree beside you, and so is the water that is out there. So why is the laptop any different? Oh, because it's man-made. That's the difference.
Yeah,
It's
well,
artificial rather
it's
than natural.
the most advanced laptop anybody ever did see. So it's clearly a supernatural laptop put there by God. But here's the thing, like, show me that laptop. If you can show me a magic laptop, I don't know if that's going to convince me there's a God, but at least I'd be willing to give you wiggle room that something other than the ordinary is afoot. But he can't show me the magic laptop. Just like Cameron Bertuzzi can't show me the magic meteorite, or maybe it's Braxton from whoever the hell it is, who's like, oh, well, if a meteor hit the side of a mountain and spelled out in Hebrew, God is real, that wouldn't be good enough for you atheists. Well, show me the magic meteor.
Yeah. Yeah, and he's just sort of slid into an argument from incredulity. He doesn't believe that evolution is real. Great, that isn't really evidence. Like, you don't just get to say, hey, well, I don't think the naturalistic processes could have done this. Well, fantastic. But it's not really evidence for a God.
Yeah, as we've pointed out numerous times, even if you do successfully knock down evolution, that doesn't mean magic wins by default.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's
so much about the variations of the watchmaker argument that really bug me. Like if you Uno reverse it, like they always make the claim, you know, if you're walking somewhere natural and you find something clearly designed, well, what if you're walking somewhere full of design, like a watch store, and you find something clearly not designed, like a rock? Then what? They just don't like to think that one all the way through.
No, they don't. You really use it that much. I think they kind of, now it's sort of just the incredulity. Like, you'll find people like Otangelo saying, "Oh, well, all of these molecular machines had to be designed because they're doing a certain purpose and all of this stuff." And it's sort of like, well, you know, your incredulity that could naturally arise through a series of processes doesn't make it true. It's not a good argument. And sort of, I think I saw a post by somebody saying, oh, you know, there's all these molecular engines and all of these sort of computing systems. The problem was that the quote that they had it all in apostrophes, sort of thing. So he didn't seem to understand that when you put it in apostrophes, you don't mean it literally. You're providing a label to describe it that isn't literal, you know. So it's like, wow, okay. Yeah.
Oh, well. Well, let's see if he takes us anywhere. I mean, in fairness, I don't think Dan specifically mentioned the watchmaker argument. He mentioned design, but I don't know if he said watchmaker.
Did he mention the moral argument?
That he did, yes.
One is the moral argument. Yeah, he did.
Yep. Well, I mean, fair enough. If Kyle wants to call it out and be like, "Oh, you say it's so easy to debunk," well, then debunk it. Show me. But I think that's a bad move. But we'll see how it goes.
Yeah, I think it is too.
Two, it was constructed and built by an intelligent designer who purposely put the functional complexity into that computing device. Now,
Yes, no one is questioning the laptop was built by an intelligent person. Come on now, Kyle.
let me ask you a very serious, very easy question. You ever met anybody who said a laptop computer was not designed by an intelligent person? Never. I've never seen it, never met a person that does. Now, right now, we have a capacity crowd of 550 people.
Does this guy think he's a laptop? Do you think you're a laptop? I'm starting to get really worried that he might have like an identity crisis and think that he's a computer. You're not a computer.
Maybe,
Computers
maybe.
can do things that humans can't, and humans can do things that computers can't. I don't. This whole idea of sort of saying, hey, like when we say the brain is a computer, it's because the functionality is similar, not identical. Like I don't like equating one with the other, because humans are certainly not computers. Like, we're just not. It's an easy way to describe our brain's process in a way that sort of you can understand really, really quickly, but it's not a comparison that I would say, hey, that's a literal thing.
Yeah, all analogies are bad analogies, and I forget who pointed it out, but it has been pointed out that humans have a tendency to compare the brain and the function of the human mind with whatever the most complex thing available at the time is. Like Freud used steam engine terminology, which is why we still have terms in our vernacular about, I've been under a lot of pressure lately, I've got to let off some steam and this sort of stuff. It's that's from steam engine times. And now when we get stuck in a thought cycle, we say, oops, I'm buffering.
Yeah.
Or when you zone out, ooh, I got blue screen, hold on. It's less common, but yeah. Bad cluster. I have a lot of those. Yeah.
Bad sector. Need to reformat.
Oh goodness, if I could reformat my meat computer.
Nice.
They could be dangerous. Could I install a backup, I wonder? And how
That'd be nice.
It might. I could clear up a lot of nonsense, I'm sure.
Auditorium tonight. From what I understand, several people had to be turned away, some of them flying or driving from several hours away. I'm sorry about that, but I'm glad that you had the opportunity to be here personally. Now, in this room, we've got 550 of the most amazing computing devices that have ever been devised.
He does think he's a computer. Huh.
Yeah. He seems really angry as well. I don't understand. His style is sort of very, I don't know, just sort of, he seems very upset about, I don't know, maybe it's just me. Maybe I'm just not, picking up on what he's trying to do, but he seems very outraged that the idea that a God doesn't exist.
Well, I mean, he may be pissed off because Dan preemptively gutted all of his arguments.
That's true.
Like, whoops. And now I have to rant and rave, but like, how does sin work if everyone is a computer? Did the computer programmer deliberately install a virus? Like,
oh, maybe.
It's a weird analogy.
It is. It really is.
Human brain.
And
the human brain,
the whole idea that some of the most powerful computers, like, no, the supercomputer is still going to beat you on calculating pi, mate. I don't know where you got that from. Like,
Yep. Yeah, that's a, I don't know. Theists are weird.
3 pounds in the average adult person. The human brain computes information, the likes of which would make any laptop computer look like a kindergartner's toy. Let me read to you a quote from a man by the name of Richard Lewin. He is a British anthropologist, and here's what he says. 10 billion neurons are packed into the brain, each of which on average has 1,000 links with other neurons, resulting in more than 60,000 miles of wiring.
That doesn't sound right to me. The amount of neurons in the brain I'm willing to grant, but 1,000 connections, I don't think so.
Well,
maybe I'm mistaken on this, but
maybe. But let's just grant it for the sake of that. But like all of that, and you come up with these dumbass arguments.
Yeah, he's going to end up with big number, therefore God.
Yeah.
Activity on that scale is beyond comprehension. For instance, the fastest computer clocks up 1 billion or so operations a second, which pales to insignificance beside the 100 billion operations that occur in the brain of a fly at rest. To say that the brain is a computer is a truism, because what goes on in there is unquestionably computation. But so far,
Wait, a
no man.
truism?
Nope.
Does
It's a comparison.
yeah.
In fact, it may not even be that. It may be it's more like a simile. A brain is like a
Yeah.
computer. Like we're like in first grade poetry here, as far as comparisons go.
Yeah, I don't think that is a truism that the brain is a computer. Yeah,
Hmm. Hmm. I, maybe he's just trying to smuggle in more knowing things. We'll see.
maybe.
Made computer matches the human brain. Were you, as a human being, designed? It's an easy question with an easy answer. It's a question that a 6-year-old understands very well. I was discussing this with one of the gentlemen who was talking to me about the debate. He had a 6-year-old daughter. He was explaining to his daughter the two positions, me standing up for the God of the Bible, Brother Mr. Barker standing up for the idea of atheism. And the 6-year-old, when told about the atheistic idea, asked the simple question. She said, well, who does he think made him? Well, who does?
Parents.
Nobody. Yeah, parents. If you trace it back, like, but who made is such a weird term to apply to something that is a biological organism. Like it gets born or birthed, or sort of made is such a sort of anthropomorphic term.
Oh
Like
yeah,
your parents
the
make
who
you as in-
itself begs the question.
Well,
Because
yeah.
you're inserting a who in there that isn't necessarily called for.
Right. You can say what process made you, and that would be gestation and reproduction. It's a weird thing to say, and just because a child says it, who probably is indoctrinated already with Christianity, yeah, and I don't know, yeah, informed wisdom of 6-year-old, absolutely, Martin, I absolutely agree. It's probably not the best route to go to, because they might also say, who put the sun in the sky, kind of thing, and it's like, well, nobody put the sun in the sky. That's not how cosmic, like, maybe they still think it's a god. I don't know, but we can explain that one pretty easily.
Yeah. I mean, the fact that a 6-year-old poses that, a fictional 6-year-old, I'm sure, but
Yeah.
whatever. A 6-year-old posing that argument really ought to make Kyle stop and go, am I posing the dumb arguments? I may be posing the dumb arguments. But okay.
Does he think made him? And I'm certainly not attacking Dan Barker whatsoever. In fact, Dan Barker is as able of a spokesman for atheism as you can possibly find. Therefore, in the course of a discussion like this, if you see that the case for the God of the Bible is stronger, then you have to lay the blame at the atheistic philosophy, not at the defender of that philosophy.
This is an interesting out, because it means the same is true in reverse. When Kyle gets his ass kicked, it's not Kyle's fault. It's God's fault.
Well, yeah, it's God for not existing. It's his fault.
How dare.
But the funny thing is that they will never acknowledge that as being reciprocal, right? They will say, hey, it was the messenger that was flawed, not God, kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
Why doesn't the same hold true in reverse, Carl? You have to be a 6-year-old to believe this up. What I wonder is that 6-year-old still a theist? Maybe not. That's the thing. Like, yeah.
Yeah,
Don't know.
we'll see.
Second idea, the idea that there are some things that are right and some things that are wrong. Are there some things that are right and some things that are wrong? Because if there are, objective moral standards demand a standard outside of human likes and dislikes.
Well, now we're kind of non sequituring a bit here. Are there things that are right? Sure. Are there things that are wrong? Sure. Objective morals. Oh, hold on now. That's not necessarily the same thing.
Mm-hmm.
we're switching tracks with our trolley here.
You're not demonstrating. So he's not demonstrating that there are objective moral facts. What he's saying is he's appealing to the audience and saying, do you want there to be objective moral facts? If there is a God, then there is objective moral facts. I could sort of argue that as well, depending on how the God is creating these objective moral facts. But that's the point. He's sort of saying, well, if there is no objective morality, you feel bad about that. So there has to be. That's an appeal to consequences. That's that's wishful thinking. Show me that it is in fact objective. Don't just say, hey, it's bad if it's not. Well, it could just be bad. That's like saying, do you want parasites to be invading your body? Well, whether you like it or not, that is the case, that it happens. Like, it's just, do you want there to be bacteria in your stomach? Well, it's not a question of what you want. There either is or there isn't. Like, and it just so happens that there is. How you feel about it is irrelevant.
Yeah, your preference has very little to do with truth.
Yes.
And I don't know. There's a whole bunch in this whole thing, and Dan will probably touch on some of it, but my inclination with the objective moral yada yada is, if it's declared by a God, then it's not objective. You've just shifted the subject. It's that subject's declarations. If it's not declared by a God, if it's a fundamental facet of the universe, then you don't need a God for it. So either way, the argument doesn't support theism.
Well, it depends how you frame it. It can be framed that it's part of God's nature, not his stance. So not his mind. It's part of his nature, his being. But I love that Dan Barker's thing gives that, because if God does not change, as it says in the Bible, then you can't change morality if it's based upon his nature. And a lot of theists will say that God's nature is unchanging. So you're sort of left with, well, the Old Testament should still hold true, because that if morals are based upon God's nature and God's nature doesn't change, then what was moral in the past is moral now. So it's kind of like, they do have an out in that, but it gets them into more problems sort of going down that track. So it all depends how it's framed, sort of thing.
Yeah, lots and lots of problems, but yeah, let's see where he goes with it.
The other problem is that if God, if morality is based upon God's nature, then God's will doesn't have control over something, which is his own nature, which is weird, because you have control over your nature. You can change. So it makes God so low in power that he doesn't even have control over his own nature, which is just incredible. It's a problem to go down. So those are my objections.
Very not omnipotent.
Right.
If there are objective moral standards, true right and true wrong, then there must be a God in which those standards are grounded. Now, we understand that completely. In fact, that's been understood for hundreds of years, thousands of years. When the Nazi Germans, after they had brutally massacred some 10 million people, 6 million Jews, they were on trial at Nuremberg. Robert Jackson, in his closing comments, said that they had violated crimes, they had committed crimes against humanity, and they had violated a law, and he said a law that rose above the transient and provincial. Now, where will you get a law that rises above the transient and provincial? Let me tell you where you cannot get it. You cannot get it from evolutionary atheism. It's in
what?
That's not what atheism is for, sir. That is not what atheism is meant to address. It's to address the existence of God, which you seem to be doing a pretty poor job addressing at the moment, because you're going to morality. Look, when it rises above the provincial, he's simply saying that it's a global crime. It's a crime that is sort of, the world holds you accountable for. Provincial just means a small segment of it. It's not. He's basically talking about crimes against humanity.
Yeah. I mean, Kyle is interpreting it as it's a crime from on high, above and beyond mortal laws. But the court, what they're saying makes more sense in terms of
Yes.
it's not just the laws of one nation you've broken. It's pretty much all of civilization agrees that you've done
Right.
horrible things.
Yes.
Like,
You have broken the sort of, it is a crime against humanity. Like all of humankind agrees this is a crime. That's what he's saying.
Yeah, so that's kind of. But
I
however,
don't know.
he's not wrong. Evolution has nothing to say on the subject of what laws are broken.
Right, right. Neither does atheism.
Yeah, it's yeah.
Atheism, he sort of said, oh, atheism won't give you that. Atheism's not designed to. Why would atheism give you a moral position? It wouldn't. Sort of this comparison with like atheism as a worldview. No, it's not. It really isn't. You can have a few things based like sort of on your atheism, like secular humanism or some kind of secular virtue ethics or something like that. Like there are things you can base upon it, but it doesn't mean that atheism will give you anything. I think it was Richard Dawkins that said that atheism is a moral wasteland, and he's not wrong. There's no morals to be found in atheism. It's simply a position on whether God exists or not. It's not designed to give you any kind of morals.
I mean, it has nothing to do with the question. It's an unrelated question to the one question atheism answers. But also, if you tried to impose any kind of dogma, then people who didn't like the dogma would disagree with the truth falseness of the main point based on the lesser dogma rather than the actual question. So it's important that there not be any of this baggage.
Right.
Possible. But don't take my word for that. I'm not making a statement and then not backing it up with a fact other than just my statement. Listen to William Provine. In 1998, William Provine was invited to speak on the University of Tennessee campus at none other than Darwin Day. He just happened to say in that particular speech that he gave that if there is no God, then there is no ultimate foundation for ethics. Now listen to what Charles Darwin said. He said, if there's a person who does not believe in a personal God, then, and I'm going to quote him for you, he, quote, can have for his rule of life, as far as I can see, only to follow those impulses and instincts which are the strongest to him or which seem the best to him.
Well, yeah. I mean, that's all you can do anyway. Even if you think there's a God, you're still going to follow your own personal priorities. I need to pay my rent. I need to get some food. I need to buy some medicine. What else? Like, you're going to do those things. But also, person said a thing, not super compelling.
I don't know who Provine is, but why should I care if he just says, "Hey, if you don't have a God, then you have no objective found." What? And I mean, Darwin really promoted the idea of sort of social instinct kind of thing. So we have social instinct and empathy kind of thing. So it wasn't like he was just saying, "Hey, you just do whatever you want." The instincts that he was talking about is he generally believed were based upon something more than just your personal wants and desires. They're also based upon empathy. So I think he really is mischaracterizing what was sort of said here.
Darwin said, look, if you have a guy that doesn't believe in God, then the best he can do is whatever feels the best to him, that's what he needs to do. So that means that if the atheistic communist of the Nazi Germans,
Hold on. Okay,
I was willing
to let it slide when he mentioned Nuremberg, because the point was only tangential to the whole morality question. But first of all, National Socialism is literally the antithesis of communism. That's why Hitler and Stalin hated each other so much. But also, the Third Reich was very much not atheistic.
They were fascist for a start, and fascism inherently has a use of the religion to promote the state ideology. Like the whole point of fascism is it kind of bends everything in the state to the will of the state. So, and usually under a very populist leader. So that is sort of very antithetical to the idea of communism. And even though they called themselves nationalist socialists, they weren't very socialist at all. Like it wasn't really, everything was fascist. Um, I don't, yeah, and the Catholics were the Germans were generally Catholics in
Hmm.
World War II, Nazi Germany. Whether Hitler was or not, I don't think Hitler was a Christian particularly, but he certainly wasn't an atheist. He had his own spirituality based upon um, really occult ideas and sort of Norse mythology and things like that. It was a really weird one. I don't think he was a Christian. I think that he hated the Catholic Church, but he certainly wasn't an atheist.
Oh yeah, he was more than willing to work with the Catholic Church, that's for sure. I mean, as many people have mentioned, God mittuns
Yeah.
on the belt buckles, the Catholic Church celebrating Hitler's birthday every year. And don't forget, the Catholic Church were the ones who spread for hundreds of years this idea that the Jews killed Jesus. So the
Yep.
Catholic Germans felt they were doing their godly duty. They were participating
Yes.
in a modern crusade by wiping out as many Jews as possible. There was a huge religious component in what was going on.
Yeah.
They killed 6 million Jews. That means what Darwin said was, you just do what feels the best to you. So if a person decided that it felt the best to him to kill, 6 million Jews, well, you couldn't say he ought to do any different. And if a person decided to spend the rest of his life selling everything that he had and feeding the poor, you couldn't say that he was doing right or wrong. You could simply say he was following the best impulses to him. Now, Dan understands this perfectly. In fact, let me tell you
Oh
how
no.
well...
Look, the way that he's summing up, Darwin said to do what feels best to you. That is not what he said. It isn't even the quote that you read out. Yeah, absolute straw man. Absolutely. That is not what he said. Like he's talking about social instinct. He's talking about empathy. He's talking about all of these things you've conveniently left out to say, hey, you just do whatever you want. That there's no society where that happens. Like people just do whatever they want to. He's basically talking about a society with no restrictions. But tell me you don't know anything about political science without saying that you don't know anything about political science, which is, the atheist communists of Nazi Germany. Like that really, tell me you don't know anything about political science without saying it. Really.
Yeah, he's just, well, he has a 6-year-old level grasp of the
Oh, that's true.
situation.
Yes.
The
6-year-old.
6-year-olds have all the wisdom.
Oh, absolutely.
My
Yeah, it's
goodness,
probably
the
very good.
mischaracterization. This is just,
Yeah.
he's asking for it in rebuttal time.
And understands this. The world's leading ethicist, according to Dan, I think it's on page 328, 314 of his book, Godless, is a man by the name of Peter Singer. Now, Peter Singer said this. In essence, he said, it's no morally different between killing a dog, a pig, or a human. Let me read the quote to you. He says, if we compare a severely defective human infant with a non-human animal, a dog or a pig, for example, we'll often find the non-human to have superior capacities. Only the fact that the defective infant is a member of the species Homo sapiens leads it to be treated differently from the dog or the pig. Species membership alone, however, is not morally relevant. If we can put aside the obsolete and erroneous notion of the sanctity of all human life, we may start to look at human life as it really is. Here's how well Dan understands that.
Well, he's not technically wrong. Like we admit that we favor humans because we have a pro-human bias because we're humans. But if you want to look at it objectively, there's no reason that humans should be more valuable than any other animal, if not any other organism. Like, yeah,
we're kind of saying, we're kind of saying we're biased because we are humans, and that's okay. I don't have a problem with that. I don't know why. It just seems to want to. Oh, well, you think you're just another organism? Yeah. Why wouldn't that be true? Like he's basically saying, hey, do you want to be special? Because the atheists are saying that you're not really, really special people that are special and selected and all kinds of wonderful. And it's like, well, yeah, we're sort of acknowledging our place in the natural order of things. Like we're still just organisms. We still are very fallible. We still are very prone to disease and other things taking us out. Like
Hmm.
we're being realistic about what we are. Like just because you want to feel special, I don't have to pander to your feelings about it.
Yeah, when the Grim Reaper swings that sweet chariot down to pick one of us up, he doesn't give a fuck what we think of ourselves. We go
Yeah.
the same way the orangutan or the pig or the bunny rabbit does.
Yeah.
There's no discernible difference in how that whole process works.
And don't get me wrong, we are very clever little apes. We absolutely are. Like don't get me wrong, but you compare us to something like the chimpanzee. Look up at some point. There's a video of a chimp doing a short-term memory exercise. A chimpanzee will blow a human completely out of the water with short-term memory. It can remember patterns incredibly well. Like it's insane how better at it than humans. But humans have better communication, better long-term memory retention. That is why we have gotten to where we are. We're very, very clever apes, but there are also other clever apes. They're just clever in different ways. But they
Hmm.
want to feel special. They want to feel like, oh, we're something really, really special. And in a way, we are. We do have those advantages. But everything in evolution's a trade-off. You have to trade things away. Um, no, we are, Doc. We absolutely are. We're very, very clever. Um, I will debate that. You and me debate. Let's go. Let's go, Doc. Let's go. Um, but yeah, but in other ways we are inferior to other organisms, and that's okay. I'm fine with that. I don't get the big problem.
Yeah.
We can't run as fast as a cheetah or sprint as fast as a cheetah, I should say. We can't, deal with cold as well as a polar bear. I don't get why we're saying, well, we have to be special in some way. Well, all organisms are. They're very adapted to their environments. The thing about humans is
Specialized, you might say.
right, and the thing about humans is we're specialized in tool making. Essentially, that's what we're good at.
Yep. Yeah, so much so that our adaptation to our environment leans heavily towards tools. We don't really adapt
Yeah,
to our environments. We adapt the environments to us. That's why
yeah,
so many of us are inside artificial caves right now because we want to live in
yes.
caves, so we make the caves. Yay,
I
tools.
like I like my cave too. I just
Mhm.
want to throw that out there.
Yeah, caves are nice.
Yeah,
But maybe
I don't
right,
know. I've
maybe
got particular fondness for my cave, though. I'm just saying.
wrong. He said human beings are part of nature. We are not better than nature. Page 26. In his debate with Paul Manata, Dan said this, and I quote, "In the end of the cosmos, it's not going to matter. You and I are like ants or rats or like pieces of broccoli, really. There is no value to our species. We are not any better than nature." Now, what you have heard from Dan Barker
Yeah.
is a litany of alleged Bible contradictions. We have an answer for every one of those. Most of those are simple semantic tricks that have been played by someone who approaches the Bible with the idea of skepticism in the first place.
Oh, heaven forbid someone be skeptical about a claim literally the size of the universe. I know who created the whole universe. Okay, let's not be skeptical, though. No, we should
No,
just
no. Let's
accept it.
just yeah. We should just have faith that you know what you're talking about.
Yeah,
Who is shouting in the audience? Is he like run out of time or something? Maybe and just
it's possible. From the look of the blue bar, he's pretty close to out of time. What are these?
yeah.
15-minute openings? 12-minute openings?
I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know either. But and anyway, the video is at 22:52. So if it's 12 minutes, he's got 1 minute left. So yeah.
If you noticed, if a person goes down a list in a debate of some, I think there were about 20, maybe 25 of those. 14. Well, I was counting the first 6 reasons why he said that there weren't good reasons for a God, no legitimate definition, those, etc. So that will make it right at 20. Then you can see that in a 15-minute or 10-minute debate, He's not wanting answers. There's no possible way to answer that many ideas in a 10-minute rebuttal.
Yeah. He's
Okay.
whining about a Gish Gallop.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, you could at least do a couple of them and then say, hey, the others are similar.
Yeah. Yeah. Show us something.
Yeah, just do a couple of them and say, hey, a lot of them are like this. There's reasons why that they contradict each other, but it seems like you just don't want to address any of them.
Yeah.
You can address one of them, and yeah, there's too much evidence.
How can I possibly respond?
To one, even one of these, yeah.
Well then, Doc. Okay. I mean, that's one way to do it. Yeah. He has some amazing temerity to make a point like that after his own Gish Gallop. Yeah.
Hmm.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, and I love the idea that he's like, oh, we're not above, like we're above nature. It's like, does anybody believe that nowadays? Like in the current modern ecological movement, that we realize that, hey, we can actually, make our lives horrible if we don't respect nature, and sort of we're still vulnerable to things like lead in the water and pollution and all of this stuff, plastics and can anybody say, hey, we're above nature? I mean, come on.
Yeah, it's silly. Like, in what way are we above nature? Like, are we bulletproof? Do the laws of physics, at least some of the laws of physics, not apply to us? Like, you can't just say, I want to feel special. You have to have something to show. We have a super chat from the Pinworm who says, I just got here, so I'm going to rewind. I'm here just in the past. Thanks for reviewing my suggestion. Okay, so it was Pinworm who asked for Dan Baker. Yeah. All right. You're very welcome.
Sorry,
and
Pinworm.
Also, thank you. I appreciate it.
We couldn't remember who suggested it, so that's good that we've cleared that up. That's actually good.
Yeah, because it had been a few weeks, and my above nature brain is not great at remembering things more than a few days. Come on, Kyle. Come on. You can do it.
So what is he wanting to do? Well, I think what he's wanting to do is try to overwhelm you. You didn't even really have time to stop and think about the various individual things that he was throwing out there. And you can't blame Dan for that. It's a very good, very popular debate tactic, but we'll get to some of that in my rebuttal.
No more, Carl. You've been cut off. Turn up his microphone.
They're not going to let these guys sit down in between they have to just stand there while the other ones. Oh, that's rude.
Maybe.
That's rude.
That's fine. If you've ever worked retail, like that's nothing. Just,
that's fair.
A couple of hours on your feet is fine.
Barker, you will have 10 minutes to refute Mr. Butt's arguments.
The 6-year-old might just as well have asked God, who does he think made him? Mm-hmm. If the design of if functional complexity requires a designer, then the functional complexity of the mind of the designer itself, by definition, by logic, also requires a designer. If you go from a computer up to a human, you make that leap up to the human and say, look how amazing that human brain is who made the computer. By the way, some computers can outperform humans in many functions. But if you're going to make that leap and say, look at that, well, then you look at the mind of the human and say, look how amazing that is, and you make another leap up to a bigger mind that's even more complex and more organized and more functional. Why are you stopping there? If the 6-year-old is justified in asking me who do I think made me, then we skeptics are justified in asking this creator of yours, who I assume you think has a pretty wonderful brain, wonderful mind that functions, it's orderly, right? Pretty amazing. We're justified in asking the same question of that being. We get into an infinite regress, because then we need a creator for the God who made God, right? If you can say, well, we can stop at that level, well, then why don't we stop at this level? Let's stop at the level of what we do know. We do know that in nature, complexity arises from simplicity. We do know that. The complexity of a crystal arises from the simplicity of the way molecules mathematically and geometrically can combine. We can see complexity arising around us from simpler origins. And there are many examples of that. Amino acids, and we can also show how, and Darwin basically showed us how natural selection can be the designer, not an intelligent designer, but the designer by the limited ways that nature functions, the limited ways that molecules can put together, the limited ways arithmetically that things can combine and compete. That complexity can arise from simplicity. Creationism can't do that. Creationism has to simply assume the very complexity that you are arguing for. You're saying, look at that. So your design argument falls apart logically. It is not a good answer. In Dawkins' book, he posits the Boeing 747 argument. Obviously, if there's a God who made him, this basically is an argument from incredulity. It's not an argument from what you know. How do you connect the dots from that? How do you suppose I agree with you? I don't know. How do you explain this complexity? How do you connect the dots from that question? Like when the ancients said, "Who made the thunder? What happened? It must be Thor. It must be Zeus." And yet now that we know more about weather, now that we know more about electricity, that gap has closed. That God has died out. You still think that science is never going to close gaps because there are unanswered questions about complexity, the origin of the original life forms.
I have to beg to differ because, like, whenever somebody makes a movie about God, like God's Not Dead or Left Behind, it does meh at the box office. But when Thor is in a movie, it goes gangbusters at the box office. And you know, $100 billion of revenue or whatever. Clearly, people are convinced by these arguments.
Actually, I think Passion of the Christ did quite well, didn't it? Didn't it do really well?
Maybe. I don't know. I'm making a facetious argument anyway.
Yeah, no, I get you. We shouldn't base it upon ad populum or appeals to popularity, but yeah, no, the butt opened that door.
Yeah, it's so silly. But also, I notice that everything Kyle mentioned was we should think there might be a God, but how do we tell which God? In Dan's opening, he said, you know, there's all these arguments about a God, but nobody wants to discuss this God in this book. And here's why this God makes no sense. Maybe Kyle will get to it in his rebuttal, but he didn't present anything about like why. Okay, let's grant Kyle's arguments. What does that lead us to? Which God do we give the credit to? Is it Zeus? Is it Vishnu? Is it Allah? Which God?
Yeah.
How do we know?
Who are you to predict that science has reached its dead end? There are no objective moral values in the universe. There are not. We make values in our brain. A value is a function of a brain that's functioning. Just like digestion is the function of the stomach, thought and value is a function of a computing brain that you admit works, right? But we make values based upon what we need to survive, what we need to enhance our lives, what we need to avoid pain in our lives. And we make comparisons of those values. When the brains die, the values go away. They don't exist. They are not things. A value is relative to an organism. But most atheists will say, and I don't speak for all atheists, most atheists will say that values can be objectively justified. They're not objective values, because to be a value is a function of a brain, of a mind, right? But to be objective means to exist independently of a mind. So how can you have something in the mind that exists independently of a mind? That's an oxymoron. You cannot have an objective value. You can have values that you can objectively justify by looking at your actions, and all of us do this. Christians, Jews, Muslims, humanists, atheists, agnostics, we all do this. We are all basically humanists. We are all basically situational ethicists in our daily lives, and so is the Bible. If you look at some of those decisions in the Bible, they were situationally justified. Rahab was praiseworthy for the lie that she told. But you have more than one option for your actions. How much harm does this one cause? How much harm does this one cause? And if you have time, you try to weigh those actions and say, if I'm going to be a moral person, I'm going to pick the path that results in the least amount of harm. That's what morality is. It's not some big objective thing. And we flatter ourselves to think that we are somehow special in the cosmos. It's much more meaningful to accept who we really are. We are not egotistical. We should humble ourselves and realize we are part of nature. Isn't that amazing? Isn't that wonderful that we can function in this way? We are social animals. And by the way, Peter Singer is arguing not against human rights. He's arguing for animal rights. If there's no difference between animals and human beings, then let's treat other animals as if they were special too. You're misconstruing what he was saying. And you really stuck your foot in it this time, I'm sorry, by saying that Hitler was an atheistic communist. Did you actually say that? You did say that. He's on the record. Hitler was not a communist. Hitler was a Nazi, a National Socialist. Hitler believed in a God. He was not atheistic. He talked about the Creator all the time. He was a creationist. He credited Jesus as the inspiration for him exterminating the Jews. They wore "God mit uns," God is with us, on their belt buckles. Those Nazis were Lutherans and Catholics. Hitler was a member of the Catholic Church, never excommunicated. He credited Jesus. He was a really lousy Christian, I have to admit. He was a really weird Christian, but he was not an atheist. So correct yourself, Lyle. Hitler was not an atheist, and he was not a communist. Do a little bit of history there. That's true.
He'd be better off.
And I also
He'd be
want to
better off
compliment
going
you-
with Stalin. He'd be better off going with Stalin because Stalin was a communist and he was an atheist. You know, like there were atheists that did bad things. It's not like, you know, we're saying all atheists are wonderful people. Like you can have atheists that do wrong things. But like if he just used Stalin, he could have said Stalin is a communist and he was an atheist. So like a missed opportunity, dude. Like seriously.
Yeah, Chairman Mao.
Chairman Mao, sure. He was a communist and he was an atheist, sure. Yeah.
Yeah, there's options.
And was responsible for
Yeah. Like, yeah. But yeah, they can't resist Hitler. Like, wow.
No, it's Godwin's law, mate. It's Godwin's law.
Mm-hmm.
They love to get in the Nazis were atheists thing, and it's just no.
No, atheism causes Nazism. That's how. No,
Right,
no,
yeah,
that's not how that
obviously,
works. No.
Yeah.
And random fun fact: a lot of people like to make a big deal out of the eugenics thing. Oh, well, this is what happens when you believe in evolutionism. Well, here's the thing, though: the Germans got their ideas from eugenics from the Americans. Americans were doing it first, and they were justifying it based on the Bible. So, you know, maybe watch where you're pointing that finger, because it may not lead where you think it's going to lead.
Yeah.
Oh, we broke it again.
That, of course,
there we go.
Truth is not determined by majority rule.
What's its way business?
Truth is not determined by vote. If it were, we should take the vote away from women, because most of the planet doesn't think women should have rights. Well, in fact, none of our founders of our country thought women should vote. If we want to go back to the tradition, women should not vote, women should stay home, women should not go to college, women don't even own their own property. This all comes out of the Bible, by the way. But we know that there are principles of truth that transcend majority rule. So I'm glad you pointed that out. I'm glad you pointed out that the truth can be held by one person, even if the majority of the world disagrees with them. There are other reasons besides reason and truth that people come to their faith. The most obvious one is geography. Geography is the greatest single predictor of what religion a person will have. If you're born in Baghdad, you can predict pretty much what religion that person will have. If you're born
Okay, so quick point on this one. A lot of people make this argument, and it's valid, but it often gets a straw man refutation. They say, "Oh, genetic fallacy. You're substituting where a person comes from for why they believe what they believe." But that's not really what's going on here.
Yeah, but that's not a genetic fallacy. Not really.
Yeah, because it's what they're. The point isn't where they come from. It's what they're brought up with. And what they're brought up with is predominantly determined based on where they live. What's the dominant belief in that area? Like I've mentioned before on interviews that, you know, in my school district, when I was in elementary school, they had a church school program, and every other kid in my grade went off to church school. And I was the only kid who had to stay in the classroom. The teachers hated it. They wanted to go to the teacher's lounge, but they had one kid who stayed behind, so they had to sit there. And it was so freaking stupid. Honestly, I don't think public schools should be doing that because separation of church and state, but whatever.
Yeah.
And the other kids would try to peer pressure me. They'd be like, "Oh, well, you should come with us. You're the only one who stays behind. You should come with us." I'm like, "Well, I don't want to, though," you know? So, yeah, the culture you're surrounded with, the large religion that has the power, tends to influence what everyone else thinks as they grow up.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah.
in Tennessee, you can pretty much predict what kind of a person you're going to be with your religion generally. And it's the highest predictor. So the arguments that you just gave are not arguments for a God. There's no way anybody can know there's a God because there's a question mark in their brain about design. How do you make the leap between that question mark? Then should I just plug in my favorite God? You're arguing for the God of the Bible. And by the way, those scriptures I quoted were not taken out of context. They were carefully studied. I hear this all the time. If you would study it correctly, I know the Bible. I translate it from original languages. I have some Greek knowledge. I know what it says. I know the Bible contradicts itself. It was written by ignorant human beings who said a few true things, but by and large, the Bible is not a reliable source of truth. It exaggerates. It has historical mistakes and anachronisms in it. It has contradictory advice. It has some really bad advice. It has a deity whose vanity is so fragile that he gets angry and has to kill off entire people. In Psalm 137:9, he told us that we should be happy to take the innocent babies and dash them against the stones. That's, even if that God did exist, I might necessarily want to worship such a monster. I might ask him to confess his sins to me. What a guy. What if I were to treat my kids like that? I created you and I boss you, and now you must bow down to me, and you must be like slaves, and you can't think for yourselves. If that kind of a God does exist.
There was a movement in culture for a rather long time that's exactly how children should behave. You should do what you're told. Mm-hmm. Never mind the hypocrisy. Do as I say, not as I do. And if you don't do as you're told, stiff repercussions. But there are still people today who make that argument. Eric Hovind, for example, makes that argument.
Yeah.
That because God created you, he has every right to take your life away. Yep. When that doesn't hold up. Like, whenever, you know, a young mother who's disturbed for whatever reason, be it stress or mental illness or whatever, and she ends up taking the lives of her own children, there is not a court in the world that will go, oh, well, you created those lives, they're yours to take away. No.
Right.
You go to jail for a long time.
Yeah. But, I mean, back in that context, in that society, it was seen as if you have disobedient children, you would beat the crap out of them, or, you know, if they were bad enough, you would actually kill them because they weren't doing what the society needed them to do. Now, we know that that's wrong now, but the point is, a omniscient God should have known that was wrong back then. We don't judge those people because they were ignorant of what we know now. But a God would have known. But a God says, hey, if your son is drunken and lazy, and you know, is rebellious to their parents, then take them to the front of the temple and stone them to death. Yeah,
that's biblical. There's quite a few things in the rules in Leviticus and Deuteronomy where if a child does certain things, they're to be killed.
Yes.
And if you don't, then you're guilty too.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, cool God. Big into killing children. Even Israeli children, occasionally.
Yep.
Then he has earned my extreme disrespect. And if he wants to prove what a big macho man he is by sending someone like me to hell, then let him do it. Fine. I go to hell gladly, proudly, knowing that I've resisted somebody like a dictator like that who would create a hell in the first place. Think about it. Any system of thought that's based to any extent upon a threat of violence, which is what hell is. It's a threat of eternal torture. Any system of thought that has that thought in it, that scares the mind of children who go to bed at night wondering if they're going to go to hell, it is a morally bankrupt system. You should not be proud to hold that Bible under your arm. It is morally bankrupt, and you're better than that.
You're better than religion. But taglines notwithstanding, yes, as I've been saying for quite some time now, that religion does harm, and this specific religion does pretty specific harm. I do not know a single deconverted person, whether they're an atheist or they're a pagan today or whatever they are, who grew up religious, Christian specifically, who does not have severe trauma from the fear of hell that was instilled by their parents in order to make them better servants of this all-loving God. It does lifelong damage to people. And this is somehow thought to be good.
There's a better way. The Bible served its time. It is irrelevant, it is anachronistic, it is immoral, and humanistic morality based upon, to some degree, not completely, but to some degree, on the natural instincts that we evolved through natural selection. Even Thomas Jefferson said he thought compassion was a natural instinct. Scientists are now concluding, especially in the last 5-10 years, there's all sorts of scientific explanation for the origin of reciprocal altruism. We can see it in other species. We can see it in ourselves. And most of us fall along that bell curve somewhere. Some of us are saints and some of us are sinners, if I can borrow some words. Most of us fall somewhere in the middle as human beings. We know what it means to be moral without consulting some 10 commandments that came from some mountain on high, only three of which are relevant to modern American law. The other 7 are totally irrelevant. The first 4 have nothing to do with ethics. It is a bad system of law, and we can think for ourselves and rise above. We can know, not only can we know by looking at the Bible that the God of the Bible does not exist, we can know that the atheistic way is actually a superior intellectual and moral way of thinking.
Mr. Budd, you have 10 minutes to refute the arguments of Mr. Barker.
Dan just said that there are naturalistic explanation for the altruism that's in humans. One of the books that he often refers to is the book by Matt Ridley. It's called The Origins. Oh, thank you. It's called The Origins of Virtue. He used this in the John Rankin debate. I just wanted to read to you a statement from Matt Ridley. After writing this book, he put this in the prologue. He said this, and this man is one of the most respected in the scientific community for writing on this particular topic. He said, "I can't even be confident that many of the ideas I discuss in this book are right." Well, that is the kind of thinking that is going to prove that altruism can be naturalistically explained. It certainly, absolutely, positively cannot. Now, Dan was right.
No, it can. Like, you can dismiss that all you want, but
Yeah.
I mean, you can look at altruism any number of different ways. I've had debates with people. All altruism is effectively selfish. We put good out into the world because it makes the world better. The world that we live in, we want it to be better for our own good or for our kids or whatever. I don't personally agree with that, but it's a viewpoint.
Well, I don't think all altruism is selfish. I certainly think you can absolutely get to altruism by pure selfishness, like by purely, well, I want what I want for myself, therefore I'm going to help somebody because I will be helped by somebody in the future. I totally, you can get there easily. I don't think all altruism is selfish, though. I would refute that.
Mm-hmm. Yep, but that's a whole other discussion. The point there is there's shit tons of reasons for altruism, and all of them are naturalistic.
Oh, sure, yeah, absolutely.
I did mess up there and say a false statement about Hitler there, that he was a Nazi communist. That certainly is not the truth. But
you think?
Dan said that Hitler was a Christian. Now, let me read to you a statement from Hitler, Table Talks, October 19th, 1941. The reason why the ancient world was so pure, light, and serene was that it knew nothing of the 2 great scourges, the pox and Christianity. He said in Table Talks, December 13th, 1941, quote, "When all is said and done, we have no reason to wish that the Italians and Spaniards should free themselves from the drug of Christianity. Let's be the only people who are immunized against the disease." Well, you can see that he certainly was no Christian. In fact, if you look at what he did and why he did it, you see that his idea that nature is the ultimate standard is the reason that he decided he would breed the ultimate Aryan race. If you look at Charles Darwin's subtitle to The Origin of Species, on the...
Oh, is he really? Yeah, he's gonna. He's
Is
okay.
he gonna...
I really don't think Kyle understands who he's dealing with here.
Well, I mean, it's kind of like you can say, oh, well, Darwinism can get you to sort of eugenics, right? And you can say, well, yeah, kind of, but nuclear fission can get you to nuclear weapons, but it can also get you to nuclear power. Like, just because this is a thing doesn't mean that somebody misusing that thing for evil aims, you can blame it on the technology or the thing itself, right? So it's so weird to hear this argument, because it's like, oh, some people got the wrong end, like misinterpreted evolution, because sort of evolution says that cooperative species, their best chance at survival is to work together. They say, well, you know, we're going to apply that to eugenics to say, hey, we're going to breed the best ever kind of thing. It's a misapplication of it. It's not like, it's really weird.
Yeah, yeah, and he's about to break into the subtitle of The Origin of Species is yada
Oh
yada favored
no,
races.
no, but favored races. He wasn't. Oh
Yeah,
God.
that he keeps saying that word. I don't think it means what he thinks it means.
That's not how Darwin was like he wasn't referring to races as in, Caucasian and Asian and all of these different races as we see them today. He was more talking about the small variations within species.
Hmm. Like, big beak finches versus narrow beak finches versus
Yes.
long beak finches, for
Yep.
example.
Preservation of favored races. And that's exactly what Hitler was following. Now, Dan says,
No, that's not. That's not
No.
even a straw man. That's just
Yeah.
dumb. That's just Kyle has no idea what the fuck he's talking about.
Yeah. No, that's not what Hitler was doing. Hitler didn't think that Hitler thought that the Jewish people were a scourge upon the economy of Germany and, sort of a terrible indictment, and that the Aryans were superior. He didn't get that from Darwin.
But also, this is a big fat red herring because even if Hitler were an atheist and everything he did was based on a misapprehension of evolution, even if that were true,
Right.
the fact of that, which isn't the case, but if it were, the fact of that gets you no closer to proving your God
Right.
exists.
That's true, yeah.
I'm misunderstanding Peter Singer. He's arguing for animal rights, not against human rights. Let me give you a statement by Singer. This is a quote. He was talking about abortion, and he said this: "Yet in discussing abortion, we say that birth does not mark a morally significant dividing line. I can't see how one could defend the view that a fetus could be replaced before birth, but newborn infants may not." You see, what Singer was saying is we should be able to kill our children 2 weeks or a month after they are born because sometimes we don't know what diseases they'll have until they are born. And so I don't see that birth is a morally dividing line. What's the difference between a baby that's in its mother's womb, not yet born, and when it's born 1 day old? He says there's no difference. Does that sound like he's arguing for animal rights there? No, it certainly sounds like he is devaluing human rights.
So he's cherry picking again, of course, because
Yeah.
it's what we do.
Yeah.
But again, while what he's saying is kind of shocking and kind of oof, he's not technically wrong. Like if we put a ethical line at birth, but there's nothing natural about that. Like prior to modern medicine, infant mortality was really, really high.
Mm. And again, even if it is 100% true that he said that and believes that, it still isn't addressing whether there is a God or not. He's just saying, hey, would you like this to be true? Would you like a situation where we devalued infants or believed that we could kill infants? Whether or not you would like that to be the case, and I don't believe that, but even if it were true or not, it's not based upon what you would wish it were. It's based upon whether the God exists. And for a guy that complained he didn't have the time to address any of the contradictions of the Bible, he's certainly wasting a lot of time talking about things that Dan Barker didn't even mention in his intro. He didn't bring up this.
And anything but talk about the Bible. It's the same trick Frank Turek does, and so many of the other like they will not talk about the Bible and its claims and what they believe based on it. They'll talk about anything else.
But he's doing the nasty trick that apologists use, which is have a rebuttal section. Don't actually rebut anything. What you do is you do an extended introduction, just not addressing anything that the other person has said, and instead making emotional appeals that just extends the introduction. And then just hope that nobody realizes that you didn't actually rebut the other person in any way. Now I'm sure Dan will be smart enough to point this out, though.
Yeah, and if he does, that's bad on Kyle, because I mean,
Yeah.
technically this isn't a scored debate or whatever, but if they were in a formal competition setting, failing to rebut your opponent's points or even attempting to, you it's as good as conceding, you know.
And the whole point is that he's just, this is just his moral argument extended.
Yep, it's not looking good.
Nope.
That's exactly what he's doing. Now, Dan said, I have studied this material on the alleged Bible contradictions, and I know this material for sure. Let me give you an example of what Dan knows, at least, and let me take it back. I'm not attacking Dan at all. These are standard, run-of-the-mill, and when I say run-of-the-mill, I'm not degrading them. I'm saying they're used very often. Let me give you an example here in John chapter 5. This one is used very, very often. John chapter 5, verse 31. Jesus Christ, quoting this, "If I bear witness of myself, my witness is not true." Well, is Jesus saying that if he makes a statement and it's himself making the statement, then he's making a false statement? No, he's certainly not. What we see when we go over to John 8:17, if you had your Bibles, which I didn't expect you to bring them, but if you did have them, in John 8:17, here's what it says. "It's also written in your law that the testimony of two men is true." So there was some understanding in the first century of the word true that somehow we're missing. What it was, the understanding is very easy to understand. The Old Testament said that if a person is on trial, the testimony of 2 or 3 witnesses would count against that person as adequate testimony. The testimony of one witness, although it may be true, was not valid testimony to condemn a person. Now suppose Jesus stood up.
I think I see, Kyle is going the really long way around to make this argument, but I think I see what he's getting at. It requires 2 or 3 people for testimony to be accepted as valid evidence of some kind. So, by virtue of that, then Jesus talking about himself is only one witness and is not sufficient to meet that evidentiary standard. He's not connecting the two very well, but I think that's what he's going for. I also don't think it holds up super well, because Jesus said a whole lot of shit that had nothing to do with the Old Testament.
But that doesn't, I mean, the parallel, the contradiction that he said wasn't in John, was it? It was in where was it? I had this a second ago. Oh no, it was in John 8:14. "Even if I testify about myself, my testimony is true. For I know where I came from and where I am going, but you do not know where I came from or are going." So I think he's sort of saying that at one point he said, well, even if I testify about, like, if I say by myself, it is not true. But that contradicts where it said, even if I testify about myself, my testimony is true. So are you saying that one is sort of talking about whether it's legally accepted and the other is talking about, well, Jesus saying, well, if I testify about myself, then it is true, even if the law doesn't recognize it?
Ooh, maybe that's like a low-key Trinity invocation too, to dig in, Bible code kind of stuff a little bit. When I testify, it's true because I speak with the voice of 3 persons, because Trinity. Probably not. That one's a conspiracy level reach, but, I find it amusing.
And said, "I'm the Son of God." Is that a true statement? Is it false? It's not false. But in a court of Jewish law, would it have stood up to verify the fact of the statement? No. Now suppose Jesus stands up.
No, in fact, it did not. When Jesus was brought before the Jewish court and made that exact claim, "I am the Son of God," he was found guilty of blasphemy. That's sort of the whole point. So, yeah, no, it didn't stand up.
No.
Come on, Kyle.
And says, "I'm the Son of God," and the works that he does from the Father testify to him. Now he has 2 witnesses that are saying the exact same thing. Does that mean one of them is false and the other is true? No, it means they're both saying the same thing. They're both true, but in the way that this is using the word true, it means that it is valid testimony in a court of law. Now, we could go through several of those and show one after another. Let me give you one more example of that. In Psalm 137:9, I believe it was there. If you wanted to, you could turn over there. I think I've got this one marked. Psalm 137:9. Happy shall he be who takes and dashes your little ones against the stone. Whoa. That sounds bad, doesn't it? That sounds like God is saying, you need to go out and take the babies of these people and dash them against the stone. That's not what it's saying. In fact, this is a predictive statement. He's talking about Babylon, and he says that the Persians are going to come in and take your children and dash them against the stone. The way he uses that word happy is the same way that Jeremiah uses it in Jeremiah chapter 12, verse 1. Jeremiah says, Lord, why does the way of the wicked prosper, and why is he happy who deals treacherously? Is he really happy who deals treacherously? No. Is God condoning a person who deals treacherously? No. He's using the word happy for a transient, fleeting happiness that eventually will end in that person's destruction if he or she does not repent and turn to God. Now,
Okay, so happiness doesn't mean happy. Cool. That's awesome. I don't know about this prediction of Babylon coming and whatnot. I don't recall anything about the Babylonian conquest involving dashing infants, but maybe I'm mistaken on that one. But I do recall several of those go sack this thus and such city did involve the Israelites smashing babies on rocks. It was one of those divine commands.
So this is so Babylon and sort of Israel had this big rivalry and this big, like, because Babylon sort of invaded and destroyed a lot of their land, they really had it in for the Babylonians. By the rivers of Babylon we sat and wept and remembered Zion. There in the poplars we hung our harps where our captors asked songs. So they're talking about how they remember being basically destroyed by Babylon. How can we sing songs of the Lord when in a foreign land? If I forget you, Jerusalem, may my right hand forget it still. May my tongue cling to the roof now. So they're basically saying that they remember Jerusalem. Remember, Lord, when the Edomites did on the day that Jerusalem fell. Tear it down, they cried, tear it down to its foundations. Now here comes the rub. Daughter Babylon, doomed to destruction. Happy is the one who repays you according to what you have done to us. Right? So it's basically saying, be happy if you can get revenge on Babylon for their actions against us, kind of thing. And then comes the statement, happy is the one who seizes your infants and dashes them against the rocks. They're talking about be joyous if you can crush the Babylonians. And they say, oh, well, they're meaning it in sort of a metaphorical. No, not really. What they're talking about is be happy if you can subject the Babylonians to the most horrendous things you could sort of, impart upon people, kind of thing.
Get all Conan the Barbarian and crush your enemies and hear the lamentations of their women.
Right. So in sort of today's sort of society, we would say, hey, that's absolutely dreadful. We don't attack civilians. We don't kill babies just because they're the progeny of the people that we hate, kind of thing. We might have a country that where we hate, like New Zealand, right? We all hate New Zealand. We don't take it out on their babies and stuff, right? That's modern thinking. But back in the day, that was you would destroy a house, for instance. You would kill everybody in, and all their descendants, wipe their lineage from the earth. We now know that's really, really bad, but God should have known that's really bad. Why they're sort of talking about dashing babies against the rocks? Because it's something that they kind of did.
Yep. And speaking of reading Joseph Smith, I'll be over at Aaron's tomorrow at 6 Eastern for that show. That's in my opinion one of the best shows on YouTube. It's super fun.
Yeah. I think it starts a bit early for me. I can never catch it. Like, it starts really early.
Yeah, it'd be 6 a.m. in your time.
Yeah, it's just a little bit too early.
It is a bit of an oof.
Yeah,
totally understandable.
Totally my fault for being upside down.
How dare you?
I know, right? I should have chosen to be born somewhere else. It's just terrible.
Mm-hmm.
Dan has said, well, this entire idea of design, you're saying that if there's something functionally complex and you have to posit something more functionally complex, it's got two fallacies. Fallacy number one, have you ever come across a laptop on a beach, looked at it and realized that it had functional complexity, and then thought to yourself, you know what? If I say that an intelligent human being designed it, I'm going to have an explanation for the human. And I haven't seen any humans on this beach, so I'm just going to say that no intelligent person designed it, so I don't have to explain the human. Would you do that? You would.
What's the fallacy you're getting at there, Kyle?
Yeah, I don't understand the fallacy. Like, if you say, hey, this obviously had a human designer, you could say, well, who designed it and where did they come from? That's a perfectly valid question. And if you're saying that that brain must have a designer, then who designed that? And if that brain, it doesn't get around Dan's infinite regress. Because if you're saying that something complex has to have a designer, humans are complex, so they must have a designer. Well, God's complex, so they must have a designer. Your special pleading is the fallacy, and you're doing it.
Yeah, I don't know. We'll see if his second one gets any better.
Now, here is the thrust of the argument. The thrust is that whatever the material world exhibits, then God has to exhibit those same qualities. What he's saying is, if you see design in the material world, then whatever that you say happens in the material world has to happen with God. But that's false. In fact, God has always been supernatural, outside of nature. God is the first, uncaused, eternal, all-powerful, all-knowing, non-natural being.
Can you prove any of that? Can you do more than just assert it?
Yeah.
Because an assertion is not an argument, and an argument isn't evidence. And you did say you had evidence earlier. I'm still waiting for it. Come on now.
Now, the atheist says, well, no, you can't do that. You can't say that there's something that does not obey natural law. But then do you know, if you ask an honest atheist in the...
Is there such a thing?
Honest about a certain thing. If you ask a person who is really, really going to tell you what they know about the current ideas of cosmology, at the singularity of the Big Bang, which I certainly don't adhere to, at the singularity of the Big Bang that you say exploded and caused everything that we see, were the natural laws that are in place now in place at the Big Bang? Well, if you study the cosmological literature, you will see in Hawking's book, A Brief History of Time, he says that at the singularity of the Big Bang, now he's projecting it as a fact, I'm certainly not, but he says all natural law would break down at the Big Bang. So what you see then is the atheistic community endowing nature with the ability to behave supernaturally. Certainly.
That's clever, but no.
No, he's talking about our descriptions of those. He's not talking about like the actual, like he's saying that we have the laws of physics. They're a descriptor for the actual physics, what is going on in the universe. And those laws, those equations and those descriptors seem to break down. They're not adequate to explain the start of the universe or the presumed start of the universe. It may be an eternal universe. That's what we're trying to piece together. The fact that they break down doesn't mean that things become magical. Where did you get that from?
Yeah. Our descriptions are not prescriptive. The fact that our descriptions fail before a certain point doesn't mean it's just magic. No, it means our descriptions don't go far enough yet. But also, he's not exactly cherry picking, but he's definitely misquoting, because Hawking, better than most, understands that the Big Bang model doesn't deal with the singularity at all, the same way evolution doesn't deal with abiogenesis. It describes the universe once expansion started. There may not even have been a singularity. It's hypothesized at this point. There's other hypotheses, some of which seem more probable than a singularity. Yeah. Certain other YouTubers like to reference quantum foam. Me personally, I like for no particular reason other than personal preference, because we don't have any physics for that moment. A pre-existing universe where an event caused the direction of time to shift. It went at a right angle to the direction it was going at the time. There's a whole complicated thing. But the point is, what happened prior to expansion is simply not described. It's like when you try to divide by zero on a calculator. It doesn't mean magic, miracles. It just means it's not presently defined. That's it.
I lean towards Sean Carroll's Many Worlds. I think his description is it's coherent and the math seems to work. But I wouldn't, while I say I lean towards it, I don't subscribe that I know for sure, and I don't subscribe that he's got an incredibly accurate model. I think it's just a good direction to sort of. So when we're saying we lean towards this stuff, we're sort of saying, hey, that's what our inquiries should follow. We don't claim to know how these models, whether how accurate they are, or even if they're accurate at all.
Mm-hmm. So yeah, his attempt to reverse God of the Gaps, again, debunk all of cosmology, still gets you no closer to proving you're God, but also he's wrong. So yeah.
Well, here is, in essence, what's being said. In essence, what we're saying along those lines is this, and I've got a couple of things. Okay, here we go. We're saying it's ignorant and superstitious to believe that God made everything out of nothing. Oh, it's logical and scientific to believe that nothing made everything out of nothing. We're saying God is an effect and must have a cause. Matter is the uncaused first cause. We're saying if God made everything, then who made God? Oh, matter made everything and nothing made matter. Now, I'm honestly and sincerely.
I read an interesting thing last night. It seems like, and I hadn't noticed this before, a lot of creationists, like Kyle, get stuck on the need for a creator because they have this Aristotelian idea of causation. Where Aristotle differs from Newton is that Aristotle believed, because he didn't have an understanding of what friction was, that an object in motion has to continuously be nudged or it will come to a stop. We found out from Newton that an object in motion will stay in motion until acted upon by an outside force, like friction. Yes. But the creationists have this Aristotelian idea. There has to be a prime mover because otherwise everything would grind to a halt. It has to not only push things in the first place, but it has to keep pushing things. And I don't know why they're stuck on something that's been outdated for over 300 years, but that seems to be where they are, why they have this idea in the first place. Just a random note, but yeah.
Not belittling the people who hold these beliefs. In fact, I have looked into the eyes of compassionate, kind, good people who are atheists. There are people like that out there. In fact, I believe that there are several million of them. But
he believes there are good atheists, not all evil atheists.
How very kind of you! How very kind of you! And he's gone back into preaching mode. Like he started to address his points, and now he's back into preaching mode.
Yeah, I'm happy to return the favor. I've noticed that there are a few people who identify as Christian who, despite that fact, are still good people. In fact, some very nice people. Yeah, possibly even millions of them.
I wouldn't go that far.
They are not kind and considerate and compassionate because of their atheism. They're kind and compassionate and considerate in spite of the atheistic philosophy.
Similarly, they're not kind and compassionate because of their Christianity. They're kind and compassionate in spite of the horrible things their magic book commands them to do.
Right, absolutely. And see, the thing is that atheism doesn't have anything to say about morality. Like you're trying to apply this as a worldview. It's silly. It's silly. In spite of your atheist, it doesn't have anything to say on morality. It's just you're basically saying, because I'm Christian and my entire identity is Christian, that is his entire identity that he has formed for himself, that your atheism must be your entire identity. And it's not. It's not. We're also other things. We're secular humanists. We're sort of moral actors. Where some atheists are virtue ethicists. So there's a whole bunch of other things that we are that inform our ideology. So, atheist worldview is such a stupid concept that it's just bizarre how they just.
And Martin, you're absolutely right. This is a very bizarre line of reasoning. Not only does it not prove his God, but if you take his line of reasoning and turn it upside down, which is a thing I like to take ideas and turn them over and see if anything interesting falls out. And in his case, if he's trying to argue that being a kind person despite atheism, what he seems to be saying between the lines is that he himself is a good person exclusively because of his Christianity. He doesn't need to try to be a good person. He simply is because he's a Christian. And that kind of implies he's actually a horrible person who's just using the Christian label as a way to not have to bother being a good person. Thoughts and prayers, for example. We don't need to do anything good. We can just wish it, and then it's in God's hands. Also, solid point. Atheism does not explain gravity. Well, that does it for me. We're going to have to change the whole channel now.
Stupid atheism, yeah. It doesn't even explain gravity.
For real.
Thank you.
We will now have what the format calls a cross-examination. Each of you will be allowed 5 minutes to ask each other questions directly. And so, Mr. Barker, we'll begin with you. You have 5 minutes to ask Mr. Butts questions directly.
Thank you, Kyle. It's a pleasure to know you. And you're a very adequate speaker and a very good debater. It's very nice. The Bible says God is a spirit. Can you tell us what is a spirit? What is spirit?
It is a non-physical, incorporeal, ultimate mind.
What? So, no. All the other descriptors notwithstanding, I get hung up on the mind. How do you have a mind without a brain? We understand every mind we've ever observed is an emergent property of a brain. Not every brain has a mind. Some people are brain dead. But every mind we've ever observed is an emergent property of a brain. So how do you get a mind without a brain? Without special pleading?
Yeah, well, I'm not saying it's impossible. I'm just saying I've got no reason to believe that is a state of affairs that can come to exist. Like, it's highly unlikely. Inductively, we can sort of say, hey, you've got to be able to show that a mind can exist without a brain. But we can't say it's impossible, because that is the black swan fallacy. But sort of provisionally, I don't see any reason to believe that the mind can exist without a brain.
Yep. It's Well, let's see where this goes.
But that doesn't answer the question. What is it? What is, you told us what it is not. You said it is non-corporeal, non-physical. But positively, what is spirit? God is a spirit. Obviously, God is made of something, right? We can define what God is. So what is spirit?
That would be like asking, what is darkness? Well, it's the absence of light. What is cold? Well, it's the absence of heat. So in order to nail down exactly what God is, in fact, earlier you said, well, the people who are talking about design are arguing for a God of the gaps. We're supposedly saying that we don't know this piece of information, so we're inserting God. Well, here's what's happening in this, and this is a common question among atheists. We're inserting atheism in a gap of human knowledge. We don't know exactly what a spirit is. We know it's not, and we know how to define it. But because we don't know exactly what it is, the atheistic community has often inserted atheism as, we don't know what spirit is. Thus, atheism must be true.
But you have
No, that's not. No, we. First of all, you can believe in spirits and still be an atheist because you only have to not believe in a god. There are spiritists, there are pagans, there's branches of Buddhism. You can be very spiritual and still be an atheist. But also, it's not even atheism; it's skepticism. We don't see any reason to believe this thing, which is so poorly defined. So until you can demonstrate what the hell it's supposed to be, we don't believe you. It's not atheism is true, therefore it's
it's just a rejection of your claim. That's all. We're not saying that we're inserting atheism. Like, we're not saying that, well, if it's not like what you're claiming, if it's not supernatural, then it is atheism. No, we're saying it doesn't exist at all. Like, what are you talking about? Like, we're rejecting that claim. God of the gaps is when you're giving the explanation in exchange for a gap of knowledge. So you're saying you don't know what spirit is. We're saying, well, I'm rejecting that claim because you've got no demonstration that it is true and can't even explain what it actually is. So it's so weird. It's like nobody's saying that darkness exists, right? Nobody's saying that that's a thing. It's merely the absence of light. It's just a concept. It's hard to describe darkness as existing, because it is the absence of something else. So, I'm fine with, God being a concept, but I'm not.
Yeah, but how would that, like, what would God be the absence of? I don't know. That's hard to wrap my brain around.
Yeah. I haven't defined it.
Oh, certainly.
No, you have not defined it. You have not told me what it is. And if it's just the absence of something, then it's nothing, because cold is the absence of heat. Cold is nothing. Darkness is the absence of light. Darkness is nothing. So if God is a spirit, and the spirit is the absence of something, then God is nothing. I've never heard anyone define what a spirit is. It seems like circular thinking. You're assuming, aren't you assuming the very thing you're trying to prove? You're trying to prove there's a transcendent realm, and you're simply pulling yourself up by your bootstraps and using a word that has no definition. Why don't you just say God just without defining it, right? What is spirit? Well, let's move on here.
Was that a question?
Well, yeah, but you didn't twice you failed to define spirit or even explain what spirit is. So if you can't define it, how can we even discuss whether this thing exists? Second question I have is whether or not you adhere to Popperian falsifiability. I think you agree that in order for a statement to be true, there must be other statements which, if true, would make your original statement false. In other words, what would prove you wrong? What would prove me wrong? If I found a black polar bear, that would falsify the statement that all polar bears are white, right? So will you give me an example of something that would falsify, in principle, your hypothesis of this God that you say you know exists, or in simple terms, what would prove you wrong?
Okay, let me just take a quick step back and look at that falsifiability principle. Now, much of that was propounded by A.J. Ayer's Language, Truth, and Logic. And in his second edition of that, he came forward and said, oh, by the way, the falsifiability principle, it can't be falsified. So there's not a way that you can positively use that all the time. Now, it is good.
Kind of like a laws of logic thing. Like, we have to just assume identity, non-contradiction, and excluded middle, because you cannot use the laws of logic to verify the laws of logic.
Well, he was quoting Popper, and Popper said that sort of things can't be proven positively, but they can be falsified, right? That was his whole idea about the falsifiability principle, and it stemmed from fallibility. Like, you can't, because there is no way to drill down to absolute knowledge about something. You can't get to absolute knowledge that something is, but you can get to absolute knowledge something isn't by basically using this fallibility principle, or this falsification principle.
Yeah, so it's easier to prove a negative than a positive.
Well, he's dodging. He's sort of saying, hey, this person revised it, kind of thing. Well, no. Well, he's basically asking what would falsify God, because in order to judge whether something is worth consideration, we have to be able to falsify it.
Yeah, and Doc Dino does raise a good point. Um, shouldn't darkness be the default, and thus not defined as an
Yes.
absence of something, because an object doesn't need to be reflecting or absorbing photons to exist? That's an extra thing. Yeah, neutrinos, for example. To the best of my knowledge, neutrinos don't interact with photons. They're so tiny, they're so fast, they
Mm.
they have no electromagnetic properties that we can be aware of. So yeah, it's well, it's not 100% because we detect neutrinos by the big freaking water thing down in Antarctica. The name eludes me, so I'm describing it very poorly. But
Oh, I
a
think I know what you're talking
neutrino
about. Yeah.
hits a water molecule and
Mm.
causes a photon to emit because of the collision. But yeah, I get what you're saying. Like dark matter. We'll go even further and say dark matter. Dark matter interacts gravitationally with the universe, but doesn't seem to interact with photons in any way that we can detect. So yeah, there's that. But also, even if that weren't the case, what we're talking about, darkness is relative. It's one of the things that
Mm.
we humans experience. Like you can be in a pitch black cavern, no photons in the visible spectrum. It is dark. There is the absence of light. And then you flip on an IR night vision goggle, and suddenly you can see. Because even though there's no visible light photons, there's still photons because there's heat in the cave. Most of the cave is going to be the same temperature as the rest, but you being in
Mm.
there, you emitting photons in the infrared spectrum, and whatever humans you're with, if you're in a tour group, they're also
Yeah.
emitting photons, and those photons bounce off the walls in different brightnesses. So yeah, it can be dark, but there's still photon action going on. So it's a metaphor, an analogy. If you dig too deeply, it falls apart. But it's just
Yeah.
meant to represent the general idea, like
Yeah. As I
the
said,
thing with cold. Same
yeah,
thing.
darkness is just a concept. It's just the absence. So we basically got a spectrum of light that goes out, and I mean, Doc said darkness is a default. I think that's a really weird term for it, but darkness is just below the visible spectrum of light that we can see by. It's not actually a thing. There's just different amounts of visible light that are showing, and we categorize it into dark. This is darkness. This is twilight. This is bright light, kind of thing. It's just us making this designation. Those things. Darkness isn't a thing. So Dan Barker's absolutely right that if it's just the absence of something, then it doesn't exist. It's just a concept.
Yeah, much like cold. I mean, anything above
Mm.
absolute zero isn't technically absent of energy. Cold only has relevance relative to what we consider to be warm.
Right. Right.
Like negative 40 degrees is very fucking cold, in my humble opinion. And I like negative 40 because it's the same in normal people units and freedom
Yeah.
units. That's where the
Yeah.
crossover is. But you're still over 200 degrees above absolute zero. So there's still quite a bit of energy there. Funny you bring up IR. When I was a tour guide in a cave, I eventually learned how to move around people by feeling the heat they gave off in the cold cave. Trained thermoperception, maybe. Yeah, you absolutely can do that. We've done a number of other tests. It's a long tangent, so I won't get into it right now. But you can see with more than just your eyes. And I don't mean deaf people using echolocation. I mean, there's a lot of tricks the human body can do once it detects sensory data that isn't touch or smell or whatever. It can learn to run it through the visual processor and at least get spatial relationship data for you to navigate with. So yeah, the thermal perception is absolutely a thing that could exist. What about the darkness of my heart? Well, I mean, that's all of us, really. With a God-shaped hole in our spirits,
Yeah.
whatever the
Yeah.
spirit is. I don't know. All right, let's continue on here.
For certain scientific experiments, certain ways that you want to interact with nature, do you need a falsifiability statement for certain things? Absolutely, but it's certainly not something that is always there that you have to. Now, let me answer your question though. If Jesus Christ did not come to this earth, if he did not walk the streets of Palestine, if he did not die on a cross, if he was not buried in a tomb, and he did not rise on the third day, then everything that I'm believing means absolutely nothing.
But there might be another God.
No, because Jesus said, I am the way, the truth, and the life.
But he might have been
Jesus,
wrong. There might be another God. He might have been wrong. If he didn't exist or if he didn't tell the truth, there might be another God besides the God you believe in. By the way, Jesus Christ did not walk this earth. He did not rise from the dead. He's a complete fabrication. And in my book, I demonstrate beyond a shadow of a doubt that the Jesus you believe in is not historical. He's a legend and he's a myth. Finally, let me ask you.
For the record,
Mythicist,
I'm not a mythicist, mostly because I don't care whether there was a real Jesus or he's a historical amalgamation like King Arthur. It doesn't really matter until someone can demonstrate the resurrection. It doesn't matter. But that's just my take. But yeah, Dan is absolutely correct. Yeah, Jesus said every other religion is false. But if Jesus himself was a lie, then what Jesus said isn't necessarily true. So,
Maybe
yeah.
Thor's the real God, and Jesus was just an invention by the Israelite people, circa 0 AD. Maybe that's the case. Like he absolutely spanked him with the logic there. Like, no, then there is no God. If it's not Jesus, then it's no God. How do you know that? If Jesus was a false prophet, just say there is a God and Jesus was a false prophet. How do you know that Jesus was true about what he said if he's a false prophet? It's really funny, isn't it? Like this, just their chains of thought. Like they've really changed this idea.
Mm-hmm.
And you do see when somebody has a mind that is a good inquiring mind, that they can at least entertain these ideas. But this is what we find with some of the more sort of serious Christians, is they can't even entertain the idea that Jesus may have been lying or might not have been a deity or that God might not exist. And have you ever heard before somebody go to you, "Oh, I don't like hypotheticals"? It's like, why?
Well,
Why? It's no problem with hypotheticals. You don't have to believe a hypothetical.
yeah, it just kind of goes to that falsifiability thing. Like,
Yeah.
if this is true, that Jesus is a literary figure, an amalgamation like King Arthur, if it's true that there was no resurrection, then it falsifies Christianity. So, unlike the general deistic God concept, Christianity is actually falsifiable. So, maybe show us this empty tomb or something, or maybe Jesus could pull a Paul of Tarsus and appear to us. It's a thing he can clearly do, according to the legend. The fact he doesn't is kind of troubling. But, whatever.
This, do you think Eve was perfect?
I think my wife is perfect.
Blasphemy? Heresy? Perhaps both.
Maybe. I think he's just making a joke, of course. But
I think you're probably right.
yeah.
Still.
After God created everything, he said, "Behold, it is very good." There were no flaws in the creation of Eve.
So why did she sin?
Whoa.
That would be like saying, did Chrysler create a car that could be driven and a person get behind the wheel and drive it off a cliff? What was wrong with the car? Well, nothing would be wrong with the car. God endowed Eve with the ability to choose between right and wrong. Now that...
But not the knowledge of right and wrong. That's sort of the whole point of the fruit.
Yeah. So she can choose between right and wrong, but she doesn't know what choice is right and what choice is wrong. because she doesn't have knowledge of good and evil.
Yeah.
That's a bit of an oversight by a perfect God, isn't it? Like just a little.
And that's what qualifies a car as very good. The knowledge of good and evil, that's aftermarket parts.
Right.
Hmm.
That's like saying, hey, you can drive off a cliff, but God basically puts like paint over the windshield so you can't see where the cliff is. Like then it is the car's fault. Like, yeah.
I like that. Yeah, the paint over the windshield. That's very, very fitting.
Yeah.
Perfect. But why did she choose wrong? Why did she blow it? If she was perfect, why did she blow it?
She had the perfect capacity to choose right and wrong. Now, that would be like saying,
But why did she choose wrong?
Why was the fucking fruit even there? If God didn't want humans to have it, why did he put it there? It was very good, you know.
Yeah.
Why? What was in her that made her?
It's from other people. They're like, oh, if you leave something out for your child and they take it, or you leave something out and your child takes it, it's their fault. And it's like, well, no, not if they had known sort of, if they didn't know it was bad to take it. Like we're talking about people with no idea of what good and evil actually is. If you leave a lighter out and your infant child lights the house on fire, that's your fault. Like you shouldn't have left it out where they can grab it. It's such a silly argument. I don't.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's true that a 2-day-old human, which is what we're talking about in the Garden of Eden, they may have had the bodies of 20-year-olds, but they were literally 2 days old. You don't expect them to understand what right and wrong mean, even if they do have knowledge of good and evil. So, like, when my kids were little, I didn't explain to them, don't take the cookie because it's the wrong thing to do. I'd say, don't take the cookie because it'll spoil your dinner. You want dinner, don't you? Oh, that's a good motivator. They definitely want dinner.
Choose wrong instead of right. Where did that come from? That flaw of perdition.
and this is with all due respect, but I would say, what is in you that would make you choose the wrong idea and adhere to atheism?
Well, then if God created me, then God created imperfection, didn't he? Don't you see the trap you're in? If God created Eve, who committed a sin, that impulse to sin, what came from somewhere. She didn't create it herself. It was in her. If I have made a wrong choice, that nature within me was created by this perfect being who created imperfection. If he's a married bachelor, a perfect being created imperfection, he does not exist.
Okay, thank you.
A pretty strong ending to the this way cross-examination. Now let's see if Kyle can come up with anything even remotely as insightful on his side. I'm not optimistic thus far.
Yeah.
Mr. Budd, you have 5 minutes to cross-examine Mr. Barker.
Great, thank you. Most of these are very simple questions, and just short answers I think will do for most of these. In your debate with Peter Payne, you said, and you made the statement, and I've got the quote here, all actions are situational. There is not an action that is right or wrong. I can think of an exception in any case. Do you believe that?
Oh.
Yeah, but the probability of some of those exceptions actually happening are so small that we can rule them out. But
Absolutely,
we could think of it, yes.
Great, okay. So in that, you said a person came up to the mic and they said, when would rape be acceptable? And you said that exact statement. You said, well, most of them you can almost rule them out. But hypothetically, if a bunch of aliens came down and said, we're going to destroy all of humanity if you don't rape a girl, would you do that? And you said in that debate, yes, it would be morally acceptable to rape that girl to save all of humanity. Do you still believe that?
It would be horrible. It would be regrettable. I would hate myself. I would probably kill myself after doing it. But I would have the courage, if that was the only option, if that were the only option, then I would go through with it. I would pity that woman. I would pity myself. But morality would require me to take the course of action that results in the least amount of harm. And those of you whose lives that I saved by doing that, you might be disgusted at what I did, but you would be alive rather than dead. So in that weird situation, which is hypothetical and extreme and would never happen, there are cases where what we think are right and wrong could be flipped around.
Now, let me ask you this next one. Could you rape 2 girls to save all of humankind?
Well, we're getting into computational, right? Yeah.
2,000.
I don't know if I'm up to it. I don't know if you...
I'm sorry about that. And if you did notice, that's pretty appalling to make a joke about something that's the most brutal crime that humanity can think of. So
This is really weird. This is
yeah.
so weird.
I tend to agree, but on the flip
Yeah.
side, where are you going with this, Kyle? You're going
Would
to
you
some pretty
rather-
creepy fucking places. Of
Yeah.
course, you know, a person's going to try to use humor to diffuse this weirdness you're creating.
You're the one that brought up this particular subject, mate. Like, don't blame Dan for this. And yeah, we're talking about situations that are so unlikely to be impossible. But if you are forced to choose, and you know what, a film often reminds me of this. It's you know, where like Saw and Seven and things like that, where someone's putting you in an impossible moral situation, kind of thing. Do we blame the person for being put in that situation? No, of course not. Like it's horrible. Like you have to kill this other person in order to survive yourself, kind of thing. These moral situations, they're not easy to say, hey, well, you're a moral monster because you did this thing. You should have done something else. It's not easy. And so Dan's saying, hey, it would be like sometimes there's no good option. This is the thing. This is the black and white thinking of that theists often have, that one option is good and the other one is bad. No, sometimes they're all bad options, and you have to take the least harm. And so what Dan's saying is, if the entire human race gets wiped out, we go with the least harm. When you're talking about more and more consequence being added to the good option or the better of the bad options, you're talking about, hey, you have to evaluate that and say, okay, when does that that good or the better option outweigh the harm that you're mitigating? And it's not an easy task. No one's saying it's an easy task. The whole point is that if a God was responsible, it would be clear. You just do whatever God says, and then that would. But why do these moral conundrums exist at all?
If Kyle is a brilliant argumenter, and I'm probably giving him way too much credit here, but he could be leading this towards, what if it's 100 people have to be assaulted? What if it's 1,000 people have to be assaulted? Well, now you're in the territory of what happened to the Midianites, right? So maybe the horrible atrocities that God committed or commanded actually were for the greater good. Like, can you just conceive that? Not even grant it, just conceive that maybe God is doing these horrible things because they are the lesser of the two options. But I don't. If Kyle does go there, I will be legitimately surprised.
Well, the argument that's usually posed is that God knows all outcomes. So that's why it's not a bad thing when he commands it, because he knows all outcomes. Maybe that is for the best down the road, right? So they basically kick the can down the road and say, okay, well, all the Midianites and all of the, Amalekites and things were wiped out, but God knows what would happen in the future. So it was for the best down the road, kind of thing. Which brings up this, well, you're still saying it's a good thing that these people got wiped out. It then becomes, well, that's good, and disease is good, and these travesties are good, and dashing babies against rocks is good, because God knows that that's going to be good down the road, kind of thing. Which they'll go, oh no, it's still bad. Well, how can it be when God has ordained? It's very, very strange. It's very strange. I don't understand how they want their cake and eat it too. Basically, they want to say, "Hey, that's bad, but it's also good," and that doesn't work to me. It just doesn't work to me.
Yeah. It boils down to the Cameron Bertuzzi argument that evil is good, because in order for the greatest goods to happen, evil has to happen. So therefore, evil is a good.
Yeah.
And like, Cameron doesn't even realize how absurd the argument. You don't even, it's a self-defeater. Like, you don't even have to expand it into absurdity the way Plato did with his Socratic dialogues. Just on the surface, it's absurd. But, well, let's see if he actually does go there with it.
continue. It's 2 million. There are 6 billion people. Would it be permissible to rape 2 million girls?
To save 6 billion? Yes. Yes, it would be, because otherwise you've got 6 billion deaths. Are you telling me we should not do what is morally necessary to do to minimize harm? You can't get through life without some harm.
Okay.
Also, false dichotomy.
Yeah.
At a certain point, maybe we kill the damn aliens. I don't know.
Yeah.
Go to the next question.
Or you know, but we're talking about a highly specific hypothetical here, that you've got to make a moral choice. And the thing is, maybe some people would say, no, I'm not going to do that. I think in some of these circumstances, it is incredibly morally ambiguous what the right thing to do is. You know, I don't know how, and I think Dan's correct that maybe the moral thing to do is to preserve 6 billion by raping 2 million. Maybe that is the moral thing to do. I don't know. It's very hard to say, but it's this weird thing of, it's an appeal to emotion. It's like, would those women rather be horribly brutalized or dead? Maybe that's an individual choice for the women. It might be impossible to say what is morally correct here. But just wishing there is an easy moral solution to this question, you know, just wishing there's an easy moral solution doesn't make it so. Like, you basically, if you could reverse it, and let's do what you do, Ember, let's reverse it and say, if God told you to rape 2 million people, would that be moral?
No, I'd tell God to fuck off.
Right. Same here. If God told you that, but would kill the entirety of humanity, and you knew that he had the power to do it, would you still do it? It's highly subjective.
Yeah. I'm with Tsunami here. Like, okay, maybe if we fight the aliens, we end up losing 10 million people instead of 2 million people being victimized. But you know what?
Yeah.
Fuck them.
Yeah, exactly.
You
No,
know?
I completely agree. But this is a very specific moral situation that is brought up there. But the question is, well, you would have to think that if God commanded you to do that, then that would be entirely moral. So I don't know why he's getting on a moral high horse about Dan saying this, because you would probably gladly do it if the God told you that it is holy and righteous to do it.
Yeah, now, I should point out, there have been cultures in the past who would look at something like that and be like, better we all die than we be complicit in this horror. And that is a valid ethical perspective. However, I would point out, all of those cultures died. So it's not, the purpose of our ethical system is to facilitate our survival. And that version of ethics did not do that. It's a kind of meta-natural selection, if you will. So yeah, I'd say fight. For real.
No, it's
yeah.
okay. You know, if we could fight, absolutely.
Like Kata pointed out, they almost always pose it as assaulting women. Like, would it be more acceptable if it were a man? Would it be more outrageous if it were a man? Why the built-in sexism? It's so freaking creepy.
It's an appeal to emotion, so they're basically going to what causes an emotional reaction within them, kind of thing. So, you know, these sort of, so they're just trying to appeal to an emotional reaction from people in order to say, hey, well, you're obviously wrong because, you know, you're embracing the horrible things you're doing to women, and sort of I think it's because they consider women powerless, kind of thing, that they you know, sort of take this stance, that they don't, you know, sort of, I don't know. It's very strange.
It's the whole we got to protect the women. Won't someone think of the children? That same thing they always do.
Yeah.
Well, I didn't finish answering it, actually. I'm sorry. I think we all agree that it is wrong to stick a needle into a baby. That's horrible. But if that baby needs a life-saving injection, we will cause that harm. We will do that. The baby won't understand it, but we will do that because there's a greater good. So Humanistic morality understands that within situations there is harm and there's a trade-off of values, and sometimes we don't live our lives in an emergency mode, but there might be an emergency situation where we might have to do something horrible and regrettable that's against our nature.
Okay, appreciate that. Now,
I don't know. He might be an anti-vaxxer as well. We don't know. Like, you can't rely on him seeing that argument that, hey, in vaccinating babies is a good thing. Like some of these people, I swear.
Yeah. It's can't take it for granted.
you just said that it might be okay to cause some harm.
gotta go
In
very
your
soon.
definition of moral, in the ranking debate in most of your writing, any person can be called ethical or moral who intends to act in ways that minimize harm. Now, let me ask you a question. One doctor in Nazi Germany was asked how he could reconcile the death of so many Jews with his Hippocratic oath. And here's what he said. He said, when you find a diseased appendix, you remove it. Referring to the killing of the Jews as being a diseased appendix, him helping the body of humanity. He was intending to minimize harm. In his mind, was he moral?
No, because the rest of us can see. Fortunately, there are enough of us in humanity who love our species enough. We make laws to protect ourselves from brutal people like that. And you judge a person's morality by their intended action. So he was wrong to do that because, if he wanted to think he was right, he could. But the rest of us know better.
Okay, so let's say a person, after raping 2 million girls, you came to them and you said, how could you rape 2 million girls? And you said, well, I was doing it to save humanity. Exactly what the Nazi doctor said he was doing. And you just said he would not be moral. Well, let me go on.
But I bet you would thank me if I saved your life.
Not at the expense of doing something wrong, because I know that after this life, I've got somewhere much better to go.
Oh, okay.
Since when did this come to like morality? This debate isn't about like whether a God exists anymore. It's about
we're way off track.
Yeah, like it's so far off track. It's just, even if sort of his morality is absolutely terrible, it doesn't make yours inherently right or based upon a God. Like I don't, it doesn't speak to whether that's. I always don't understand the moral argument for God. It's just if there was a God, then there should be no moral diversity, and there is. There so is. I don't understand.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, like there's cultures around today where what Kyle posed wouldn't even be a question because women have no rights. They're just objects to whatever needs doing. So,
And
there's
if
that.
you go back a few hundred years, it might be, hey, that's perfectly acceptable for, to save the great glorious nation of, the Holy Roman Empire, because women are just, during these sort of medieval times, women were more or less bargaining chips. They would be, forcibly married in order to create alliances, and as sort of a bargaining tool. We'll you give us this land, we'll give you this woman, kind of thing. Like, it really was just objectification of people. So, how many women had sex with men that they didn't want to because their families, married them to somebody that they didn't really want to be with, but that was how it was done in those days. Is that acceptable? I don't think so.
Yeah, and the whole just random assertion, I know there's another life beyond this one. Like, get the fuck out of here. Like, cool. You say you know it. Can you demonstrate it? What do you mean by know? Do you mean you believe it? Do you believe because a book says it? Or do you actually know it in the way we know how germ theory works? Like, show me, you smelly person.
But look at the circular argument. It's kind of, well, my morality is based upon the truth of my God, kind of thing. Why wouldn't you do this thing in your morality? Oh, because my thing is true, right? You're basically saying, well, my morality is better because it's based upon a truth. How do you know the truth is there? Well, because my morality is better.
Yeah, that doesn't really hold up.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know. I feel like there's so much wrong with what Kyle is saying. Like the thing with the Nazi doctor, I'm extracting the appendix to make humanity better kind of thing. I've
Yeah.
mentioned many, many times before that all these evil, evil people, they don't see themselves as evil. They don't wake up in the
Right.
morning and say, what's the most diabolical thing I can do today? They
Right.
believe what they're doing serves, if not good, at least their highest moral priority.
hmm It's the
It's up
Thanos
to the
problem.
rest of us to say they're wrong, but they still believe that.
Yeah, it's the Thanos problem. Like I love the way that that villain was portrayed because he thought he was the hero of the story. All
Hmm.
villains think they're the hero of the story. I'm sure Putin thinks that he's the hero of the story, that he's just, you know, restoring glorious Russia to its original, state kind of thing. But everybody else, he's a monster. Same with Mao, who you brought up earlier. He did the Great Leap Forward, which was to try to modernize China, kind of thing, at the
Hmm.
horrible expense of millions of lives. Like he was a monster, but he thought he was doing the right thing. This is the thing. Um, yeah, I'm so sorry, Ember. I do have to go about now. So
Yar,
I'm
indeed.
probably
Yeah.
going to take up. I really apologize to everybody. I do have a Father's Day lunch I've got to get to with my father-in-law, so I do apologize. I don't want to get in Lynn's bad books for being late.
No,
Um,
that's fair. No, like I said, family's more important.
yeah, no,
skipped Aaron's
yeah,
show today because family stuff. Like, you know, it's what we got to
yeah.
do. Um, I will put a poll in chat. Would you guys like to finish this debate, or at least get to the closing statements, or
How
shall
far is
we
it
put a
through?
pin in it? We're about 2/3 of the way. I imagine closing
Okay,
statements are after this cross-examination, and then they do the requisite Q&A thing, which isn't
yeah,
super important because it's always random questions.
yeah.
Whoops, I hit the wrong thing. I need to start a poll. Okay. Shall we finish this or nah? I'll make it super simple. Because we don't get to use polls nearly often enough. And people
I'll
love
refrain from.
polls. Research shows that people love polls. Everybody who answers polls enjoys polls. Anyway, thank you for joining us, Mark. As always, it's a great time.
Yeah,
Looking
I
forward to.
really apologize. I
No,
really
it's
do.
all
I feel
good.
really
It's all
bad,
good.
but yeah, I didn't. I forgot about this and sort of just yeah, completely blanked on it. So I really apologize. I'm glad I did at least 3 hours though, and it was 3 hours as. So don't give me that. It was 9 till 12. All right, don't gaslight me.
Yeah. In fact, Mark was in StreamYard before I was, so technically he's
Yeah,
been here longer than I was.
yeah, that's true. That's true.
So yeah. As always, everybody go subscribe to Mark. We're gonna be back over on his channel for next week's debate review. As most of you know, I'm sure we go back and forth every week. So yeah,
Yeah.
it'll be a good time.
Yeah, sounds fantastic. And Doc's said that he can replace me if you want a Doc on the team, who I endorse dinos everywhere, so why not? But thank you so much, Ember. I really appreciate it. And again, my sincere apologies. I usually do have this time absolutely free, and it's just this one crept up on me. So again, my sincere apologies. Be kind to each other, be kind to yourself, and take care, everybody. I'm going to go so I won't be late, but much love to everybody out there. And yeah, thanks, Ember. Always a pleasure. This has been fantastic. I've had so much fun. Yeah,
Yeah.
totally fun. But take care and send Doc if you do want him in the thingo. As so I don't listen to you. I don't listen to you. Yeah, no, it's lunch with my in-laws, so I'm not sure how much fun that I'll have, but I'll certainly try. Okay, I'll certainly try. No, they're not that bad. They're actually very nice people.
Yeah.
So
I mean,
yeah.
at the very least, there's lunch involved.
Well, that's true. Yeah, absolutely.
Mhm.
Take care, everybody. Bye-bye.
Later, Bart. Okay. Doc, I sent you a Discord DM. Oh, let's see. Looks like we've got 13 votes, and we are at 85% for continuing. So yeah, let's finish this one off so that we can have a nice fresh debate next week over at Mark's. That should be really good. I need to find a different banner thingy. Oh, let's see. I don't think I have one set up with just me and Doc. Um, let's see. What's this one look like? They're very tiny on my screen, so I have to bring them up so I can see what they look like. I think. Okay, yeah, that one's Mark and me and Doc. So if Doc drops by, at least we'll have that. Okay, and oh, I see Ez is enjoying his new emoji. So yeah, if while uh, Doc is pending getting up the computer, I shall do as Doc recommends and shill some stuff. If you join as a YouTube member, you too can have fun with all these custom emojis. That's the very least of the benefits for being a member, but they are one of the most fun. We have all those emojis for you to play with. And as more members get added, it unlocks more emoji slots. And as a slot opens up, the members get to vote on what the next one is. So if you would like to play with those, as well as get access to special perks like exclusive random video bits, or eventually I'm going to do exclusive live streams for members and things. Yeah, all of that stuff's available in memberships. Kata, yes, I do have merch. I don't believe it's displaying on the live. Some videos will show a little shop underneath the video. I don't think the lives do. But if you go to my channel, there'll be a store page or something like that. Or just go to the website, betterthanreligion.com, and it has the whole inventory of all the different stuff. The one thing that I mentioned earlier is there it is. And I will make myself big for this part. Yeah, this is one of the things you can get on a t-shirt and some other stuff. It's not just a Bible quote. There's actually a piece of artwork with it, but I gotta resize it so you can see. It's yeah, the Lord repented of the evil he thought to do unto his people. And I've got a bunch of stuff like that. It's not all doom and gloom stuff, like super heavy. Some of it is just for fun. Like, that's not the right thingy. Why is it doing that? Oh well. They're all in the store on betterthanreligion.com. Yeah, and there's also Patreon. Patreon is actually the best way because to support the channel, because it takes less than YouTube does. Like memberships and super chats, YouTube takes like 30%. Patreon only takes something like 10%. So, more goes to actually supporting the channel. And there are similar perks over there. Early and ad-free access to all videos, some exclusive videos, things along those lines. Okay, and there's a doc, which is good because I was running out of stuff to shill.
Howdy, partner. How's it going tonight? Having fun
Oh,
with
so
this
I,
irritable debate?
Oh, you're doing Tennessee now too, or wherever the fuck Kyle is from.
Well, sorry, it's just this man's manner of articulations especially aggravating me. So I got it, drowns it out somehow.
Fair enough. I do that a lot too. Like whenever something comes up and it makes me think of a Hovind quote. Hovind aggravates me so much that like doing his quotes, like buy my DVDs, that's kind of my way of doing the ridiculous charm to make the monster go away. So there's that. And also Beamsy is showing off the superior Twitch emojis. We are streaming on Twitch also.
Oh my, quite the gay little horse we got there.
Yeah, indeed, indeed. Alrighty. Well, thank you for joining me, Doc. Doc, of course, you can find on Dr. Dino, spelled just, well, you don't have the full doctor written out, but somebody will link the channel if they haven't already. And Doc usually does a live stream on Mondays, Creation Science Theater, making fun of creationists like Kyle, but also other crazy stuff, mud fossil stuff, AIG stuff, all of that stuff. I frequently pop by there myself. It's a fun time. Everybody should check it out. And Doc also does other, like, regular videos, too, from time to time. Like the Dino Bites, the shorts that you've been doing. I know you haven't done as many as you'd like. Who the hell has the time? But they're a thing you do, too.
I'm actually working on, well, both a Dino Bite and a proper video right now. Gonna do one about alligators evolving in a weird situation. Should be fun.
Nice.
Yeah.
Beamsy
having
says,
trouble deciding what to do for the short.
Beamsy says he's going to knock your trucker hat off.
Yeah, I'm kind of doing a reference to a thing Beamsy got, so it's fine.
Oh, okay. I'm just completely missing things. Alrighty. So now that we're all caught up,
we really need to get you to watch Dragon Ball Z Abridged.
Abridged would be good. I've tried watching the regular series. This one fight between Goku and Piccolo that took 50 frickin' episodes. Like, they're just yelling at each other the whole time. Like, oh my goodness. I'm like, I can't.
The Abridged
I just
is
can't.
way better and way funnier.
Okay, that's to the good. All right, let's continue with Kyle's cross-examination.
Well, no, you don't know that, Kyle. You don't know that. I do.
Let's give both our people a hand.
Very good.
I guess that was the end of the cross-examination. I was like, I know there's an afterlife, and Dan's like, nope. And that's the end.
I mean, what else do you need to say to that, really?
Yeah. Like, well, I would say, can you demonstrate that? But yeah, I mean, bearing time limits in mind.
I mean,
Just saying.
I guess he gave the abridged version there.
Well, it's also a legit use of Hitchens' razor, right? Like, that which is asserted without evidence can be dismissed without evidence, and that's exactly what happened. This guy was like, I know this thing, and that's it. He just asserted it. So Dan was like, no, you don't. So yeah, you know. All right, so let's see what they're up to next. Q&A time.
Well, I guess I'll ask Mr. Butt this. I've been debating over several different questions. And so I'm a biologist, and I'll start by asking, well, I guess I'll only ask, but for design, which, by the way, is a very tired and run-of-the-mill argument. The overwhelming question for design is, why is it so bad? Because when you look at biology, the only thing I could possibly infer from the creator, if I wish, about the creator, if I looked at the design, and I looked at designs over and over and over again, that the creator's incompetent. And certainly these are not, from that design, we can infer nothing that one would argue from a God of the Bible should be properties of that God from having looked at the design. So I think this is a terrible line of argument because it's so self-evident that it leads to the incompetence.
Okay, I'm going to take that as a question of, is design really a good argument? And the statement, design is sloppy. Now, let me give you a reason for some things that...
So this is Butt, right? Or what's his first name?
Kyle.
Kyle. Do you know if
Have you ever met Kyle's mom?
I have not.
South Park reference, never mind.
Oh. Anyway, does he hold to the idea that, say, dinosaurs died out in the flood or after the flood? Do you know?
I don't know if he's ever weighed in on it. I mean, maybe he is in one of his World Bible Video School, whatever things, on his channel. But, yeah, as far as I'm aware, I don't recall any specific thing.
Okay. Well, I've heard plenty of creationists who say they died before or during the flood.
Mhm.
And if they hold to that, it's just interesting because I don't know, dinosaurs have a lot of issues preserved in their bones that you'd not expect to see if that were true.
Yeah, for sure. Like, as came up, I think during the last Creation Science Theater, ancient dinosaur remains that show cancer. Like,
Yep.
how is that there before Garden of Eden was supposed to have happened? Like, what's going on?
Got cancer, you got disease, broken bones, everything.
Hmm. Oh, yeah. Some of the Allosaurus skeletons that you showed me were just riddled with broken bones.
Oh, yeah, half of them have just shin splints. Or the dinosaur version has shin splints.
Yep. Yeah, things got messy long before the fall, so there's that. But yeah, I get the biologist is a little worked up. He's not wrong. There's a whole lot that's wrong with design. Like uh, we've listed off numerous cases of incompetent design, like the nerve that goes down under the aortic arch before. I said it again, didn't I?
Yep. The recurrent
Aortic arch. But it comes back
what'd
up
you
to the
call
voice
it? Sorry, what'd you call it?
back. Aortic arch.
Oh,
I did that in a video once and I didn't even catch it because I'm, my
yeah, I
English is hard.
commented on it.
Yeah.
Oy vey.
Yeah. But that's one, which in us is bad design. But in a giraffe is fucking ridiculous. That nerve has to be 6 meters longer than it needs to be because it goes all the way around.
I
And
mean, how about how in
that's
Wales,
just one.
sinus infection is life-threatening?
Oh yeah, or dental infection killed more humans pre-antibiotics than practically anything else. The fact we have limited visibility with our eyeballs, big old freaking blind spot that our brain has to Photoshop out. Not every creature has that. And there's so much. Our digestive system is just a fucking train wreck of accidents. There's ay.
Yeah, humans are a train wreck that has somehow made it to 8 billion.
Yeah. Like, because that's the thing with evolution and that's one of the big demarcations between design and natural selection is evolution doesn't go for perfection. Evolution goes for doesn't kill you immediately, good enough,
You have survived to create offspring. That is all that matters.
Mm-hmm. So, yeah. Whereas, with design, we'd expect something a little better. I'm not sure what question Kyle is interpreting this as, but fair enough, because the biologist did just kind of rant a little bit and didn't really articulate a specific question. So, yeah, let's see what Kyle does with it.
Could be better. When God created the world, Genesis chapter 1, 31 there, he said, everything was very good. Eve and Adam sinned. What happened because of that sin? Human death came into the world, and since then we have had all kinds of problems that were ushered in because of sin. When you look at something that's not working properly, well, that's certainly because of the sin that came into the world. Now, suppose...
Yes, blame the car for the designer fucking it up. That's logical.
I don't know what makes sense to me. Maybe you're just not highly evolved enough to make sense of the argument.
Yeah.
And it's not working properly. What do you do? Oh, this computer must not have been designed by anybody. It's not working properly. Still got an on button, still got the keys, still got everything. Let's say it just doesn't do one particular piece of software correctly. Let me give you just a quote about...
Perfectly designed, Kyle. Perfect God has to perfectly design it. He can't do anything other than perfectly designed. He doesn't make mistakes. He's a perfect God. Of course, humans can fuck up a computer, Like I've had computers where the fucking on the power button was on the back of the unit. I had to like pull it out to get to the switch. Not a great design, not perfect. Humans can fuck up. That's not a problem. When a perfect God fucks up, that's a problem.
The design of the eye. Listen to this. To say that the human eye is definite proof of lack of thoughtful design is a bit presumptuous, I would think. This is from Sean Pittman, MD. This seems to be especially true when one considers the fact that the best of modern human science and engineering has not produced even a fraction of the computing and imaging capability of the human eye.
Not yet. Also, I don't know if that's even true. Not yet. Cameras are constantly getting better.
So this thing has about twice the resolution of the human eye and can see quite far into both infrared and ultraviolet spectrums compared to the human eye. It can record faster. It can see details of the human. This thing, I can shoot a hummingbird and freeze its wings. No special adapters required. This thing can get down to 1/32,000th of a second. The human eye processes at between 12 and 20 frames per second. So, yeah, we meager imperfect humans have far exceeded the capabilities of a natural and or divinely created perfect eyeball, which, need I remind everyone, a large proportion of the population has to wear glasses with corrective lenses because their perfect eyeballs suck.
Well, just real quick, has there actually been any data on how many frames the human eye can see per second?
Yes, actually, that was done in the 1920s ish. I'm not sure the exact date, but movie industry, they had to figure out how many frames per second they had to show to pass the flicker threshold, where instead of the eye noticing individual frames, you perceive smooth motion. And some people it happens at 12 frames per second, some people it's 14. A few people who are particularly quick eyeballed make it all the way up to 20. But if you can do 24 frames per second, every single human will perceive smooth motion.
So then why do we see a difference between 20 and say 30 FPS?
Because that goes into how the cameras work rather than your own perception. The faster your frame rate, the less motion blur you get. If you're shooting at, say, 30 frames per second, and I'm going like this, you'll see a little blur as my hand goes by. But if I set this at 60 frames per second, you get less blur because it's catching the hand more precisely. So you get a slightly sharper image, and it changes the sense of motion. It still captures the motion, but it changes what it shows, and your brain will perceive that difference.
Okay, but at the same time, like the optic nerve transmits a constant stream of information. So is frames really the best measure, or would those original studies have just determined like the number of frames you need to trick your brain into not noticing the stutter? But
yeah, that's a better way to put it.
See at more frames per second.
Yeah, we don't. At least I don't have a complete understanding of how the human eye sees. Like, it seems that in camera terms, we have a global shutter. Like with a camera sensor, many sensors will read from the top line to the bottom, either from left to right or right to left, reading every single photo site individually in a series. Whereas the human eye is more like a global in that it reads everything at once, all dumped into the optic nerve. I may be incorrect about that because we're way outside my own specialty. But as far as the frames per second, you were correct. That's just using the camera language for an analogy, because I don't know that we even have a term for it in human perception, like outside of camera stuff.
So I'm looking at Healthline, healthline.com here. It's suggesting that some people might be able to detect up to 90 hertz equivalent. like perceive that many frames per second.
I'm not sure what that translates
Process
into.
information that efficiently, basically.
Yeah, it's possible to, even with a constant feed of information, it's possible to have more information come in than your neurons are capable of processing.
Or
I suppose if you've ever seen an action movie where things are happening on the screen so quickly you can't keep track of what's going on, that it may be something along those lines where there's just too much information for your brain to process.
okay. It also says the authors of a 2014 study found that the brain could process an image that your eyes see for only 13 milliseconds, which equates to about 75 frames per second.
Specific images, yeah, I could see that. I mean, that's not quite the same as the flicker threshold. It's more like if you flash a light bulb, or even take a picture with a camera with flash on it. Like, I don't have one in reach, but like, you know, your typical on-camera flash, a speed light, if you will. Those things, the brightness of the flash is affected by, or no, how long the flash is affected by how bright the flash is, because it uses xenon. And to get all the way up to brightness, it takes time. It's only a sliver of time, but it does take time. But even on the very fastest setting, the lowest power setting, you're talking 1/10,000th of a second. I assure you, you will notice, even though it's only 1/10,000th of a second, your eyeball will inform you that flash went off. So, yeah, specific noticeable events the human eye can definitely perceive at much faster rates. It's neat.
Well, regardless of how the results shake out, apparently bird/dinosaur eyes are better. So,
That's true. Yes, bird eyes are superior in both, as far as I'm aware, speed of apprehension, as well as the lack of that stupid blind spot our brains have to Photoshop over.
I mean, also just raw detail.
I could see that. Our eyes are pretty good, all things considered, but they're nowhere near the end all be all of eyeballs. And Nara sends a $2 super chat. Thank you so much for this completely unpredictable tangent. It's true. I did not see this tangent coming.
Yeah. Sorry, I just double checked. Apparently, eagles basically have built-in zoom to their vision.
I've heard that. I'm still curious as to how that works, but yeah, it's a really neat trick. I tried doing something like that myself when I was little. As everyone knows, I love looking at the stars. It's one of my favorite things. And I tried to see if I could see the rings of Saturn with my naked eye. So I found a nice clear night sky spot. I located Saturn, and I couldn't zoom in per se, but I focused my attention on Saturn and magnified it and then I focused and then I magnified, and I basically got the center of my focus this close onto Saturn. And then a plane went in front and flashed its lights, and it almost blinded me.
That
so rude.
Sucks. But,
yeah.
Of course, we went on a tangent, though. It's you and me on a stream. That always happens.
Mm-hmm. I'm especially vulnerable to tangents.
I mean, there's a lot of interesting topics.
There are. And honestly, as much as I like this debate, the tangent to me is more interesting than whatever the fuck Kyle's talking about.
I didn't catch the other guy's name, but he seems pretty neat.
Dan Barker. He's currently a member and I believe former co-president of the Freedom from Religion Foundation.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, and FFRF is one of those organizations that we stand very much, because it helps people in dealing with the emotional and psychological cost of escaping the nonsense cults.
Yeah.
It can be very, very difficult for some people.
I have experienced this.
Yes. Cults are a big oof.
I don't get into what my current religion is, but I have had a few. Some of them
That
worse
makes
than
sense.
others.
Yeah, I believe it. Like I've mentioned before that I was a practicing Wiccan, didn't really get along with Wicca, became a neo-pagan, did that for quite a while. And the majority of people I met were former something else, usually Christians. There are very, very few people who were raised pagan. There's a few. Forrest Velkai has mentioned before that his parents were practicing pagans. And yeah, so he grew up with more of a liberal mindset kind of thing.
Oh no, I
But
see a
yeah,
new super chat.
yep. Nara strikes again for $5 this time. Thank you so much. I heard Ember say a Triceratops can beat a pack of raptors in a fight. Oh, now he's trying to start some shit.
What raptors are we talking about? Because depending on what you
That's a good
say,
point.
and also how big is the pack? Like how good is the coordination?
Mm-hmm.
Because the jury's still out on most dromaeosaurids, let's say.
Yeah. What was that video? You showed a video along those lines where it was I think it was 3 Utah raptors against a Triceratops. I may be
I
mistaken.
don't remember.
Yeah, it was on one of the
Or
early Creation Science theaters, I think.
I think it was a few tyrannosaurids, but
Could be.
it really depends. Like, because I mean, you did just say raptor there, so that could hypothetically include megaraptorids, which would even the playing field a bit. Depends. 1v400. Okay, anything bigger than a velociraptor.
Yep. More than an angry chicken. Hell, with 400 of them, I might even bet on the angry chickens. Have I'm sure even if you haven't played Legend of Zelda, you're familiar with what chickens can do.
Oh, I know what they do. I've played many a Zelda game. The chickens are more terrifying than Ganon.
Mm-hmm.
At least Ganon's restricted to his boss arena.
Frickin' chickens. All right, let's continue on here.
Oh,
Should someone who
Utahraptors could reach like 6 or 7 feet tall, purple. Well, it depends if you're... sorry.
Cannot even come close to understanding or creating the object that they are observing, think to critique, not to mention disparage, the work that lies before them. This will be like a 6-year-old trying to tell an engineer how to design a skyscraper. Well, I certainly think that is right. I was writing an article just recently, well, actually it wasn't recently, it was about 2 years ago.
Well, no, not really, Kyle, because we're not just pointing out the imperfections in the design of the human eyeball. There is a bit of that, but we're also comparing to other eyeballs. And if humans are the most specialist, God's favorite, shouldn't they have the most specialist eyeballs?
Mm-hmm.
If nothing else. Nara attacks again with another 5. Thank you so much, Nara. Okay, fine. I heard Ember say they can beat a T-Rex in a fight. Oh yeah, I can absolutely beat a T-Rex in a fight. Because I have guns.
Depends on how big a gun you have.
Oh, I would need a very big one, but yes.
You need an elephant rifle, minimum. Also, though, to purple rhymes with orange. We have found raptors that big. Aforementioned Utahraptor was bigger. A kilobatar, if that turns out to actually be a dromaeosaur, would be about the same size too.
Big angry chickens. But if we want to get into angry chickens, there's an even angrier chicken. But tune in on Docs to see more about that.
It's about dinosaurs.
Oh, now Az is trying to start some shit. My hat is fabulous.
I have gathered many a hat. Your hat is not bad.
Yeah, there's, I mean, comparisons to Skylar fiction notwithstanding, Brentley, the punk apostate, also has a very similar fabulous hat. So, you know.
Ooh.
Incidentally, I've been trying to get a hold of Brentley. I know he's seen me in his chat from time to time. If you happen to talk to Brentley, tell him to email me, please. But that's a whole aside.
Well, a
Here you go,
bionic
purple. Here is a raptor size chart. Kilobator here is about the size of the Jurassic Park raptors.
Ah, it's in the chat. I was waiting for a presentation button to pop up. Yeah.
Oh, I mean, I can. It's on Pinterest. If it shares, sometimes Pinterest is weird.
Yeah, that's a fair point.
But yeah, bunch of different raptors here. I think Velociraptor's a little big, but oh well. Yeah, here's a Kilobator, which might be a Dromaeosaur, might not be. Then Utahraptor's just massive. The size of a freaking polar bear. It's terrifying.
Yeah.
arm. It had 6 motors, cost $10 billion.
Whoa. I didn't say you could go, Kyle. Come on now.
Yeah, what about motors?
Okay, yeah. Now let's hear what Kyle has to say.
On our website, www.apologeticspress.org. This
Oh, yeah, Kyle also works for Apologetics Press, not just the World Video Bible School whatever thing. So, yeah, he does both of those.
article is there. The article is titled a $4 million piece of evidence for design. This particular arm was attached to the shoulder of a Marine. They took nerves out of her body and attached it to the arm so that she could, by thinking, move the fingers. Dr. Kukin, the head of this particular project, said this is a wonder in human engineering, but he said it's still clumsy compared to the human hand. Now, we have done the best we can to make an artificial limb that processes and does what a human hand can do, and I dare say, I've had some takers on this proposition, but if I said, would you take $4 million for your arm? Most people would certainly say, no, not and replace it for what we've got, because we don't have anything that's close.
Did he say 4 million or 4 billion?
Million.
Oh, shit, I'd do that.
I'd very seriously consider it. Like, I do have a spare. 4 million would solve a lot of problems. Yay, capitalism.
Just again, like, he's saying this, but that's for the time. Technology is continuously improving.
Yeah, that's a very common apologist argument is to say, well, humans can't do it yet. So what? You know, God, if this God exists, he's had 14 billion years. We've only been at this technology game for 12,000-ish, maybe a little longer if you want to count the discovery of fire as technology.
You can make an argument.
Yeah.
Oh, Titan says he sent you something on Discord.
Uh-oh.
That's terrifying.
Oh, it's just an invite for Brentley server. I did not even know Brentley had a server.
I don't know who Brentley is.
The Brentley, the punk apostate. He's so whenever the hell I have the time to do the Atheist World 3 video, Brentley's going to be one of the creators on the list. He's I don't know how to describe Brentley. He's an interesting character.
All right.
Yeah. But we'll get to that another time. But yeah, thank you, Titan.
Oh wait, Ceratopsians and Ankylosaurs never wanted to hurt anyone. I'm not sure I agree with that. They beat the crap out of each other.
Well, I think it's fair to say they never wanted to hurt humans.
Well, I mean, they would have wanted to hurt what humans were at the time because they would have gone after their eggs.
Yeah, I mean, in the same way that, pre-paleontology humans never wanted to do any harm to a Triceratops, I guess. You can't intend harm for something you don't know exists.
Only in self-defense. No, Ankylosaurs apparently routinely beat the crap out of each other. Let me see if I can find a paper. I'll put it in the chat.
Like goats, the way goats are like constantly smashing each other around for fun and profit.
Yeah, except with, a armored tail with a club the size of a washing machine. There you go. Zul Crudivastator bears injuries that appear to be inflicted by another ankylosaur.
Okay, that's neat.
Yeah. Still one of my favorite dinosaur names to date. Like, it's hard to get better than Zul, Destroyer of Shins.
Yeah, that's true, Purple. Cows do kill more people than sharks. Sharks kill 11, 13 humans a year. But yeah, cows do hardly ever kill sharks.
True.
Yeah.
That has to have happened sometime in history.
Do we have
Probably. I mean, if you believe AIG, cows turned into whales somehow.
That's what they say. We think.
Yeah, that's a whole thing.
Yeah, he gets a minute. He gets a minute rebuttal, I think.
if it's optional, if it's an optional rebuttal. The human eye is not one of the better designed eyes on the planet. The retina are facing backwards, unlike squid and octopus that face forward. We basically have this blind spot. No engineer would design something that clumsy and that bad. We have this blind spot that we basically have to hallucinate to fill in. And by the way, your person you quoted is wrong. The human eye does not compute anything. It's the brain that computes. So if God created the human eye, and I think the questioner was asking, why is there so much sloppy sort of gerrymandering type of creation that we would expect from natural selection, then God must love squids better than he loves human beings. Because the hawkeye, the human eyes fall apart. The human eyes they're adequate, but they're not a very good design. The questioner is pointing out that an intelligent designer would have been a much better job, not with just the eye, but with all sorts of other biological adaptations.
Next question for Barker. Mr. Barker, from one of your comments, I gather that you must believe that there is a hell.
No, I don't.
Well, I thought I understood you to say, and I could be wrong.
I was speaking counterfactually.
That you would be willing to go to hell with all the other atheists, for whatever reason it was. Would you agree with the statement that there will be no atheists in hell?
If there is a hell,
There's no hell.
Yeah, that's exactly it. Like, yeah, I see what he did there, because if Dan is right, if I'm right, there's no hell. So yeah, there would be no atheists in it.
Yeah.
In fact, if any of the other religions besides Christianity are right, also no hell. So, there's that.
and if the atheists get to the end of their life and discover, yep, I was wrong, there is a God. This is counterfactual. This is not that I actually believe it. Then you are right. I would then believe and know that there's a God, but that does not mean I would respect or admire a God who would create something like a hell to send someone like me to. And my beloved mother, Patsy Barker, who died as an atheist with a smile on her face, happy that she lived a good life raising 3 good boys. That deity is torturing her in hell, her and Mark Twain and George Gershwin and Elizabeth Cady Stanton and Aaron Copland and Johannes Brahms and Prokofiev, Margaret Sanger, Bertrand Russell, Carl Sagan, wonderful people who lived these lives. You're telling me that the God you love and admire is consigned us to eternal torture? Then I would say to that God, if you created hell, you go to hell. And if you want to torture me forever, fine. You prove what a big macho man you are. You do not have my respect. Of course, he doesn't exist. This is all hypothetical.
Well, can I retort to that one thing? Huh? I don't think there'll be any atheists in hell either, because the Bible says when Jesus returns, every knee will bow and know him and believe in him. So every knee tells me everybody everywhere.
Yeah, just very quickly.
If that part of the Bible did turn out to be true, free will be damned. Yeah, if Jesus came back floating, on a big old divine cloud and was like,
Behold, ye sinners, I have returned. I am real, and I'll turn your water into wine and all that crap.
Then yeah, I think most of us would probably be convinced. So, whatever. But
I
that's a
would probably
pretty
be
big
afraid.
if.
Oh, I'd probably be afraid I was falling into mental illness because that's a problem with my family, specifically
Yeah.
religious delusions. So, yeah.
Yeah, I would suspect mass hysteria. Yeah, Margaret Sanger was oh, whatever. That seemed like a weird reference to me, but okay. Yeah, I think Purple's right. Without question, the best afterlife is if you can get into Valhalla. So, and for that, you don't even have to kiss anybody's ass in particular. Just die in battle. Just go the honorable warrior's way. That's all you got to do.
Yeah.
There is something called an argument from outrage. It's not based on any type of logical circumstance. It's not based on a syllogism or anything like that. Basically, it is an argument that says, you would never want that to happen, would you? And because you don't want it to happen, well, then it certainly couldn't happen. Let me read to you a quote.
That's the inverse of the argument he's been making all night. We really, really want this to happen, so it must be true. Never mind that there's no evidence at all. Come on, Kyle.
From Dan Barker, Godless on page 347, he says, truth is truth. It shouldn't matter what any of us wants to believe. Do I want to believe that Dan Barker's mother will be lost eternally? It's not what I want to believe. Is it the truth? Well, now that's a completely different statement.
Thank you very much.
Okay, the comment that you made about your relatives going, your good relatives, nobody gets to go to heaven because they're good. We get to go to heaven because God's good, only by God's grace.
Is that a question? By the way, let me point out something here. That question and the one before, you're both making a false assumption. You're both assuming that the words of the Bible are reliable and dependable. They are not. You have built your house on the sand. Those words are not a source of truth. The Bible is unhistorical and contradictory. If you have to base truth on a book that somebody wrote, then you don't even have a concept of how to find truth. Truth is not handed to us. We use reason. We use logic. We use investigation. So don't quote the Bible to me and think that it makes any difference. If the Bible says something is true, that probably means that it's false.
Solid.
Like
I've heard a number of people, and I'm glad Dan didn't go this way because it's a little bit demeaning. But I've heard a lot of people go the route of saying the fact that you are looking for easy answers in a book means that you don't have the intellectual fortitude to try to find the real answers.
Yeah, I wouldn't say that. It's like a lot of people, like they just don't have time, or it's not their area of interest.
Or they just don't really care about the question. Like we talked about earlier this evening. The vast majority of Christians that I meet in reality are cultural Christians. They're default Christians. That's what they were brought up with, and they've never really thought about it because it's not really a big part of their actual lives.
Yeah. Man, yeah. Like Christians as a majority in the US, I'm pretty sure just as the trend of people learning more about other options increases, like I'm pretty sure that's just going to decrease exponentially because a lot of people are just cultural Christians, like you're saying.
Mm-hmm.
So,
yeah. And apparently half of those who die in battle go hang out with Freya instead. So, I mean, that's still not a bad fate. So, either way, good stuff.
Yeah. From what I've heard, she sounds pretty cool.
Yeah, I mean, she's
as long
got
as you
a
don't
day of the
piss her
week
off.
named after her. Yeah. Well, that's true. Honestly,
That's true of
I think
all Norse gods.
Yes, I think you may have a better time with Freya than with Odin because I don't know how much you've hung out with Odin, but that dude is kind of sadistic sometimes. Maybe it's that, hanging from the world tree for 9 days and getting jabbed with a spear made him a little bit grumpy. I don't know.
I've heard he's not one to cross, but to be fair, that goes for a lot of pagan gods.
Mm-hmm.
Just very briefly, I had a book out front. We had several hundred books. All of those have been taken. We were giving those away for free. I've written a book called Behold the Word of God. It makes the overwhelmingly powerful, positive case that the Bible is truth. Jesus, when he said, you shall know the truth, and the truth shall make you free, he then said, my word is truth, and that is the ultimate truth.
Yeah, a person saying, I can say my word is the ultimate truth, doesn't make it so. Just saying.
You want a question for Mr. Barker?
We just had one, I think. Well, it was close enough.
You argued earlier about we can't do certain things because of morality, yet you don't believe in any morality, so there's no justification for your claim that we do things that are moral.
That's not what he said.
He doesn't believe in objective morality.
Yeah, like, was this person not watching the damn debate he was just here for?
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
I brought it up in the chat earlier. I don't know if you saw it, but to the Mayans, sacrificing someone every day, pulling out their still beating heart, guaranteed that the sun would come up the next day. And if they didn't do that, then the world would be plunged into darkness. So, should we, with our modern values, judge them amoral for saving the earth in their eyes?
I mean, I'm not familiar with much about the Mayans, honestly. I know the Mexica cult that ran the Aztec Empire. Their god was a very bloodthirsty dude. That's why the Aztecs had to keep conquering and conquering, because they had to give their blood god a certain amount of sacrifices, or it would be the fall of the empire. And it was better to bring people of conquered nations to their altars than to have to sacrifice their own people. There were times when they had to, and that's what ultimately led to the demise of the empire, is they ended up sacrificing too many farm workers. There was nobody to do the farming, and it triggered a famine. But yeah, no, if I were in such a society, I would suggest perhaps we ought to test that hypothesis. Like,
well, testing that hypothesis means that the world is forever plunged into darkness.
Maybe it'd be worth it. I don't know. I'd be like, I don't
get you
think
put on the
so,
altar
folks.
the next day.
It's a possibility. A lot of those old cults, you would end up, even if you didn't believe, you'd end up having to go along to avoid becoming the next victim yourself, which is very, very problematic. And I will say this: that's one thing that Christianity doesn't have going for it, is the whole. It's still debated whether old school Israelites practice human sacrifice. I haven't seen a conclusive answer. I've seen experts with different ideas on that. But from the time of Jesus onward, with the exception of Jesus himself, there doesn't seem to be a ritualistic form of human sacrifice. Certainly human murders, burnings and purgings and
witch
such.
burnings were like a ritualistic sacrifice to increase the good of the village or something.
No, I don't think so. Because
or just like general burning of heretics or execution of heretics.
Yeah, because that's not done as a sacrifice per se. It's done as a punishment for a specific crime. Much like in modern society, we have capital punishment, death penalty kind of thing. It varies from country to country and state to state, but it's not done to appease anybody in particular. It's done out of a twisted sense of justice. Like, this is what has to happen kind of thing.
Fair enough.
At least that's how it seems to me.
I do believe in morality. I didn't say I don't believe in immorality. I said there are no such thing as objective moral values. That doesn't mean, though, that relative to our species and the environment that we live in, we cannot say that certain values are not objectively justified. For example, should I give you a glass of water or a glass of arsenic? Well, we can see in this environment and the way you evolve that one of these things would be conducive and good for you, the other one would not be. Therefore, if I want to be a moral person, I will pick the course of action that results in the least amount of harm. We can be moral. In fact, that's the only way you can be moral. Absolutistic commandment morality is a toddler mentality. The only way to be truly moral, and I think most Christians agree with this, is you got to think through each situation and find out what causes harm and where's the least amount of harm. It's not always easy. Sometimes we act by instinct. Thomas Jefferson thought that we just jump in the river to save people by instinct, and maybe some of you do, and maybe some of you don't. But morality is a very precious part of the human experience, but it is not something with a capital M, an objective cosmic thing out there that we have to seek and find. It is something that we figure out as we get through this life with the minimal amount of harm possible.
Water is good for the human, arsenic is not. I wouldn't give you a bottle of arsenic unless it would save the 4 people beside you.
Well, that's a great comparison. Dan would not give you the bottle of arsenic because that would be harmful. Kyle will happily give you the bottle of arsenic if he thinks it serves his purpose. So, you tell me, where's the objective morality?
To be fair, isn't that just a play on what he said earlier? With him agreeing to the whole for the greater good thing?
Yeah, but see, that's the thing, is Kyle's whole point was by putting your morality in priorities, you're inevitably led to apparent conflicts. Whereas Kyle has the truth, the objective morality, that no matter what, this is what God decreed as moral, so no matter what, this is what you do. And then, when given free rein, he says the exact opposite. He says, oh, it's situational, so I'm going to base it off of the greater context of what's going on. Which rather proves the point that morality is situational, rather than just pure objective.
Alrighty.
What makes your God of the Bible more legitimate than any other God in any other myth?
That is a phenomenal question. It's an outstanding question.
Agreed.
In fact, I believe ultimately that is the question that in the 21st century American society we have to answer. Now, here is what...
Yeah, that's one question I actually wish Dan had asked, is say, let's set atheism aside. Yes, the debate tonight is atheism versus Christianity. But as an atheist, I hear Christians making these claims, and I hear Muslims making these claims, and I hear Buddhists making these claims. How am I, as a person who isn't a participant in any of this, I don't have a pony in any of these races, how am I to determine which, if any of these, is the truth? How do we distinguish?
It's like, what's it called, a Mexican standoff, except you're the one they're all pointing their guns at?
Yeah, kinda. Everybody's got a threat. And to me, that is, it's not like a logical gotcha. But it just seems to me that if a religion needs to make threats to try to persuade you to believe, it's probably false.
Some might call that a little culty.
Indeed.
Makes the God of the Bible the true God. God has demonstrated to humanity for the last, you're looking at 6,000 years or so, that he can do things that no other God can do. In fact, the culmination of Jesus Christ being predicted for 1,000 years, coming and fulfilling all of the 300 and some odd messianic prophecies to the detail, dying and coming back from the dead exactly as had been predicted in the Psalms, verified.
That's not what was predicted. Oh my God, this hurts my head.
Just gonna guess like almost none of what he just said is true.
Yeah. Like, as Victoria points out, when did he split the moon? Like, they all make claims of fulfilled prophecies, and none of them can be demonstrated. I've heard people make claims of Jesus fulfilling thousands of prophecies. When you actually look at the ones that are claimed, most of them are completely indecipherable as prophecies. The few that remain are so mundane, like the Messiah will enter Jerusalem on a donkey. Oh no. Oh, clearly only the Messiah could ever do that. But there's also contradictory prophecies, and you need to go to different gospels that tell different stories to fulfill all of them. Like there's a different one that says the Messiah will enter Jerusalem on 2 donkeys, and another that says he will enter Jerusalem on a horse. So one gospel has Jesus coming in on 1 donkey, one has Jesus coming in on 2 donkeys, another gospel has Jesus entering on a horse. So he fulfills all of them, even though they're mutually contradictory.
Well, what if he came in riding a mule?
Oh, now that's an interesting question. Unfortunately, the gospel authors didn't think of that.
But also, before you hit play, Sumami points out just that face. Like I know you already have a thumbnail, but that might make for a good thumbnail.
I try to go out of my way to find a face that's at least neutral. I know I probably shouldn't for these crazy ass apologists. But yeah, sometimes it's hard. Sometimes I have to go through quite a bit of the video to find one frame where a person doesn't look fucking weird.
How dare you be professional? How dare you?
Yeah, it's rough sometimes. Oh yeah. But yeah, to the point, like you can claim prophecy all day long. You still gotta show me.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just not impressed.
The truth that the God of the Bible is the true God. You see, you could have come up with a philosophy that's unfalsifiable, like Dan has mentioned. You could have said, well, there's a God out there somehow that does this, but God closed that door. God says, if Jesus Christ didn't come, if he was not a historic person who really died and really rose from the grave, then I'm not the true God. Well, God's statements have always stood. The Messianic prophecy has always stood. The predictive prophecy has always stood. Now, Dan.
Yeah, the Messianic prophecy says that the Messiah will come and kick the invaders out of Israel and reestablish David's throne. What did Jesus do instead of that? Because it was not that. He died. The Messiah died. So, whoops, I guess.
Yeah, just like, they always claim Jesus is the Messiah. Jesus did just great. He was truly the Son of God. Jesus was just the most popular. Like, there were a lot of other people making similar claims at the time, let's say. A lot of them. Jesus just became the most popular, and his followers became the largest group.
Yeah, getting the stamp of approval by the Roman Empire certainly helped. Did that make it more true? Nope. But there's a lot of things. Kyle's saying, well, if Jesus wasn't true, then God's. No, actually, the Jews who don't believe in Jesus are still Jews, because God didn't say a damn thing about Jesus. There is not one word from the Father in the entire New Testament. His stuff all stands. You can disprove Jesus all day long, and you've done nothing to disprove Yahweh. But if you disprove Yahweh, now Jesus is included in that, as is Muhammad, because it's all the same Father God kind of thing. But yeah, Kyle has it backwards. Shock and surprise.
Has said in many places that's not true. The Messianic prophecy did not come to pass, and all the predictive prophecy that was in my book, Behold the Word of God, I nailed that down. And we have several articles on our site that nails that down. And the God of the Bible has opened himself up for falsifiability in the historicity of Jesus Christ.
There are not 300 plus Messianic prophecies of Jesus. Many of those are Christian reinterpretations of Old Testament verses that they thought were prophecies, especially Matthew. Matthew was fond of digging through the Old Testament and saying, oh, there's a child mentioned here. Let's connect that with the child of Jesus. He was a very sloppy scholar. In fact, he was working from a bad translation. As well, you know, the Septuagint is not a very good translation of the Hebrew Scriptures, and that word virgin actually was just young maiden. You know that. You know there's a lot of sloppiness in there. And so...
Yeah, valid point. The gospel writers go to great lengths to create this virgin birth thing, just like all the other religions in the area at the time and preceding centuries. But the prophecy that's mentioned in the Old Testament in Ezekiel, I guess. I'll take Dan's word for it. It doesn't actually say virgin. It says young woman. So, okay, the Savior will be born to a woman. Shocking! The specificity of these prophecies. Who could imagine?
I mean, especially a young woman back in those days. That never happened.
Yeah, for sure. But what is interesting is the fact that the author of Matthew, and I believe also Mark and Luke, fucked that up. Probably Mark did first and the other two copied, because we know there's a lot of plagiarism going on in the Gospels. But the fact that that got fucked up, while that doesn't support Jesus being a Messiah, it certainly does support the Gospels being fabrications. So, oops, I guess.
I was like, part of me is sad that humanity had moved on to paper and papyrus writings by this time instead of still doing stone tablets. It's like, if they still use stone tablets as the majority of their recording method, you know, we'd still probably have some of the originals, but we don't.
Yeah, that would be kind of nice. It's like, originals would settle a lot of issues.
Yeah, like we have original Mesopotamian etchings going back, what, 8,000 years?
I'm familiar with, well, okay. I'm not sure if it's 5,000 years or 5,000 BC. We do have older writings, but not like books written on tablets or paper or whatever kind of thing. I mean, you can make a case that the oldest cave paintings count as writings because they they weren't just random cave arts. I mean, some probably were, but some of them are clearly meant to convey information, to tell a story, like this is how you hunt a mammoth kind of thing. Instruction books without words, because they didn't have words yet, but there's still communication. And the old pictographs became pictograms, which became letters or hieroglyphs if you're in Egypt, that kind of thing. So it leads to the evolution of writing. But there's also in some of the oldest structures, like I can never remember the name of the thing, but that one of those old pyramid cities that Graham Hancock likes to point at and say, the Younger Dryas, fallen civilization, Atlantis is real, all of that crap. There's markings on several of those stones. They're not writing in the way a book is writing, but they're clearly construction notation, much like we would see in a building today, where a carpenter might mark a beam and say, you know, this beam has to be 6 feet, cut here, that kind of thing. And those are much older.
Would you count a map as a written document? Because it is a recording of the world at the time?
Possibly, especially if there's words on it, like, you know, Europe here, Africa here, sea monsters over here, what have you.
Big river goes south where it runs by cave.
Yeah, maybe.
According to Wikipedia, we have a Mesopotamian tablet that is from around 3,500 BCE.
Very cool.
That seems to be the oldest preserved writing.
Okay. Yeah, that fits into the range. So, yeah. I will tentatively accept that one.
And if you look back, none of them say, if a prophecy in Isaiah had said, on December the 25th, in the year 1, a man named Jesus, not Emmanuel, but a man named Jesus will be born to a mother named Mary at 666 Savior Street in Bethlehem at 12:13 p.m. Now that would be a prophecy. But what we have are these vague things that were referring to the time they were in. New Testament writers digging back and saying, that was a prophecy, when they were not even prophecies in the first place. Most of them were even in the past tense.
Yes, Mr. Barker, in your opening monologue, I believe you threw out 14 statements that said God doesn't exist because.
The God of the Bible.
No, God doesn't exist because in one of the statements you said, God gave us free will, therefore God doesn't exist.
I didn't say that.
You didn't say that. You made the statement that God gave us free will.
No, I didn't
therefore
say
God.
that.
You made something close to that
Yeah, I
statement.
talked about free will, but no, I didn't say that. But go ahead. What's your question?
My question is if I understood what you said, free will. God can have free will, and we can make a decision, and God should know, and God does know, what are the consequences of our decision. You're saying that God is not as smart as human beings to know if I tell my child, don't touch the stove, he touches the stove, he's going to burn his hands. You're saying God doesn't exist, he's not smart enough to do that, but human beings are. I say that God, free will does exist. God gave it to us as a gift to learn and to grow. God does exist.
Was that a question? So it's been even longer for us than it has been for the people in the audience. So just to refresh, what Dan was talking about there with the free will was God's free will, the way omniscience contradicts free will. If he knows what's going to happen, if he knows what he's going to do, he doesn't actually have a choice. So he doesn't have any agency. He's just executing the program. So it was that God, that version of God, the biblical God, has a contradictory trait where it comes to his omniscience and free will. He didn't say a damn thing about it contradicting with human free will. That was Kyle's rebuttal to that point, saying that Adam and Eve, they were created perfect, but they also had free will because that's what was necessary to make them perfect, which led them to fuck up. Totally separate points.
Totally like a perfect being to screw up. But
I mean, details.
What I actually said had nothing to do with human free will. I wasn't talking about that. That's a debate even among theologians. It's a debate among atheists. Are you a determinist or a libertarian free will or a compatibilist, whatever? What my comment was directed at was whether or not we think humans have free will. At least most believers in God think that God has free will. God himself is a personal being with free will, and that God has the ability to make decisions. And if God knows the future, if he knows what his future decisions are going to be, then there is no period of uncertainty between now and then. There is no time for him to change his mind. It's already set if God knows the future. In fact, I think that's one of the reasons that...
Also worth pointing out, God definitely changes his mind. Not just in the verse that I talked about where he repented of the evil that he thought to do unto his people. He intended harm, chose not to do it because he changed his mind. But also there's several other instances. Abraham talking him out of destroying Lot's city if there are enough good people, and then he cuts him down bit by bit. Or one of my favorites, Moses, after the golden calf incident. Yahweh is, I'm gonna smite these sumbitches. And Moses is like, don't, you should reconsider that, Lord. And Lord goes, well, why on earth should I do that? I'm gonna smite them. I'm so angry, rawr. And Moses says, well, what will the other gods think if you do that? And Yahweh immediately backs down. So not only does he change his mind, he kind of confirms there's other gods. So maybe there's more issues in this religion than we've talked about tonight, but that's a whole other thing.
As a compatibilist, I think human beings can be argued to have free will, properly defined, because we don't know the future. If we did know the future, we would throw out the whole concept of free will. So that's an incompatibility, not with humans, but with God himself. If God is a free, personal being who can make decisions, and God knows the future, then God does not have the period of indeterminacy during which he could make his decisions. He might be some kind of a robot or something, which would not merit our adoration, but he cannot be both at the same time a personal free being and an omniscient being who knows the future. That was my point. It had nothing to do with human free will.
Dan is on record as saying a personal being must have free will in order to be defined as a personal being. Yet, in his debate with Peter Payne, and I'm quoting this, he says, I happen to think that we have the illusion of free will. I'm a strict determinist. We are natural creatures. The material world is all that there is. We actually don't have what we would call libertarian free will. He says that you as a person have the illusion of free will because you don't know what's going to happen in the future, but really because you're a bag of naturalistic substance, then your actions are already predetermined. By that definition, would you be a personal being? No.
Yes, I was hoping if you could please
Does that contradict anything he just said at all?
Nope. Nope, Kyle's just trying to throw some shade out there. If Kyle isn't misquoting Dan, then to be a personal being, personhood with agency, you need to have free will. But Dan also believes there is no such thing as free will, then that shows a contradiction in Dan's beliefs, or not even a contradiction, just that he doesn't believe humans qualify for personhood under that free will and agency thing. But I can't imagine that Kyle did quote him accurately, because if Dan is a determinist, why the fuck would Dan ever say that to qualify for personhood, you have to have free will? It doesn't make sense.
I mean, to be fair, Kyle can't even quote the Bible accurately, so why would he do that for his debate partner?
Yar.
And on your definition of morality a second ago, we provided the examples of arsenic and rape and Hitler, but I think a lot of people were confused because you presuppose that morality is objective, and if that's true, then it's impossible for one action to be moral and immoral. And I'm going to explain what I mean by that. That would mean that when he raped the 2 million girls, in our minds that would be immoral, but in his mind that would be moral because he had a bigger picture than us. So if there is no objective morality, then actions can be simultaneously moral and immoral. But because you presuppose there is an objective morality, that seemed like a contradiction. But to atheists and humanists, it would not be a contradiction. So could you please redefine that for us?
Sure, absolutely. Morality is the way to behave that streams from the essence of God. Now, he said this. He said, an action could be moral and immoral at the same time, thus there cannot be objective moral values or moral standards. Could you shoot a gun into that wall and that be a moral action? Certainly. What you did was pull the trigger, that was your action. Now suppose that there was a 2-year-old standing in front of that wall, and even though it might save all of humanity, could you pull the trigger and that very same action be something totally different than it was before? Yes. Is the action...
Yeah, that's a sloppy analogy. I mean, I've mentioned before, all analogies are bad analogies. But he's changing the picture rather than changing the content of the situation. Yeah, actions can be both moral and immoral at the same time, depending on where your priorities are. For example, you can believe it is immoral to tell lies. However, when the Gestapo knock on your door and ask if Anne Frank is in the attic, it is more moral to tell the lie than to not. So it's immoral to lie, but it's even more immoral to snitch on Anne Frank. So... Yeah.
I was just going to say, like, if you go back in time and you kill baby Hitler, then you're moral for killing Hitler, but you're amoral for killing a baby. But, I mean, one of those would outweigh the other, probably. If you think meddling with time at all is moral. Which is that's a whole discussion.
Yes,
just
big
very
discussion.
much not objective.
Yeah, quite so.
Of pulling the trigger, the moral or immoral idea or action? Certainly not. What is moral or immoral is how that relates to the standard that God has given and that comes from the essence of God.
And I say we just have two different standards. You're using a dictator for your standard, whose brain I don't know if I should trust, and I'm using the principle of harm as my standard. Not a rule, not commandments, but harm. If the Bible does give us these absolute moral values, then why is it that believers in God don't agree what they are? You name it. Name any moral issue that we're struggling with right now. Abortion rights, gay marriage, what else? Stem cell research, doctor-assisted suicide, the war, what? Birth control, capital punishment.
The war.
The point here is that you name...
Atheism. I think this was 2009, so it'd either be the ongoing occupation of Afghanistan or the ongoing Iraq, or both. Who knows? But I mean, that's sort of the thing, right? Even the Bible is like wars and rumors of wars. There's always a fucking war going on.
All these issues, you will find really good Christians who are devout. They go to church, they pray, they have loving families, they read the Bible, they ask God for guidance on both sides of those issues. Paul wrote in the Bible, God is not the author of confusion. But can you think of a single book that's caused more confusion than the Bible? You talk about absolute morals, but you don't have
Kyle
them.
did
It's just
not like that.
What's that?
Kyle did not like that.
Mm-hmm.
There are Christians on both sides of these issues. He not like that one.
Mm-hmm. That's a strong point. I wish he'd trotted it out sooner, because there is no moral issue that you can't make an argument for both sides of using the Bible. I believe Shannon Q attempted to try it once, and she went through and made a list, and there was not a single issue that there weren't Bible passages supporting both pro and con. So, there's that. But there's also that passage about God is not the author of confusion. There's other passages that say God is the author of confusion, how he puts lying spirits in the mouths of prophets and things. So,
Or that he's the father of lies, just in general.
Yeah. Very, very first lie, very first false prophecy came from God himself in Genesis. On that day you will surely die. That sounds like a pretty specific prophecy to me, and then it didn't come true. Weird.
Mm-hmm. I mean, how dark do you want to get with your Bible supporting things? Because, you could argue the Bible supports the utter annihilation of all humanity to cleanse the earth. So, does the Bible have a stance on the Cold War?
I don't think so. I think that's a little too specific.
Oh, sorry. What was that? I already pressed the button.
I said I think that was a little too specific.
those are just words. Real value comes from humanistic situational ethics in the real world.
I got a question for both of you. For Millennium, religion has defining God for us. I'm going to create a hypothetical situation because you don't like them, so that's why I thought I'd throw it out there. Suppose science had found a God or an entity or a spirit that was actually promoted the first cause, that was the creator of the universe. However, science was able to characterize this entity as not being all-powerful, as not being able to think, as having no qualities of man, of not knowing even if man was here, and having no direction for us. Would either one of you gentlemen be willing to call that entity God in a new definition?
You want to answer it? No. What you just defined is very close to what we might call deism. Deism is not theism. Theism is the belief in a personal God. Kyle is a theist. He believes in a personal God. But deists, with a D, are people, kind of, Thomas Jefferson was a deist. Thomas Paine was a deist. Many of the pre-Darwinian Enlightenment thinkers were deists. They thought pretty much like that. There is no personal being who writes books and who does miracles and who talks to us. But there might have been some force that started it all. And Thomas Paine said there's no Bibles except when you look at nature. That's the Bible of this deistic God. So if by the word God you mean the capital G God of theism, then no, I would not call that God. But if by the word God you mean the lowercase g God of deism, well then yeah, but it's not anything what any of us in this room are thinking of as a God. We might call it the Force. Or we might call it the great tentacles of the spaghetti monster. Oh, I don't know. But
his great noodly appendages and his big meaty balls. Yeah, there's a lot of people who are desperate to call anything God. Like there was a short running around a couple of months ago where a Muslim apologist was debating Alex O'Connor, and he said he did a question to Alex. He said, "Would you agree that the universe, given our current understanding, something happened at the moment of the Big Bang to cause the expansion? We may not know what it is. We can't define it in physics, but something happened." And Alex went, "Yep, based on our current understanding, sure, yeah, I would agree to that." And the Muslim apologists went, "That's God," and dropped the mic. Like, if you're just going to define something as God, then okay, but you're not demonstrating your God, you know?
I do find it honestly just hilarious that the God of the Gaps has been backed up all the way to the literal first instant of the universe's creation. Or beginning, if it had one, start of expansion, whatever you want to call it. It's backed up that far, and they're still trying to say it's a gap.
Yeah. Well, you've heard William Lane Craig talk about how God has to be a transcendent being because, first God lived in heaven above the clouds, and then we looked above the clouds and there wasn't a God there. And then, oh, well, heaven is actually in space. The ancients, they were silly. They were thinking euphemistically. So we looked in space. We looked on the dark side of the moon. We looked out into the depths of the cosmos. Still no heaven, still no God. And God keeps getting pushed further and further and further out. And now we're at the point where this God can't even exist within this universe. Maybe he's an extra dimensional being. Maybe he's a being who existed before the universe, if that were even a coherent thought. Whatever the case may be, the entire universe is completely devoid of godness. He's a transcendent being because that's how far back he's been pushed. He's shoved completely right out of the universe. So, we ran out of gaps. He's been kicked out now, but they're still just going to keep kicking the can and never admit, oh, we were wrong, I guess.
It's both hilarious and tragic, honestly.
It is kind of sad, yeah.
Let me address your question. The fact of the matter is that science has come to the overwhelming conclusion that there is a God. In fact,
Really? I've heard this one before. Who was it? It wasn't Cy Gart. It was that MIT professor. Damn it, I can't remember his name. I only did the one video on him. But he just outright said, the truth is that science proved God exists over 20 years ago. And I'm like, oh, I must have missed that paper. Please elaborate. So tell us, Kyle, where was that paper published? I want to look it up.
Scientist of the last century, the scientist who started much of the scientific endeavor, said that they were thinking God's thoughts after him. Every single legitimate scientific law that we know for a fact points overwhelmingly to the fact that there has to be an intelligent personal designer. Life spontaneously generating? Well, we have done 150 years of experiments on trying to get life from non-living chemicals, and every single one of those has verified the fact that life comes only from previously existing life of its own kind. That's a scientific fact.
You're confusing things, Kyle. That's no. First thing, just because humans can't do it yet means it must have been magic. Fuck no, get out of here with that. Humans can't fly, The Wright brothers, that's all wishy-washy nonsense. The second thing is the law of abiogenesis, or the law of biogenesis. That's not to do with chemical evolution. That's Pasteur's thing that fruit flies don't spontaneously poof into existence in rotting meat. In fact, if that did
was
happen,
spontaneous generation, wasn't it?
Yes, that's where that law of life has to come from life comes from. You don't get bees from a lion's head. None of this nonsense. But if that did happen, that could be better proof for a god, because that would be a supernatural thing. All these dead cells rearrange themselves into fruit flies or whatever. Or, even better, they poof into existence. Because if you've got a creator god who poofs things into existence, why don't we see things poof into existence? Ever. If you could do that, it'd help your case. Just saying.
Yeah. Just watching him right here, like, he moves his mouth so much. Like, it just looks exhausting. Maybe it's just me. It just feels like he's moving his mouth way more than he needs to.
I wonder if it's a preacher thing. Like, by over exaggerating your motions, It makes you seem more confident, or it makes you seem louder, or something. I don't know.
Yeah,
Most
just watch his
peculiar.
lips. Like they're just going.
I also notice the subtle body language. And when he taps on the podium, he's always using his middle finger, and he's aiming it in Dan's general direction.
I think you might be reading into that a little much.
I don't know. There's a lot to be said for micro expressions.
I mean, like, usually when I tap things, it's with my middle finger just because it's my longest finger.
Yeah, but you're a dinosaur. That's different. Actually, it's my longest finger, too. Details.
It's not a pie in the sky, some fringe, radical, rabid person out there has come up with the idea and projected it on human society. That's been the foundation of science from the very beginning, finding the truth, and that truth happens to correspond perfectly with what the Bible describes as God.
When he said truth there, he made a full-on just duck face. Like Instagram girl duck face.
I'm less concerned with his expression and the fact he just told a straight-up lie, and his half of the people are applauding for it. Like,
I mean, of course they are. They've done it for every other lie he said.
The fact there are laws of science that we describe that any god could claim credit for those, but again, they're descriptive, not prescriptive, points to an entity exactly as described in the Bible. No. Where in the Bible does it reveal these laws of science that were decreed by Yahweh and Yahweh alone? Or Elohim, if you prefer. They're not there, because that's why we had to discover the laws on our own, because they weren't given to us by a god. They weren't predicted in any fucking holy book. It's infuriating. And even within the Hebrew scriptures, there's not a damn thing that says, oh, there are scientific laws of the universe that Yahweh dictated. Like, I mean, you could maybe assume that from the story in Genesis 1, God created all the things. Apparently that also creates the laws of science too. But it doesn't say that, though. In fact, if you're not going to, interpret your own ideas into the text, it pretty strongly implies that what God was doing was in keeping with pre-existing laws. Like, for example, God didn't create the waters. The waters were already there when God decided to start creation. So even before God, there was water, which means there was matter, there was mass, there was gravity, there was surface tension, there was covalent bonds. That's a lot of science that precedes any act of creation. And that makes you wonder, who created that? Now, we don't like to, we special pleading around the whole who created Yahweh. Fine, whatever. Maybe Yahweh is the actual creator, God's kid. I don't know. But the initial state of the cosmos pre-exists Yahweh. So, where did that come from?
Oh.
I mean, Genesis 1, never mind that creation is in the wrong order and doesn't match anything to do with reality. We'll just set that aside.
Yeah, that's not too important.
Yeah, for sure.
Yes, I was thinking about the analogy you had with the laptop, and that's not really valid because it doesn't have a way to produce offspring that inherited traits and stuff, but as human organisms we do. And you say that the human body itself can't just randomly happen. That's not what science says. It says it happened gradually. So over billions of years, why could the human body not be produced by natural selection and gene mutation?
There are several reasons why it cannot. Now, he made a statement. He said that that's not a valid analogy. Now, that's an assertion. No offense. He's got nothing.
No, that's not an assertion. That's a criticism of your argument, and he's right. Evolutionary concepts don't apply to created objects that do not reproduce on their own. Just like when Ken Ham makes the car analogy, or Michael Behe makes the car analogy. They don't fucking reproduce, Kyle. Now, as to Uriah's point, according to Hebrew scriptures, El, the father of the gods, created Yahweh, along with all the other gods in the proto-Jewish pantheon. But the truth is that all the gods were created by Nil, the great not God and creator of creator gods. I mean, it's right there in the name. It's definitional. Creator of creator gods. So that's the real answer. Just so we're clear.
To back that up, he's just saying that. The truth is, it is a valid analogy. In fact, the things that he gave for reasons why, he said, well, because humans can reproduce, he gave us more complexity. So he said, well, it's not a valid analogy because humans can do more than the laptop computer. Well, maybe it's an insufficient analogy. Maybe I need to find something else that humans have designed that would come closer to the complexity of a brain, but we don't have anything. That was the best that I've got. Now, the second statement was...
What, humans can't do a thing? Suddenly, that's not an argument for your side? Oh no, Kyle. You've been defeated by your own nonsense. How embarrassing.
Also it's been... 14 years? How advanced are our computers right now? Can they simulate part of a human brain?
A very small part. We're still working on it. Actually, that's one of the ways we're looking towards creating artificial intelligence. To answer NA really quickly, yeah. In ancient Hebrew scriptures, it's very clear that there was a pantheon and Yahweh was just one God among many. The scriptures have been sanitized a bit to try to clear that up, but it's still evident. And in the older stuff, Dead Sea Scrolls perhaps, maybe even some older versions, it's even clearer that Yahweh was originally part of the pantheon that gradually ate the pantheon over time. As to computers. One of the ways we're working on producing a general AI, a true AI, is we can't seem to make programming that produces true consciousness the way we think of it artificially. We can't seem to do it through algorithms or oppositional networks or whatever we try. It doesn't seem to be working. One possibility is to create a virtual replica of the human brain. Down to the synapse, every bit of it, and then turn it on. And then when the simulated brain starts working like a real brain would, maybe a real consciousness would emerge the same way our consciousness is an emergent property of the physical brain. But my goodness, the computing power necessary for that is absurd.
And also, hypothetically, if it does work, how ethical is that? Because it would just be there thinking. It can't sense anything, even though it wants to. That would be a special kind of hell. Just nothing. Actually nothing.
I think the general idea is that if we come anywhere close to that, we're going to give it peripherals, like cameras for eyes and Waldo arms for, arms. So it can interact with the world, because we'd obviously want to talk to it. Because the programming only controls the virtual brain and the consciousness is emergent, the only way we'd have to educate it is the same way we educate our own children. We'd have to talk to it. It could be very
should we
fascinating.
model it after a baby's brain? But then if it
I don't know if anybody's thought of that. Ooh.
And how would you cause it to develop? How would you track its developmental pathway? It would need more storage space over time. It would grow in complexity. If the neurons actually build upon each other like they do in a real brain, then sorry, it's a whole boatload of questions. Makes me a bit uncomfy.
Well, yeah, fair. The project, of course, is still in its infancy. Never mind the coincidence in terms. I don't think anybody's planning to start with an infant brain and gradually develop it. The goal, as I understand the project right now, is to just turn on an adult brain. And in fact, we're probably not even going to try to create a simulation of the brain from scratch. We're going to, once we have the capacity to do it, we're probably going to microscan an existing human brain and import the 3D image. But who the fuck knows? The first several tries probably won't work at all. I think Titan's probably got the right of it, that once you have the simulated brain, you'll have to sync it with the consciousness that corresponds to that brain and see if it takes. So in that respect, it's not even an artificial intelligence, it's an upload. It's a digital copy of the actual human. That could also be very interesting, but for a different reason.
Yeah, just if you don't do things right, like it could be a unbelievably traumatic experience for whatever the consciousness is. If it's modeled
For sure. One error and it could be psychotic, or it could be in constant torment. Like, what if a pain sensor is just permanently turned on?
But what if we wind up having to euthanize our first actual AI just because of how much we butchered it? Like that would be ironic and a half.
Yeah. There's a lot of pitfalls, so we'd have to be super, super careful. If only we had time travel and people from the future could just bring us the technology to do it correctly to spare these AIs from suffering.
But that would just create a loop and anyway, I wish I could stay around longer, but I think I do actually need to go. I have a thing tomorrow morning.
Ah, those pesky things.
Yes. Jackson Rowe, Beamsy, and I are finally going to dig into Snelling's misrepresentation of C14 and diamonds.
Very nice, very
And
nice.
I know Beamsy is going to go ape shit.
Oh yeah, that's a crazy story that everybody should absolutely, because the creationists like to say, "Oh, well, we found C14 in diamonds," and I myself just took that at face value and was like, "Well, yeah, if a diamond formed with a C14 as part of its lattice, it'll decay back into a nitrogen, but you can turn it back into C14 the same way it was made in the first place. Just chuck a neutron at it. It's not hard." But it turns out,
idea, that's not what the paper says.
Yeah, that's not even what the paper says. So it's a fantastic thing. So yeah, keep an eye out for that. Will that be on your channel, Doc?
It will be currently set for 10 a.m. Eastern.
Okay, I'm
I think
probably if I go much longer, I'm probably not going to catch that. But it should be very interesting. And Jackson, who also will be in the next Atheist World video, he's on my list too. He's up to some very, very nifty stuff behind the scenes, including doing some more testing to find out more about the limitations of our carbon-14 tests. And I don't want to, spoil his surprises, but he's told me a little bit about what he's up to. And it may take a little while to do the testing, but it should be really fucking cool. So yeah, you'll want to keep an eye on Jackson Rowe too.
Yeah, sounds fun.
Yeah.
Everyone, like and subscribe to Ember if you aren't already, and catch you later, man.
Yeah.
Have fun with the rest of this.
Yeah. Have a good night, Doc. Thanks for jumping in. The tangents were very interesting.
I mean, hey, I saw Eric in the chat. Maybe you can have a third co-host. Adios.
Yeah, maybe so. We just keep subbing out people tonight, It's, oh boy. Goodness. Let's see. Looks like we've got about 18 more minutes of Q&A. I don't know if they're going to get around to closing statements. Maybe they will. Maybe they won't. I don't know. But yeah, let's try to kill this stupid thing off. Yeah, Eric's up for it, so I will send you a Discord thingy. There we go. So yeah. Oh, Eric wants to fix his hair. That's all right. That's all right. Yeah, so let me see. I need to do some links. I have a list. Like I said, Jackson is gonna be one of the featured creators on the next Atheist World video, whenever the fuck I have time to do that. That may take a minute. But I've got, there it is. Yeah, I've got his thingy on the list. Let me type out the whole thing. https://www.youtube. Come on, fingers, you can do this. youtube.com/ Okay, there's Jackson's channel. And I'll do Dr. Dino real quick. That's exactly like it sounds. It's just it's spelled differently. Because Doc isn't actually a dino, or actually, he's not actually a doctor, so he doesn't want to confuse anybody about that. It's a play on Kent Hovind's name, and we'll throw an Eric link out there. If I can type, I cannot type. I am bad at my job. My giant fingers. Like, I even have a decent sized keyboard, and I still can't hit just one key at a time. It's infuriating. Okay, there's Eric's link. So yeah, if on the off chance you're not already subscribed to Eric, rumor has it Eric's working on a new video. It's been a little while. Yeah, should be pretty neat. Eric's stuff is always entertaining, in my personal opinion. Okay. So I'm not sure how long Eric's hair is going to take, so I'm going to play the video a little bit here while we wait.
Well, what if we had billions of years to come up with the human body? Suppose right now that, well, forget that hypothetical. Let me say this. Number one, and understand this, you do not have billions of years. There is no legitimate, valid, factual studies that will give you billions of years. Number two, and probably the strongest, you can't get off.
What? There. Okay, we don't have billions of years for human development, sure, but we have so much information about billions of years for life. We have freaking microfossils from the first billion years of Earth's history. Like, it's not just one study. It's so well documented. It's not even controversial, except for creationists. They have to lie about it to make it seem like that's actually a viable thing. Like, my goodness, that's just, oh, it's so awful. Okay, I'm looking for the proper overlay. I've got this one that I think I've got Eric on that one. Okay, yeah, we're just cycling through people today. I need more overlays, apparently. But yeah, it's so well documented. It's freaking crazy.
The ground. You have to have, ultimately, life come from non-life. Now, often the creationist is berated for saying, well, you believe things that you haven't seen. You ever met anybody who said, I've seen life come from non-life? Never seen a person do it, but it's presented in every one of your first grade, second grade, third grade, fourth grade, fifth grade books as a scientific fact, and it's nothing of the sort. One of the reasons that you can't get the human body is because you can't even get the first cell from non-life.
So that's a bit of a misleading thing. Like, when we're talking about abiogenesis, we have a definition problem because we're starting from the definition of life being cellular. But to get to cellular life, you're already lots and lots of steps down the path to creating life through chemical evolution. We have, as I think as Forrest Valkai puts it, we have steps 1, 2, 3, 5, 7, and 9. The fact we don't have steps 4 and 6 yet doesn't mean they're not there. It just means it's going to take us a little while to get there. But also, creationists believe in the creation of life from non-life. That's literally what the creationist thing is that life was created. So, what the fuck is Kyle talking about? Hello, Eric. How are you this evening?
Hey, Ember, how's it going?
Oh, having a fun time.
Awesome, awesome. I'm just getting my head put on straight here. I just spent the last 2 days texturing and painting my cottage, and I'm blasted right now. But I'm looking forward to this. It's gonna be fun.
Yeah. We've still got something like 18 minutes to go.
Awesome.
I don't know if they're planning to do closing statements or if it's all going to be Q&A, but my goodness.
Is it so this is Kyle Butt. I am familiar with him through Prophet Azad mostly, but I think Sir Sick has done stuff on him, and I think Apologia has done some material on him. But I am not familiar with the other gentleman, and that's Baker. Is that a Dr. Baker?
Dan Barker. He's a former minister.
Oh, okay. I've heard his name before. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, he's with FFRF these days.
Okay, awesome.
Yeah.
I am all caught up. Ready to go.
Hooray.
The questioner is right. The laptop computer is a bad analogy because computers are not self-replicating. In fact, a computer, in a sense, have you ever interacted with a computer and you talk to it and you yell at it and that program seems, it's not a living thing, but you're having a relationship with that thing. That computer.
That's more true now than ever. I'm sure you've all seen the ads for AI partners, if you will. That's more than a little disturbing.
I went on a little bit of a rant about this, and Barker's right in that computers aren't a good analogy because there's key difference between what computers can do and how we develop computers and such, and like the formation and development of life. One of the things we do with computers is we do stuff called machine learning, which contributes to our AI development and also helps us with a lot of other things like, predictive neural nets and such. And if you actually look at how those things are developed, they're developed with an evolutionary model. It's multiple lines of descendants upon descendants, each with a small change. Each one of those changes is either selected for or selected against. And if you do this virtually, which with computers you can do it very, very quickly, you can go from something that can't do anything useful to something that's playing Super Mario Brothers perfectly within 20 minutes to 30 minutes, depending on how fast your algorithm is. We have modeled and executed evolutionary processes in computers like we see in nature, and the model and the process works. We have solid evidence that it works. So I'm not sure when this is recorded, judging by Kyle Butt's appearance, probably a good, 5-10 years ago. But I'm assuming, I think he's much older looking now.
Yeah, I think this was we looked it up earlier, but I think it's 2009.
Okay, so about 12, 13 years ago. I would like to see that example be used more and more because there's a really good YouTube channel called Code Bullet he walks you through this type of stuff, and he actually shows you it in action and how the system works. And he's very humorous on top of that, so he's just entertaining and fun to watch. Evolution as a model to develop more complex, more useful, more adept, and survival oriented creatures, or it works. Like, we have solid evidence that it works, and we see this in nature. So I'd like to see this more and more brought up in debates like these, even though it's pretty much brand new, cutting edge. Well, not cutting edge, it's been around for several years. It's just we finally caught up to using it in our typical technology in the private sector. But yeah, it's better than the computer example, I think.
Yeah, definitely. Like ChatGPT comes to mind, how it was trained and got better and better at conversation and such, and incrementally. The current version is a couple of years out of date. Well, the free version, but
Yeah.
You know, it does okay. Jimmy Snow did an episode where he asked the chat bot to play Apologist, and it did surprisingly
Yeah.
well.
Yeah.
So, you know, that's fun. And then I did an episode after I saw that where I was inspired to ask ChatGPT if it had a religion, what would that religion look like? And that was a fun episode too.
Yeah.
It's also a really cool religion, so you know, I encourage you to go back and check.
I would love to play around a chat GPT that didn't have the limitations placed on it to be like politically or religiously neutral. Like I would love to just feed it just everything I possibly could and just say, I just want the AI's completely unfiltered, uncensored output. I want to see what that says. I don't think I'll ever be able to do that though, but it'd be cool if you could.
Yeah, maybe. Who knows what the future holds?
Yeah.
But looking at it from the other end of the scope, like Kyle Budd is hung up on abiogenesis. Okay, fair enough. We haven't gotten there yet. His skepticism, it's weird that he's skeptical about this one thing, but then this completely baseless claim, the book must be true because the book says the book is true, not skeptical at all.
Yeah.
Little dishonest,
Yeah,
but okay.
Confirmation bias.
Yeah.
He has the conclusion, and only evidence that supports that conclusion is valid. Everything else can be just dismissed.
Yeah, good science is a science that affirms scripture. But if Kyle's model were correct, that everything were created perfectly by a perfect God, why the fuck are we able to observe evolution in the real world today? Shit shouldn't be able to evolve if it were already perfect.
Yeah.
So
it's amazing it's amazing how these natural processes somehow magically make the same result as the result of a magical creature creating it. I think we talked about this the other night. I think at least on Doc Dino's channel, where they were basically we were talking about like the flood and how the flood would have carved the Grand Canyon and all these things. And I think the creationist scientists said that, natural processes, the flood processes, these drastic flood processes would create the same effects that we would see from long-term weathering, long-term erosion, long-term tectonic activity. It's like, no, they wouldn't. Like, yeah. Anything to conflate, anything to blur it and say, we're looking at something, but we can't determine exactly what caused it. So, my magic solution is as good as these natural solutions. And it's like, and that's totally not the case. You're going to have, if that was the case, then it would be spectacularly improbable that these two completely different processes can make something that looks identical.
Yeah. And on top of that, as we also mentioned in that previous stream, if it's true that flood processes, the global floods processes, produce the Grand Canyon, then every river should look like the Grand Canyon, and we just don't see that.
Yeah, exactly.
So it's several problems.
It's made out of non-life, and yet it is functioning. It is not the stuff that it's made of that makes it alive, it's its organization. There's nothing in your body and my body that doesn't come from non-life. We are made out of the basic elements that are out there, and it's the arrangement of it that matters. So the beauty of Darwinism is the self-replication, and of course the variation between the self-replication. What you just said completely misrepresents science. The fact of evolution is the strongest fact in biology ever. It has been repeatedly tested through multiple lines. Natural selection, evolution through natural selection is the only thing that makes sense of who we are as a species. You and I are related to each other genetically in some way. We have a common ancestor somewhere back there. I don't know where, maybe it's closer than we think. No, we have a common ancestor closer than that. And I bet it's 3 or 4 or 5 generations ago. I bet we could come back to that point. But when you go back, evolution is not a ladder. It's not a chain. You're obviously misinformed about what evolution is. It's wonderful if you will study it and read it. It is mind expanding in what it teaches us about who we really are as human beings. Evolution is a bush. You and I are somehow long distant cousins from each other based on a simple ancestor, and we're not the same. You and I are different from each other. Speciation happens at that level over billions of years. That is a fact of science.
Mr. Barker, first of all, I'd like to thank you for your patience, and I really appreciate the viewpoints you brought here today, and they really challenged me and made me think. One thing you asked Mr. Budd earlier was, what's one thing that, if true, would falsify your belief? And I just want to know, for you, what's that one falsifying fact?
Yeah, good. So you get the question, right? Falsifiability is important, if for nothing else than to point out the honesty of saying, here is what would prove me wrong, go for it. How many people are honest? I'll give you one example or maybe two, but there are thousands that I can think of. If Kyle were to pray and ask God, because the Bible says, all things whatsoever you shall ask in prayer believing, you shall receive, right? If Kyle were to pray and ask God to predict something, and Kyle were to turn to me and say, God told me, Dan, that tomorrow at 12:14 p.m., a meteorite from the southwest at 85 degrees would strike your house, not my house, go through the Navajo rug on the second floor, go down into the basement, and end up 17 inches below the basement floor, composed of 72% iron, 1% iridium, 3% nickel, and so on. And then if that happens, exactly as you told me that God told you would predict it, I would say, oops, my atheism is falsified, right? So
That's fair. In fact, I'd say that's a little more specific than I would require. Like, if all that shit happened and the meteorite turned out to be 4% iridium, I still might be willing to call it good.
Yeah,
you know?
Yeah, I would say so. I mean, I missed the question earlier that the QAer was asking. It was on falsification, and I guess Barker presented or asked, but for falsification for his position.
Mhm.
Yeah, I mean, the falsification for atheism would be just the demonstration of a god. Like, that's all you would really need there. Is that what the question was on earlier, or is that a little
Yeah,
bit
yeah. He presented the principle of falsification, that while you can't directly disprove a lot of shit, you can disprove shit by presenting falsification criteria and then meeting those criteria.
Yeah. Any idea given that has a falsification criteria attached to it, at least just one criterion, is infinitely more useful than a statement that doesn't have a falsification criterion attached to it. And there are lots of things that are true that aren't falsifiable. I mean, you can think of the let me see here, laws of logic, I guess, would be maybe a decent one. I mean, like, you can falsify one by saying, oh, finding something that's both A and not A, or that's neither A or not A.
We actually run into trouble with that in quantum physics sometimes.
Yeah. But yeah, having an idea with falsification attached to it, it does make it a much more useful idea because it's much more testable, and it can be thrown out if useless. Statements that don't have them with the attached, the statement could be completely false, but it's like it burdens you because you can't get rid of it.
Yeah, and to fully explore the picture, because it's not just you. Several people have joined partway through. Kyle's answer to the falsification question was, well, the principle of falsification itself can't be falsified. So I'm going to ignore your question.
That's so much wrong with that.
Yeah.
The principle of falsification can't be falsified. Can it?
I didn't really devote that much thought to it. I'm like, shrug, the laws of logic can't be used to verify the laws of logic. So who cares?
That's bizarre. I think, I mean, yeah, it's almost like the falsification is like a derivative of the laws of logic, which, like I said, they're presuppositions. So, yeah, I don't know, something to think about.
Yeah, I've been pondering ever since I heard Matt list off the laws of logic, how one could go about making them not presuppositions. I haven't come up with an answer yet, but it's still cooking in my head.
Yeah,
something may pop out someday.
If Jesus were to materialize on this stage, he did it before, according to your belief system. He materialized through solid ore, and he floated into the sky. If he were to materialize here and speak to us and tell us the exact geographical coordinates where the Ark of the Covenant is buried in Jerusalem, and in the Holy Land, and if we were to go over there to that point and dig it up and find it, I would say, oops, atheism's wrong. I could come up with a lot of stuff like that. What can you come up with that would falsify your hypothesis? Specifically, what would prove you wrong?
I know what would. Cat Jesus.
Oh, I'd worship Cat Jesus. In fact, I already do. I do. Once you unveiled Cat Jesus a couple nights ago, yeah, it's my new god.
Cat Jesus trumps all other mortal religions.
Absolutely. So is Kyle Kyle going to dodge and evade again here? I'm curious because it's a direct question. Like, what would falsify your hypothesis that a god did it? Yeah.
Yeah. It's a really cool riposte on Dan's part. He's like, "Oh yeah, I'll answer your question. Kyle, would you like to take another stab at answering maybe?"
Yeah.
Great. Number one, there are several things that could prove the Christian wrong. If you could prove that Jesus Christ did not exist, that would prove the Christian wrong. If you could prove that Jesus Christ did not come back from the dead on the third day as he predicted exactly, that would prove the Christian wrong. Paul said, he opened it for falsifiability. He said, if the resurrection is not true, then what I'm preaching to you is simply not the case. But you can't do that.
Yes, you can.
Let me tell you this. Here has historically been what has always happened. The person who has chosen not to believe always says, if I had just a little more evidence, then I would believe. Now,
any evidence, Kyle. Oof. Any. Yes, just a little more. Like, any would be a good start.
Yeah. Even just the fact that he says that a person who's chosen not to believe, sounds like he's describing resistant non-believers.
Mm-hmm.
It sounds like that's what he's trying to frame his ideological opponents as. And was that? I mean, so he's talking about falsification of Christianity.
Mm-hmm.
Was that the question, Christianity, or was it the God, or was it creation?
Yeah. Dan got all up in his grill right in the beginning. He did in his opening. He said, okay, there's a whole bunch of bad arguments for God, and they've all been debunked a gajillion times, and we can get into them if Kyle wants. And he listed off a few, and he said there's maybe a dozen that every apologist runs through over and over. But we're here to talk about Christianity, and that changes things. And he pulls out the Bible. He's like, there's stuff in this book that's contradictory. There are mutually exclusive properties that are logically incompatible that shows conclusively Yahweh cannot exist.
Yeah.
That was his opening.
Yeah.
And Kyle came back with, yeah, but watchmaker argument though. That's where the laptop thing came from. His version of the watchmaker is laptops.
Okay.
So yeah.
Yeah.
Like,
it feels
like
feels like he's sliding into, like I said, it sounds like he's describing resistant non-believers, and as a result, he's going to be painting the motivations of anybody who doesn't believe any bad light. It sounds like that's the way he's going with this. I'm interested to see what he does with this.
Yeah, he's trying to do the Uno reverse thing.
Yeah.
Where, religious people tend to be convicted because of emotional reasons rather than logical reasons. He's saying, no, we are simply believing the obvious truth. It's you non-believers who are refusing to believe because of emotional reasons. You don't want this to be true.
Yeah.
You always want just a little more evidence.
A little more evidence. Why aren't you satisfied with what I'm giving you right now?
Yeah.
Oh, it's full of fallacies and problems. No, you just want more because you're hard-hearted. Yeah.
Yes. Yahweh hardened our hearts. That's the proof of Yahweh right there.
Yep. Oh God! Don't give him ideas. Somebody will use that. Don't give him ideas. The fact that you're resisting, you're hard-hearted, is evidence that God exists because He hardened your heart, just like He did Pharaoh.
That's true.
Don't give him ideas.
in John chapter 11, after Jesus raised Lazarus from the dead, the Jewish community looked at that miracle and said, now we believe in Jesus? No. They said, now people are believing in Jesus, so we've got to kill Lazarus. When Jesus Christ was on the cross, do you remember what they said? They said, if you will come down from there, we will believe. Well, they hadn't believed when He made blind Bartimaeus see. They hadn't believed when the things that had been predicted about His life came true, born in Bethlehem of a virgin, going into the city of Jerusalem.
Dan already addressed those things, particularly the born of a virgin, which Mark fucked up the translation, but that's neither here nor there. I asked for that one. I'm like, if I wanted to prove I was a living God, maybe don't hang on the cross until I'm fucking dead. Maybe do the whole divine glow and levitate my ass off the cross and then set the cross on fire just for, extra drama. Like, that's how you show people you're a god, not, oops, I died.
Yeah.
Respawn in 3 days. Maybe.
I like how he's attacking the non-believer using the stories from the book that he reveres, the stories that were crafted specifically to discourage honest discussion and taking your interlocutors seriously and to paint them in a bad light. He's relying on those in order to, he's using those stories for exactly what they were there to put there for. They're there to take away and to reduce confidence in a person who disagrees that they're being sincere, that they in fact do have a reasonable threshold for evidence to believe, but they just need more. They just need more because obviously these stories in this book, they need more. They need more. Yeah, it's it's icky.
Yeah,
it's gross.
The fictional atheists behave this way. Therefore, the real atheists also behave this way.
Yep.
Awesome. Cool straw man, Kyle. Good job.
I wonder if Kyle, even for a moment, stops to think that, oh, hey, maybe these stories were all designed to make me think this, and I'm not really being reasonable. I doubt that thought has ever crossed his mind.
No, it's not like the Bible went through the hands of St. Augustine, who was a trained master of rhetoric, who rewrote huge portions of it to make it more emotionally compelling. No, that never happened.
Yeah.
Not why Augustine is a saint in the first place. No.
On all of those things, just a little bit more. I noticed in his previous falsifiability, he said, well, if you said that this meteorite was going to take place at 7:17, et cetera, et cetera. Well, what if we gave him all the information except that 7:17? Well, what would he say? Well, would he then say, well, you didn't tell me 7:17? Always more information.
I gotta give the person a response.
Why would you withhold that, though? Like, why would God withhold that? Like, what's if the point is to show off with the specificity of your perfect knowledge, then show off. Like, it's fucking infuriating. And it's a hypothetical on top of a hypothetical anyway, which is just frustrating and dumb.
Yeah.
Responsible for this event, a chance to ask a question.
I hope you don't mind me asking a question, Mr. Butt. Two parts. One, do you believe in miracles? And two, why won't God heal amputees?
Absolutely, positively, yes. I do believe that miracles at one time were commonplace, especially when Jesus Christ was on this earth. The point of a miracle has always been to confirm that the speaker was speaking for God. Confirmation. Now, also...
So what about all the miracles in the Islamic world and the Hindu world and ancient China and etc.?
All kinds of magical events of tales of old. Yeah.
Like if all of these things verify the divine connection and the truth of what the prophet is saying, then all the prophets spoke the truth?
Yeah. And it's a shame that Kyle, a representative of God, someone who's speaking for God, as he describes those previous miracle workers, it's a shame that he won't perform a miracle. Because, I mean, that would sway at least one person in the audience, I would think. Just
for sure.
One, right? It's a shame that he won't do one, though.
Yeah, like if he turned that microphone into a serpent.
I haven't seen the video. I haven't seen the rest of his video yet, but I'm gonna bet he does not do a single miracle.
Yeah. I dare say.
There were subsequent points to those. They showed the compassion of Jesus Christ. They showed that God had the power over anything that you can name.
The compassion of Jesus Christ. Okay, let's talk about Lazarus. Yeah, he raised Lazarus from the dead. After he waited for him to die, he had frickin' healing power. He could have healed him. But no, he let him die first so he could show off more. Yeah. Let's talk about the compassion.
Maximum effect.
Yeah.
Over nature, over death, over you name it, God had the power to control it. But now, the real question that he's answering is a very valid one. What about miracles today? Well, I will tell you that I believe that the age of miracles has ceased. Why is that? Because I believe that the Bible has been confirmed. Paul said in Galatians chapter 1, he said, though I or an angel of heaven preach any other gospel to you than that which has been preached, let him be accursed. You see, what God has done for us is given us every single thing that we need to know to live lives in accordance with his will to go to heaven. We don't need any more confirmation of the word.
This is quite the Bible says excuse.
Oh, he likes to retreat into preaching mode when he doesn't actually have a good answer.
Yeah, this is what Mr. Deity has recently coined as an excusagist. Instead of
Yes.
a reasonable explanation or anything that approaches, hey, something that doesn't look like a cop out, he's just making an excuse. He's saying, oh, I firmly believe that we're no longer in the age of miracles. Why? Like, he's relying on Paul, I think he said, and something Paul said, that people that want to do this are no longer like representatives of God, and that the Bible has been fulfilled and complete, and that's all we need now. But it's like the ancient people back when the New Testament was being written supposedly needed these miracles to believe, and they had the Old Testament to rely on, which also had miracles in it.
Mm-hmm.
What suddenly changed? Like, why after all of a sudden, right around when the last apostle died, probably like what, 80 to 100 CE?
Yeah, somewhere around there.
Why was that the cutoff? Like, these guys were doing miracles all the way up to this point, even after Jesus died. Then all of a sudden, when these apostles died, boom, that's it. Oh no, hey, by the way, that's like the foundation of this current religion we're pushing. Like, why? Like, if a God was really serious about maintaining the inflow of new believers and saving as many people as possible, there would have been miracles throughout all of that last 2,000 years we just experienced, all the way up to today, and we would be seeing, amputees getting their limbs back.
Yeah, and on the flip side, there are reports of miracles. Muhammad infamously made a whole bunch of miracles long after Jesus. But he, of course, had to claim he's the last prophet, nobody after him, so that his religion becomes true. But that wasn't the end of miracles.
I'd be curious to ask Kyle if he thinks that people can pray for the healing of somebody else today and God answer that prayer and it works. Because that would be a miracle still, right? If the age of miracles are over, that means that any prayer today for somebody else to be healed of their cancer, of their dementia, of whatever that you can't quite detect on the surface, I wonder if he would say, yeah, God is answering those prayers today, because those are miracles, right? That's a defiance of the laws of nature. That's a suspension of what we would normally see occur. And I'm glad this guy asked, why doesn't God heal miracle or heal amputees? Because that's something more readily verifiable. Something we never see happen before is somebody grow back an arm or a leg. We see plenty of cancer remissions, like spontaneous and stuff like that. So you can't tell if that's a miracle or not, really. But hey, if somebody grew their limb back, if Footless Joe grew back her foot tomorrow, that'd be quite impressive. That would definitely turn a few minds.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But that would only prove that, Dave Warnock has supernatural powers, because he invoked enough super chats will cause the foot to regrow.
Yeah, that was a fun night.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That would just prove his prophecy.
Yep.
But yeah, we do still continue to see miracles of at least equal veracity, if not greater, even up to the present day. I've mentioned before, Sai Baba in India, they believe in reincarnation. So he died, but he was the reincarnation of a previous Sai Baba, and there will be another Sai Baba in the future.
Yeah.
That's how that system works. But he's purported to have performed miracles in the modern era. There are people still alive today who witnessed him raise the fucking dead. Living witnesses, known witnesses in the information age. So they're at least as good as Kyle's miracles, and probably a good sight better, at least with their attestation.
Mm-hmm.
So do those miracles not count because they're not part of the right book's mythology, or what's the deal here?
All things for life and godliness have been given to us. And so, yeah, I believe in miracles, but I don't believe they're still happening today. Now, do I believe that God acts in the world? Certainly. I believe that God acts providentially through natural ways that you could not put your...
God acting in the world is a miracle.
Yeah, the supernaturalness. And in fact, I kind of wish I were there. If Kyle does another debate and I ever have the chance, I'd be like, forget falsifying Christianity. If you believe prophecies and miracles are what make Christianity true, have you ever heard of Sai Baba, and why are you not a Hindu because of it?
Yep.
finger on and say, God did that exactly. Often you see that in hindsight. Do I believe God can still act in this world? Certainly. Do I believe that he acts miraculously like he did in the first century? No.
Kyle, you seem to be
Okay,
suggesting
hold
that
on.
Christians.
So what is a miracle? Like, what is the definition of a miracle here? Because Kyle, I think, is contradicting himself.
Oh, that never happens.
Yeah. Because a miracle is the suspension of the laws of physics, the suspension of the natural progress of a natural world in order for something different to happen. So if if my grandma is riddled with bone cancer, I pray, and then she goes to the doctor the next day, they do the x-ray, they go, your bone cancer is gone. I would say that's a miracle, right? Because God answered my prayer and suspended the laws of nature inside my grandma and made that cancer go away. Miracle. But Kyle's saying God does that, but that can't be classified as a miracle. Why? It's the same as the miracles that Jesus performed when he turned water to wine, when he raised the dead, when, what was it, Elisha, one of those dudes, called down to have fire consume a soaking wet animal sacrifice. It is the suspension of what we would naturally see, what we would normally see, because somebody is stopping the game and messing with the game physics and doing something momentarily.
I never noticed that the miracles are always like bounded by the limits of human imagination.
That too, yeah.
Like, none of these Bible stories are, oh, Yahweh, if only you would do something no one can doubt is a miracle for all fucking time.
Yeah.
And then out of the middle of the plains of Megiddo rises a frickin' mountain the size of Mount Everest.
That would be cool.
Just whoop, up it. Like, why not something truly immense and titanic?
It's always limited to the imagination of the fanfic writer for the holy text, yeah. Yeah.
Christians should not pray for miracles now. Christians should not pray for their sick children to get better when the doctor told them that they're going to die of cancer. In the Bible, Jesus very clearly said, all things whatsoever ye shall ask for in prayer believing, you shall receive. The prayer of faith will save the sick. Now you're telling us, well, that only applied back then. We're in a different, I suppose, dispensation now. He was only talking to them back then. So we should basically throw out those verses, and those promises that he made to his disciples do not apply to today. Do Christians in this audience believe that kind of talk? Don't you pray when your child is sick? Don't you pray for the laws of nature, for God to...
Yeah.
Christians, are you really believing this guy? I know the Bible better than he does.
Yeah. I mean, that's how Matt Dillahunty plays that card fairly regularly.
Yeah.
And it's fun, but like, I mean, it does. It promises that believers can drink poison and not be harmed, handle the poisonous snakes, heal people.
Yep.
What I mean, if that's true, I've heard apologists say, we can't test God by actually trying to use these powers he promises us. That would be testing God. That's not cool. But like, if you actually can heal people by laying on hands, is not your moral duty to be going to every fucking hospital you can reach and healing everyone in sight?
Yeah.
Like,
No,
but
what
we
you do
can't
is-
test
What you
God.
do is you build a super church and you charge admission to these gigantic events where you can then swing your suit coat and heal people left and right in a spectacular fashion for, mountains of donations, of course.
Yes. Oh, you know what would be handy? If you could take a couple of birds and a magic wand and you just sprinkle the whole audience and everybody's
The
healed.
birds are just bombing them with holy water. Yeah, much more efficient. There's much more efficient ways to do this.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, that or they're just all frauds.
Oh, well, there's that too.
Intervene in some way? Kyle is telling you, you should not. There are no more miracles. Well, I guess we're on the same page on that one.
This question's for Dan Barker. Dan, if the smartest, the 1,000 smartest scientists in the world today said we needed to reduce the human population immediately because future generations will not be able to live on Earth, if they said that, and they say we needed to go to Columbia, South Carolina tonight and do that, and they say we needed to kill everyone in this audience, would you say that would be right or that would be wrong?
Well, I would fight that, obviously, and I'm sure you would too. I would question their judgment and say that there'd probably be better ways to do that. For example, birth control. Let's use birth control. Let's tell the Pope that the Pope is wrong about birth control. Let's limit our family size, and let's try to have more respect for the environment. If those scientists said that, I would want to know their reasoning. They would have to convince me. It's hard for me to imagine that the smartest scientists in the world would advocate a genocide, because if they would, they should get in line first, right? I mean, if that was important. So
Kyle agrees with that
Kyle's
one.
like, I like to see some atheist scientists die.
Kyle's a bloodthirsty bastard. I tell you what, he was trying to, assault 2 million women earlier on pain of killing 6 billion people.
Yeah,
he is bloodthirsty.
This guy is basically proposing a classic trolley problem. Basically, like, okay, because the way he should have phrased his question was not 1,000 scientists say this. He should just phrase the question hypothetically. Let's say we had conclusive evidence that we have, 7 billion people on the planet, 8 billion people. I don't know, forget the number. We have X amount of billion people on the planet right now. We have conclusive, hard evidence that this population is unsustainable. We're going to have societal collapse that will result in billions dead in 100 years, unless we cull half the population right now. Like, that's a good trolley problem. Do you want to cull 4 billion people now to save 6 billion in 100 years? And I have no idea how I would answer that question. That's like, both are terrible options, terrible solutions. But that's what discussion is about. That's what discussion on morality is about. We don't know what we would do in those types of situations. Would you pull that lever and send the trolley down a different track?
I think what the questioner is missing is that atheism isn't a positive assertion the same way religion is. Like, I believe just because it's what I believe. It arises out of skepticism. And a skeptical person, if 1,000 scientists claim this drastic step has to be taken immediately, a skeptic is going to go, hold the fuck on. Yeah. Let me see your peer-reviewed research. Let's look at this. Let's explore other options. Is this really a dichotomy? Either kill everyone right now or we're all screwed. No, we want to know more. We're going to instinctively doubt, and we want to investigate the claim.
Yeah. I wonder how. Yeah. So just for the funsies, just for a moment, let's say we had that. Let's say we had what I previously described. We had hard scientific evidence that in 100 years, 6 billion people will die unless we kill 3 billion now. Is that a trigger you would want to pull, or do you say no? And if you don't want to answer, you don't want to answer that. That's if you don't want to. Okay, so you wouldn't.
No. I think there's always other ways. I mean, honestly, we do have data that the Earth is already considerably overshot. I don't know if killing people right now will make any difference.
Just simplified. We know this is a true dichotomy. It's going to be one or the other. It's the trolley problem, is what I'm basically presenting. I'm probably with you. I would not do it because 6 billion 100 years from now, that's not, even though that's more people, that's not on anyone specifically. Whereas if I pulled that lever, I just killed, 3 billion people. I don't know if I don't know if my conscience will be able to handle that. Yeah.
Yeah,
well,
that's pretty ishy.
I could be reasoning the other way too. I won't be around 100 years.
That crossed my mind too. Like 100 years from now is a future generation's problem.
That's why I like questions like that. I like questions where neither choice makes you a good guy. You're like, man, I really don't like either of these because that makes me look like a jerk. But it tells you a lot about yourself,
Yeah, but like as a for example, a human global population was stable at about 1 billion and a quarter for around 100 years. And then suddenly we figured out how to pull nitrogen out of the atmosphere and create industrial fertilizers.
Yeah.
And then our population shot way the fuck up. We're already in unsustainable territory. If that dreaded EMP, the Earth's magnetic field weakens to the point that a solar flare takes out our power grid and knocks us back to the Stone Age, we're going to have a huge die-off, because if we lose the ability to make those industrial fertilizers, we go back to only being able to feed about 1 billion people.
Yeah, that'd be bad.
Overnight. And that's gonna suck.
Yeah.
But even knowing that's we're already completely reliant on science, and that if anything goes wrong in that system, we have a huge problem.
The House of Cards we're building.
Yeah,
Seems like,
yeah. I'm still not gonna say we need to knock our population back down to the pre-fertilizer sustainable levels, because there's other ways. Like we have hydroponics now. We could make more efficient farms than we currently have. We could make a lot more efficient farms
I've
than we currently
seen
have.
some interesting shows or documentaries on those hydroponic buildings, and those are pretty insane. Like the yield that they put out, the water they save, the electricity. It consumes electricity, but it's much better on land and water usage. And yeah, you're right, Victoria. I am a monster.
How dare you? How dare you?
No disagreement here.
But yeah, so that's my thing. Like we are in an unsustainable position, and it's really only a matter of time until something goes very, very wrong.
Yeah.
But I think there's other ways. I think we probably couldn't save everybody, but by the God I don't believe in, we sure as hell could try, and would probably save quite a few people.
Yeah, that's why I'm so excited about AI, is because AI can potentially solve a lot of problems for us that we can't. Yeah, I'm looking forward to how it goes in the next, say, 20, 30 years, exactly where AI takes us, exactly where, like I think AI could potentially solve global warming if we give enough time. Because yeah, not to get too deep into it, but yeah, like new problems tend to open up new opportunities. So we have lots of CO2 in the air. We have things are changing. Some of this can perhaps be harnessed and used in some way that's beneficial. But yeah, anyway.
Yeah, I've seen a number of sci-fi stories that talk about AI becoming the government, because the AI doesn't have emotional reasons for denying obviously scientific solutions. Like, oh, we don't want to do that because my politics say it would be bad for the economy, or we don't want to do that because it goes against such and such scripture I believe in, or whatever. And the AI would just go, don't care, do it.
Yep. AI can't be bribed, corrupted. I would hand over judicial matters to a open source AI. It's like, yeah, just you want perfect impartial justice, have a computer do it.
In a way, I find that scary, but on the other hand,
it's very scary.
Having humans in charge is kind of scarier if you think about it.
Yeah,
because humans are really bad at this.
Yeah, Star Trek's explored this numerous times, giving control of your society over to a computer. There's pros and cons to both. Humans are corruptible, partial, biased. They can be bought, they can be sold, they can just be psychopaths and just do what's wrong just for the funs of it. But humans do give that element of mercy and such, like when you're sentencing somebody in court, but you understand the extenuating circumstances around the scenario, and you can reduce sentences and give mercy and such. And we appreciate those things because there are cases in which, hey, okay, yeah, she killed her husband, but her husband's been beating her relentlessly for 20 years and she just snapped one day. Like, you can take things like that into consideration. Whereas I don't think computers would necessarily do that. Computers will probably just go, oh, guilty, checking table for punishment. 25 years in prison. So I like exploring things like that, and I like how Star Trek's done that too. It's really fun, like kind of what if scenarios, kind of understand what would happen if we were to give our destiny over to the singularity and just see what happens from there.
Yeah, or we could just all be uploads. That could be fun too.
Could do that too.
Yeah.
I like I like T-Jump's idea of a better world than we have now, because if T-Jump says that his thought experiment is, okay, if a God wanted to test souls and test free will, he wouldn't put us all here on the same planet where our free wills can violate other people's free wills. He would give each and every one of us an isolated world all for ourselves where we can exercise whatever free will we want, but not hurt others. And like that world can have other individuals, people in it, but that aren't necessarily people with souls and free wills and stuff like that. So yeah, if we ever get to singularity and we ever become like a mechanical cyber species, just upload my brain into my own world and just put me on a satellite, shoot me off into space, and just get me away from everybody. Yeah, something like that would be really fun.
Could be interesting.
Yeah.
There's a series of books along those lines too. Instead of being a satellite, they use an AI, much like we described earlier, with a virtual brain running an uploaded consciousness.
Yeah.
To run a von Neumann probe, which is a interstellar probe that moves at sublight speed. And when it gets to another star system, it either contacts intelligent life there, or no intelligent life. It cruises for resources and starts replicating. It builds copies of itself, and then they all go on to other star systems, and so on, and so on, and so on, until eventually you explore the whole galaxy. Takes forever, but it's done by an artificial being, so how long it takes doesn't matter.
Yeah. I think von Neumann probes could basically fill up a galaxy within a few million years, which seems like a long time, but in galactic timescales, it's nothing. So yeah.
Mm-hmm.
We could have I mean, if von Neumann probes are a real thing, and there are other intelligent species in the galaxy that have achieved that, even just like species from 4, 5, 6 million years ago, we could potentially have von Neumann probes in our solar system right now, just sitting and waiting for us to hit a certain level of technology before it contacts us, or it could be replicating itself and sending copies of itself out to other nearby stars. Yeah, a lot of cool ideas when it comes to that. I listen to John Michael Godier, and I also listen to Isaac Arthur, their channels, so they talk about that quite a bit. It's fun stuff to think about.
Yeah, I run into it from books. There's a different set of books. I don't believe they call them von Neumann probes in that book. I don't know if they give them names, but I think the book is called Spin. And the whole story is pretty crazy, but the relevant part is that humans send out nanoprobes that are supposed to explore star systems, replicate, and go on to other star systems. Nanoprobes because, of course, velocity, acceleration, force, mass, the lower the mass, the less force it takes, so they can spread faster, kind of thing. Well, the idea is they're going to spread across the galaxy eventually, and then we'll have a nice little, galactic internet, basically. It'll be limited by light speed, but whatever. And then they get to Alpha Centauri, and they find there's a network already there.
Yeah.
That another alien put into play.
So
And
someone else has already thought of
the
this
thing.
and implemented it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
because that's kind of the thing, right? Like, if we're not the first, then something like that, maybe not exactly that, but something like that, is already out there, spreading or having already enveloped the entire galaxy.
Yep.
And we'll run into it as soon as we explore further.
Yeah.
Or maybe it's already here. Maybe that's the UFOs. Is the von Neumann probes are in our system. They're not quite sure if we count as intelligent life or not, so they're sending tests to see what we do.
It'd be really funny if there were like multiple von Neumann probes from multiple civilizations just hanging out and waiting, and they're really like aware of each other.
Oh, that's why we have Tic Tacs and flying saucers and other things. Yeah.
Yeah. They're up there fighting.
Yeah, and because they're AIs, they're just running their protocols. It doesn't matter that they're at cross purposes or whatever.
Oh, man.
Could be very interesting.
Yeah.
I would not presume to tell them that they are acting immorally, but I love life enough, and I love the people here in this town enough to protect myself, unlike the God of the Bible, which exterminated entire villages because they offended his vanity, right? I think I love the world enough to see if there's a better way to do it than that.
Okay, now I want you to notice what Dan just said in answer to that question. He said, there are better ways to take care of overpopulation than coming and killing the 550 people in this audience. Birth control. What's often lumped in with birth control? Abortion. So what he's saying there is, there are better ways to save your life if it happens to be an overpopulation problem. Just kill the unborn child in the mother's womb.
That's way of a stretch.
Yeah.
Like, that's not even a straw man. That's just twisting his words to say something he very much did not say.
Birth control, abortion, part of birth control, sure, but birth control is much larger and much more broad than just abortion. So all Barker has to say is, okay, fine, birth control minus abortion. Screw you, Kyle.
Yeah, and minor point. The God of the Bible, very pro-abortion.
Oh yeah, very pro-abortion. I mean, how many?
Hell, pro-killing babies.
Yeah, not just killing babies, killing them in horrific manners, burning them to a crisp in Sodom and Gomorrah, drowning them in the flood. Bathsheba's baby, just screw it. Just is going to come to term and die because I deemed it because I don't like your parents. Like, yeah, I get.
Yeah, David's adultery baby, dashing the babies on the rocks happily.
Yeah.
You know, yeah.
Yep.
I honestly, I don't think Yahweh likes babies very much.
I don't think so either.
Yeah. I mean, well, he doesn't like humans very much. But whatever.
Yeah. But yeah, all Barker had to say is fine then. Birth control without abortion. Because, hey, we got lots and lots of ways to do birth control. We got vasectomies, we got pills, we got hormonal blockers, we have what is it, IUDs that women can use. Like, there's multiple ways to keep us from reproducing. We don't need abortion for that.
Yep, it's one of the least efficient ways to do that.
Yeah.
Closing arguments. Here we go.
Alrighty.
In the concluding remarks, sometimes you need to wrap up some things that were said during the debate. Just one real quick one. When he mentioned the idea that the eye of the human is inverted and it's bad design, and an intelligent designer would have done better than that. It just so happens that the most acute eye on the planet, the bird eye, happens to be inverted. I've got a quote here from New York, Frank Gill, Ornithology, Freeman, 1995.
It doesn't change anything about that argument.
This is not actually a quote.
Yeah, like
doesn't change anything about that argument.
As we mentioned when Doc was still on, if humans are the most special, God's favorite, absolute perfect design, why the fuck do birds have better eyeballs than we do? Yeah. How does that work?
Yeah, but I guess the way our eyes are developed, the image is upside down and our brain corrects it for us. So I'm guessing the previous comment was basically like, well, if that was the case, then why didn't God just design an eye that didn't have that issue where you had to have that corrective function inside of the brain? He's appealing to the bird eye now, which is better than the human eye, and it also has a design flaw in it. So that somehow defeats the argument about the design flaw. It's like, no, both eyes have that flaw in it. Like, he's not answering the question here. He's just simply pointing another example of the problem.
Yeah, I don't know if that particular issue even really matters, because the brain, like, we have a sense of up and down from our inner ear, but the visual cortex doesn't know what's up and what's down.
Yeah.
Like, does it even actually have to correct for that? Because it doesn't have any contact to the different. However, back in the 90s, PBS did an experiment where they had people stand on their head, and after between 3 and 7 days, their vision flipped because the brain adapted, and it just reversed the perception.
Yeah.
So, I don't think it actually matters, but yeah, the fact birds have that, it doesn't change the argument at all.
Yeah. And like, as a software developer, like, there's nifty little tricks for doing stuff like that. I can think of one. It's kind of technical, but there's like an interview problem I give to people that I interview for my company. And part of the solution of the problem is doing a little trick like that, where, something's coming in backwards. So there's a way to use that and to correct it in the algorithm. So that's not necessarily like a bad thing. Like, humans with their eyes vision being flipped inside of the brain is not necessarily a bad thing. I don't think it's maybe an argument against good design. There could be little tricks. I see tricks like that in software all the time where I'm like, that's a neat little elegant way to solve this issue. And there's like nothing necessarily wrong with that. I'm in agreement with you that it's probably not a really good question to ask about design. My issue here is that Kyle does not address the question. He just points to another example of the problem that's being presented to him and not do anything with it.
Yeah. And I stand corrected. They used visors with mirrors. They didn't actually stand them on their heads.
I was going to ask, I was like, 7 days on your head, I think would kill you.
It's very old data in my head.
Yeah.
Fuzzy meat brain.
Visors with mirrors, though, I can see that. That'd be pretty neat little trick. Hey, wear this for 7 days and see what happens. Yeah.
all kinds of fun
And then,
shit.
and then you take it off. You gotta wait another 7 days for your brain to go, oh God, flip it back around. Okay, fine. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, annoy your poor brain. You have any idea how much data I already have to process? You bastard.
Which comes from the book. Birds have an inverted eye, yet they produce the sharpest images of all animals. Now, he did get into more of a core of the question. He did say, well, if the Bible is the ultimate guide for morality, why is it that you can take any moral issue and you can see Bible-believing people come down on both sides of those issues? Now, I believe that's a very valid question, but it's one that Dan has answered for us. In fact, I have a quote from his University of Minnesota speech, October 19, 2006, How to Be Moral Without Religion. And this is the quote: "A tendency that we all have, we look through our documents to try to find what supports our already prejudiced views about what we think morality should be like." Well, yes, that's exactly what happens. The reason we come down on both sides of the moral question when we approach the Bible, if you give this Bible that I'm holding in my hand to 5 different people, they might come up with 5 different answers. But has the Bible changed every time that you gave it to one of the people? No. What did change? The prejudices that...
This right here is a really good example of why God is a terrible writer. I took a technical writing class back in college, and one of our final exams was to write an instruction manual to build a Lego set from just your collection of pieces to the final built Lego set. And if you wrote a technical manual to build something with those Legos, and you gave it to 20 people, and they each built something different because your manual was so poorly worded, you would have flunked that class because you did not put into effect the stuff the class was teaching you and the strategies and keeping your information straight and being clear. This is a huge example of why the Bible is such a poor document when it comes to these types of guidances and these types of moral instructions and historical instructions, because there's nothing like straightforward or concrete about it. It can be interpreted. It can be malleable. Words don't mean what they mean. Is this literal or is this figurative? And it's the problem upon problem upon problem with this book. And on top of that, written by dozens and dozens of authors over 1,500 years, conflicting ideas, and yet Christians want to say, hey, this book is coherent and unified today. This is all evidence against that this book was written by some perfectly divine authority who had its top priority be, I need to convey my message to humans accurately. This is all evidence against that proposition. And I don't know what he's going to use this thought train for, because he's not setting himself up here to probably show that the Bible is well written, but I don't know. We'll see what he says.
Yeah, it's fascinating, but yeah, it's a similar thing with, like, you're facing a moral problem, so you read your favorite novel. Maybe it's Raymond Feist's Magician, or maybe it's Harry Potter, whatever. And a passage jumps out at you as, oh, this is similar to the situation I'm dealing with. This is my guidance from on high.
Yeah.
And whatever it is, you're grabbing the conclusion that you already subconsciously have, and you're just using the text to justify it.
Yeah.
If it's super vague, if it doesn't actually have any fucking real solidity to it, you will justify whatever it is you already believe using it.
Yeah, there's multiple stories of Christians saying, oh, I was dealing with a problem and I dropped my Bible and it opened to the page and I saw the scripture and oh my God, praise God, it was my answer. And yeah, that's because just about any scripture can say anything you want it to say.
Yeah.
Especially my old religion, the Jehovah's Witnesses, they very much believe in especially the Old Testament. Oh, there was an initial literal fulfillment of the prophecy or these scriptures. And then there's a second, more distant fulfillment. And that second more distant fulfillment is where they get all their room to make it say and mean whatever they want. They can say, oh yeah, this scripture definitely talked about this historical event, but it also prophesies about, this country over here doing this at this time, or World War I breaking out. And yeah, it's it's just the Bible is just a sandbox. You can just do whatever you want with it because, like I said, words don't mean what they mean, and things are both literal and figurative. Some scriptures, according to some Christians, yeah, completely ineffective to convince any doubters or non-believers or anyone at all skeptical about holy books like this.
Yeah. Similarly, recently I did in my birthday stream, we talked about self-titled Bishop Alan Didio trying to show that atomic weapons are prophesied in the Bible, and he brings up a bunch of passages that you really have to try to interpret in a very specific way in order to make they look almost like atomic stuff if you squint at them sideways and turn the book upside down. Like, what the fuck, man?
Yeah.
It's absolutely ridiculous. But I do enjoy how Stephen King made fun of this practice in Under the Dome. I've never seen the TV show, but the actual book, the pastor of the Baptistish church, the Congo church in the town of Chester's Mill, he's confused, he's conflicted because he knows about a horrible sin going on. He's been a part of it, and he believes God is punishing the town with the dome that's got them all trapped. And so he says, "Oh God, please shew me a sign." And God speaks to him and says, "Go to your Bible and flip open to a page not too close to the middle, and there will be your sign." And so he flips open a page and he reads a passage, and it's absolute nonsense. And he goes, "I don't understand, Lord. What does this mean?" And the voice of God in his head says, "Not that one, you idiot. Keep reading." So he just goes on until he finds a passage that tells him what he wants to hear. I'm like, oh, love it.
Aunt Jur just messaged me in Discord, actually. She says, I don't know if you saw my comment on Ember's side chat. This is a series about time travelers that are coordinated by an AI called the Director. There are constant moral dilemmas about the Director's actions. Thought you might like it. And she gave me a link to Netflix for the Director. Thanks, Aunt Jur. Appreciate that. I'll have to take a look. Yeah, very cool.
Yeah, I could see that. Like, the people who put the Director in place would necessarily trust their own handiwork. But the generation that comes after is like, well, how do we really know that this AI has our best interests in mind?
Yeah, yeah. And that's the interesting thing about AI too. Like when I forget, it was recently, but basically I think it was Microsoft or one of the other, or Google or something. They were asked like, "Hey, how's your AI coming to these conclusions and stuff?" And that's the thing with neural networks. They're not interpretable by humans. Like you set the groundwork for it to learn, but once those neural connections are made, we can't look at that and go, "Oh, we see exactly what's happening and how it's coming to this conclusion." There's no way for us to do that, at least not yet. So it's like we're growing our own brain and we're looking at it and going, "I don't know how it works. It just works." And it just gives you these outputs for these inputs. So yeah, if we were to ever create an AI and give society over to it, we can look at the source code that made that neural network and basically dictates how it would train itself. But once it's trained, it is its own thing. It is its own mind. And we can't really read it like we would normal code. It's as if we're looking at it's as if you, let's say I was able to look at a map of neural connections in your brain number, like I had a 3D graph of your brain and all the connections. I can't look at that and go, "Oh, I see exactly why Ember likes chocolate ice cream," or "I see exactly why Ember came to this conclusion from this dilemma." Yeah, there's no way we can really read that, which is kind of scary because, if AI, we start giving more and more power over AI, we're not going to know what's going on in those brains. We just have to trust that it's out there for our best interests and won't go Skynet on us.
Yeah, black box problem.
Yeah.
But nobody considered it to be a problem because if the neural network doesn't generate increasingly more pleasing results, then it naturally selects out.
Yeah.
Like, nope, we don't like that one. Let's try again with different parameters. But it can be scary.
It could be like, and it could be presented the problem of like, we were talking about earlier, kill 3 billion now to save 6 billion in 100 years. And AI might go, yeah, saving 3 billion people, go for it. And like, yeah, it could make cold logical decisions like that, for better or for worse.
It could, but there's also programmer bias, right? Like the way we train neural networks is we feed them the data and then we see what they output and then we select the output that we like.
Yeah.
So if we were to train a moral AI, it would effectively reflect the morals of the programmer, not a true, unbiased, logical perspective.
Yeah, it depends on how the reward system is set up to promote or for the system to select which paths are best and which ones aren't. And yeah, and that comes down, like I said, to the programmer. You know, long term, short term saving of humans, which weighs better on the scale. You know, yeah.
Mm-hmm. It's very troublesome.
Yep.
Come on,
the person
Kyle.
brought to the text, and that's out of Dan's own mouth. Now, let me bring to point one of what I think is one of the most powerful statements that was made in this discussion. Dan, and I have a quote from his book about hell. He said basically the same thing that he said tonight. If I meet a God, and that God created hell, then I'll tell him to go there. And that frightens me even to repeat. I believe that's one of the most blasphemous statements that ever was. Now, I do believe that a person...
It's not, though.
It's not.
Like, there's two interpretations of this. The first is that hell is totally removed from God. God's presence is removed because God can't be near sin. So it's impossible for God to go to hell. If he went to the physical location of hell, it would no longer be hell. All the sinners would get kicked out and probably have to go to where God just was because God's not there anymore, or something like that.
Yeah.
The other possibility is that you the technical definition of blasphemy. Now, I realize every religious person has a different definition, but just baseline definition of blasphemy as a religious crime is ascribing to another power that which is properly attributed to God.
Right.
This is why football players thank God for every touchdown, because they don't want to accidentally thank their teammates when it actually was God who helped. Better to thank God and screw over the humans than the other way around. And a bunch of other similar situations. So, like, if you actually do get a miracle, if God really does help you find your car keys and you fail to thank God, or worse, attribute God's interference to something else, like, oh, I thought of it myself where they are. They must have been in the door, or whatever. That's blasphemy. Or worse, giving another power credit, like thanking Jesus for what the Holy Spirit did, or thanking Satan for what Jesus did. Big blasphemy.
Yeah, that's what kept Moses out of the promised land. He hit that stone with his staff, and water came out, and then he said he did it.
Yep. How dare?
How dare?
That would believe, as Dan does, could make a statement like that. But let's analyze the idea of hell just for a minute. The Bible says that God is a God of love. But you know what's the Bible?
Does the Bible say that? Maybe it does, and I just haven't come across that passage yet.
It says God is love. It equates God to love.
Yeah, that reminds me of in college I took philosophy 101. For better or for worse, I didn't go further in philosophy because it wasn't part of my core curriculum. But I feel like if I had, considering what we run into with philosophy bros on the internet, I think I would like philosophy a lot less. But that's a whole other side thing. One of Plato's students, Platonius, came up with this idea that if you have the Platonic form of goodness, and you simply decide that that is the God, then God equals good. That was his big theological breakthrough.
Mm-hmm.
And many religions, especially the Christians, immediately snapped that up. They were like, oh, if we just define God as the Platonic form of goodness, then God is good. No one can deny this. Never mind what God actually does. Yep. He's defined as goodness. So you could say God is love, but God's actions tell another story. Like he describes himself, I am a jealous God. I am a God of war. I am a God of hate. I am a God of envy. I am wrathful. That one comes up many times.
Yeah, creates the
How
good
is this
and
love?
creates the good and the evil, sower of confusion. Yep.
Yeah. So maybe it does say God is love, but that isn't all it says.
What else the Bible says? The Bible says that love allows the freedom to choose. In fact, in the Old Testament, in the book of Deuteronomy, it's Deuteronomy 30:19, I believe, Moses said to the children of Israel, he said, "Today I put before you the way of blessing and cursing, the way of life and death. Choose life." You see, God loves you so much that he created you and designed you to have the ability, the freedom, to choose and break his heart. Now,
You can choose not to die, apparently. Terms and conditions apply.
what has God done to persuade you not to choose hell?
This doesn't at
Well,
all
Peter-
address about the core question of why did God create hell? Like, because
Yep.
Barker is basically saying a God that creates hell deserves to be in that hell, essentially, and that's pretty profound statement. If you are in 100% control and you have this diabolical realm of eternal torment, like you're the first one that should go there if people are going to go there.
Yeah.
But
I mean,
he's completely ignoring that statement and just going, it's on us to be sure we don't go there.
yeah.
Yeah.
Like Ray Comfort. Oh, you choose hell by not accepting the free gift from God. But none of it makes any damn sense. Like, God can't be in hell because he can't be near sin, yada, yada, yada. Except, well, what happened to the Jewish patriarchs after Jesus rose and ascended? Because they never knew about Jesus. They followed God's laws as God laid them down. Yeah. So clearly, they're in hell for not accepting Jesus, but they shouldn't be in hell. A perfectly just God would not put them in hell. So, mythologically speaking, there was the harrowing of hell. Jesus went to hell and collected the Jewish patriarchs and brought them up to heaven. But if God is Jesus and Jesus is God and Jesus went into hell, fuck, we broke the system.
All these other souls here have nowhere to go. You don't have to go home, but you can't stay here.
Yeah. Is hell endothermic or exothermic? Ay, ay, ay.
What he's done. He has sent his son, Jesus Christ, and stripped Jesus of the glory he had in heaven, sent him as a human being, and allowed sinful humans to nail him to a cross. Do you know what the Bible says in the book?
Allowed? Wasn't that the fucking plan?
Allowed. Yeah. Wasn't it all preordained? This was all the plan.
It was the one necessary event in all of history. Everything else is contingent. That had to happen.
He didn't allow this to happen. He compelled, if the story is true, he compelled these humans to do these things. He compelled Judas to betray Jesus. He is directly responsible for all of these things happening. Allowed. Oh, and then he also, directly compels people who actually go to hell because there's no free will apparently in this Kabbalist universe.
Yeah, very, very interesting. Curious interpret. What does the Bible say about people who spin their own interpretations into the scriptures? I wonder if Kyle knows.
Second Chronicles, basically don't add things to the scriptures. You'll make God frown. Yeah.
Ay, ay, ay.
People are commenting on our hair.
Well, your hair, my hair's non-existent basically. I mean, I do have some on the sides, but there's a reason I wear a hat.
My hair gets all crazy without hair gel in it, like it's like a big curly mess. But I was fresh out of the shower when Doc Dino left the stream, and I was like, "Oh, I'll come in, sure."
Yeah, I know it's a tag team stream today.
Also, has been poking fun at me every 15 minutes or so I'm throwing him a bone.
Yeah. It's sort of as this thing.
Yeah.
Says that every person who chooses hell will trample the blood of Jesus Christ under their feet. That means God says, you'll go to hell over my dead body.
So you don't actually choose hell then? Okay, that's a little different. Also, yeah, we're all
Hey, there
washed
you
in the
go.
blood.
Get that strawberry jam going. Yeah.
Yeah, there we go. Blood of Jesus. Oh yeah.
The radar, sir. It's been jammed. Whenever I see that, that's what I think.
I know it's
great. I love
it's
it.
like the worst transition, but I dig it.
Yep.
He put his dead body there. Now, let me tell you why, if a person goes to hell, they will go to hell. And I'm going to give you the quote from Dan Barker himself. He says this.
A lot of words.
Page
Right? That's the
70
question there,
of
Kyle.
Douglas. Speaking for myself, if the biblical heaven and hell existed, I would choose hell. Do you know what God will allow every one of you to do? Choose. Thank you very much.
Didn't answer it at all. Awesome. Super job, Kyle.
It's his closing comments. He can do whatever he wants. He could scream at the top of his lungs for 5 minutes and it'd be fine, I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Fail. Abort, retry, fail.
Yep. Be right back when we get coverage.
Bye. That's a lot of damn applause.
Thank you, Kyle. You're a very cordial and very civil person. Your website is not the one that calls me Dan Barfer, is it?
No, I was informed of that tonight, and I was appalled with that.
Yeah, I didn't think it was. I think it's some other loving Christian that did that.
Dan Barfer. Amazing.
The love of Christ just flows.
Oh yeah, and it shows the high intellectual bar too, you know? Like there's so many other possibilities. But okay.
You quoted from Table Talk. You're using a bad version of Table Talk. Scholars have found out that since that English translation came out, that was an English translation from a very bad French translation from the German. There's now better translations that actually show that what you claim Hitler said, he did not say those things. And I was surprised to learn that as well. So that version of Table Talk that's available out there, it's worthless. Richard Carrier has done some good work on that with a more direct translation from the actual German. When Darwin talked about favored races, in those days the word race did not mean human race like Hitler might have used it. In his days, the word race was just a synonym for animal species. He wasn't talking about favored races like, whites over blacks or something. And falsifiability, the bodily resurrection of Jesus has been summarily disproved. Jesus did not bodily rise from the dead. I have an entire chapter in my book showing that. The early Christians didn't even believe that. They believed that when Jesus died, he went to heaven just kind of like Grandma died and went to heaven. The bodily resurrection of Jesus is a myth, and by your own admission of falsifiability, you should reject your faith in Christianity. What Kyle did tonight was he talked a lot, but he didn't connect any dots. Did you notice that? Our debate is...
I'm going to have to read Dan's book now because I want to know about this. I'm skeptical.
Claim,
yeah. Like he threw out Richard Carrier's name about the Table Talk thing, but I've never heard Richard Carrier, Dr. Josh, or Kip Davis mention any of these things. Like, oh yeah, we've clearly disproven you would think that would be a thing they talk about all the time, right?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah,
I'm skeptical.
And how do you disprove a historical event? Like, I'm curious to see what he has to say about it, but
yeah,
how do you disprove a historical event occurred? I like I guess they went from the Table Talk thing to, they talked a little bit about Darwin and the way Darwin phrased some things in his book. And it's like, it's such a non-argument. It's like, it doesn't matter what Darwin's opinions were. Darwin could have been the biggest, most racist asshole jerk you've ever met. But his notes and his observations about how life changes over time will either stand or fall on the evidence that supports it. His personal motivations for any of that is inconsequential to his statements on what's happening with life on Earth.
Yeah.
So it's
and additionally,
it's all a distraction. Yeah.
Yeah. It red herring. It doesn't have anything to do with the damn question at hand. Darwin could be completely wrong. It doesn't mean Yahweh is real because they're not even the same category. Likewise, Darwin could be completely right, and that doesn't disprove Yahweh because they're not in the same damn category.
Yeah, exactly. And this goes back to the type of thinking that Christians fall into, where it's like, oh, you are reading this older book, you must revere this author, you must accept everything in the book is true or reject all of it as false. Theory of evolution, like the theory of evolution has gone through numerous changes since it was first proposed, by Darwin, 140, 50 years ago. It's changed quite a lot. There are things that Darwin originally said that turned out to be false, but the theory itself, the core parts of it, have held true and have been refined and made better as we've gotten more evidence. We don't hold to those as teachings of some revered figure that can never be changed. And the figure itself doesn't necessarily have to be a good guy. It depends on what he says and what the evidence supports. And it's like Kyle and a lot of other Christians, they approach this as the atheist looks at this as if it's like a Bible to them. And it's like, we don't. Absolutely not.
Yeah. Darwin's not the Pope of atheism. Dawkins isn't the Pope of atheism.
Yeah.
Dan Barker's not the Pope of atheism.
We're able to divorce ideas from the idea generator, the person that made the idea. And we are also able to take the idea and pull that apart and look at it as its components and replace them as needed. It's an intellectual agility that we enjoy that Christians for the most part can't. Christians can't change their doctrine, because if you change one little thing in the doctrine, something else over here falls over, and you can't have that because, hey, we already have the truth and all this stuff. Yeah, it's great being, a non-believer and letting the evidence take you where it'll take you, instead of the other way around, where you're a believer in a conclusion and the evidence must take you to that conclusion. There's intellectual freedom and agility there that is just so nice. And it's like, you really wish other people could enjoy this, but they have things holding themselves up like dogma and superstition.
Yeah, and it's so silly to waste so much effort on it. Like, I know why Kyle doesn't like evolution, because it means his version of Christianity, literal 6,000 year creation, can't possibly be true. But the fuck? Like, we know it's not true anyway, because again, if creationism were true, I know there's lots of creationists that hem and haw and be like, oh, microevolution and divergence since the flood and all that. No. If creationism were true and everything were made perfectly, there would be no evolution. And we observe evolution.
Yeah.
Similarly, we don't actually even need Darwin for evolution. Like, he formalized the thinking about it. But as I've said numerous times, and it's one of my hobby horses, it's one of my hills that I will fight on. We've known about evolution for 12,000 years. It's what farmers have been doing. Yep. Hybridizing crops and breeding traits into livestock.
Yeah, it's what turned bulls into dogs.
Yeah. We've been doing it for a very long time, and it's brought us wonderful things like dairy cows and modern corn that can grow in Iowa and is not maize, and potatoes and broccoli and all these wonderful things. I'm like super grateful to our ancestors for putting in literal uncountable generations of work to make the cool shit that we have today.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. We knew about evolution. It's just Darwin formalized it.
Does the God of the Bible exist? And you didn't give us any evidence for that God. You quoted a bunch of Bible verses, but the point of the Bible itself being reliable is a very important point. The book that you believe in is that house built on the sand. That book is not a reliable source of truth. Why do you hitch your wagon to that? Why not hitch it to the Vedas or to the Quran? They all say they've had changed lives as well. I don't think Jesus existed. Maybe there was a there were many self-proclaimed messiahs in the first century. Maybe there was a Yeshua the Christ. There was a Theodos the Christ. There was a Judas the Christ. There was an Egyptian Jew Messiah. There were many other self-proclaimed messiahs that Josephus writes about. And by the way, he did not write about Jesus. That was a later interpolation. But maybe there was this self-proclaimed messiah named Yeshua. But the things that he said were put into his mouth many years later. But one thing he said, he said it.
New tier list idea, maybe. all of the Christs reported by Josephus and other first century, second century scholars.
Ooh, that'd be quite the list.
Yeah.
I've heard there's somewhere between 20 and 70 of them, depending on who you count and how you count.
Yeah, that would be a good tier list.
Yeah. All the saviors. And yet none of them managed to kick the Romans out of Israel.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh,
none
well.
Of them, and none of them managed to keep the temple from getting destroyed, what, in 70 CE?
Mm.
Yep.
For shame. Yahweh really needs to up his game. Like, you know, there was a time when Yahweh could flood the whole fucking world, apparently. And then he can't even kick the Roman. They must have had iron chariots. Those Romans. Those iron chariots, they get him every time.
Yeah. Or their God was stronger than Yahweh.
Oh, that's a possibility.
Old
Sort of like the
Testament.
godly showdown in Egypt.
Old Testament, we were talking about earlier in the chat, Old Testament, very clearly there's other gods other than Yahweh.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I mean, what else turned those staffs into snakes in Pharaoh's court when Moses and Aaron were there? Like where'd that power come from? There were other gods
Demons.
back then. Yeah.
Must be demons.
Must be, yeah.
Oh, I need a proper demon emoji. So far, all I've got is just my
Oh yeah,
avatar thing. That was a present from I Got Cookies.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. She asked Midjourney to I forget the search term, but it was something about like a personified Ember. I'm like, okay, that's awesome.
Oh, that actually looks really awesome. I just made it bigger on my screen over here so I can see it. Oh, that's awesome. Yeah.
Yeah. I don't use it much because I'm mostly in OBS. So when I turn off my camera, if I can get my thing to catch up, it just goes to my star field, or I make it do something else.
Yeah.
But every so often when I tinker with OBS, like I want to put a new graphic in there during midstream, then I'll turn my camera off but yeah. It's pretty neat. I like it.
Yeah.
Anyway, that was a tangent on top of a tangent. Multi-tangent.
That's what we're here for.
Yeah.
That I think actually is worthwhile. He said, they who are whole, those who are healthy, don't go to the doctor. It's only they who are sick. Christians have a pessimistic view of human nature. You think human beings are sick and need a doctor to be fixed up. You think there's something wrong with us and we need to be saved. You think that if we would submit to the doctor, then he would heal us. But we atheists and agnostics don't view ourselves as sick. We don't view ourselves as sinners. We don't feel a conviction of wrong. We make mistakes. We don't buy into this supernatural, mythological lie that you people are promoting, that there's something actually spiritually wrong with humanity. Suppose you were convicted of a horrible crime. You were in prison. And then you learned that you were being released. Wow, you feel free. Wow, I'm being saved. This is wonderful. And I would feel great too. But what would make you feel better? Knowing that you had been released because of the good graces of the governor who decided to bestow mercy upon you and pardon you and let you free, which would be pretty neat if that happened. Or knowing that the reason you were being released was because you were found to be innocent of the crime in the first place. What would give you more dignity? What would make you feel better for the world to know, hey, I didn't even do that crime? That's how we atheists and agnostics are. We don't buy into this ancient primitive book of contradictory and unhistorical, unscientific words. These are just words on a page. This book was written by human beings. Human beings make mistakes. What, were they exempt? Were they superhumans or something? Did they never misinterpret? Did they never goof? Why are you conferring some supernatural authority to these human beings and they're in all religions as well? If you look at the Bible, with not a bias of faith and loyalty, you can see very easily that this is not a reliable book to base our life on. But most of you...
You don't even need to, scrap your bias, per se. Many people have recommended over the years, if you really think the scripture is accurate, or even more, infallible, let's say, then take Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, and read them side by side. And look at where things don't match up, and try and reconcile that with it being inerrant.
Yeah, that's actually something I want to do for a series of videos. I want to do a side-by-side reading of select parts of the Gospels and put them onto a table and show here's where things don't line up.
Yeah, and where they do, where they're straight up plagiarized, but that's a whole other thing.
Yep.
If you can step past the bias of whatever it is that you prefer to believe, then compare your favorite holy book with another holy book. Read the Bible next to the Quran, or read the Quran next to the Vedas. And why should you believe one over any other?
Yeah.
Because they all make the same kind of claims with the same nothing burger backing them up.
That's one of the very first questions in street epistemology when somebody starts bringing up the Bible. What makes you think that book has anything, or the Bible or any other holy book, what makes you think that book has anything to do with a God? Like, how do you draw that line from I have this book to this book is divinely inspired? Like, how do you do that? Because just about anything a Christian can bring up to support that the Bible is from God, a Muslim can bring up that the Quran is from God, or that the Veda is from some gods or some deities.
Oh, and they do. They there's in the back catalog of modern day debate, there's Christian versus Muslim, where it eventually devolves into a shouting match. Well, my God provided miracles. Jesus walked on water. Well, Muhammad split the moon, etc. Like, how can you determine which one is true when they say the same kinds of shit?
I've said that to Christians more than once. Like, what's your secret sauce that they don't have? And I've never been impressed by what they give me. It's always something their side has. Yeah, prophecy, miracles, spectacular writings, some type of mathematical perfection to their book, all kinds of like just stretches of the imagination and not real evidence.
Yeah, maybe someday. I don't know. I feel like if there were a book written by a real God or inspired by a real God, there'd be some kind of key within it. Like, I don't know, maybe a real prediction. Like, when humans are advanced enough, they will discover the chemical code deep inside their cells, or something that makes it, holy shit, how did they know?
Yeah. Yep. You have a God that has literally all the power, all the knowledge, and the desire and the love to get his message over to humans. He would have done better than an ancient book.
Yeah, it's an oof.
Yeah.
Arguments are based on quoting the scripture as if it was some kind of a magic talisman. Oh, quote the Bible, that will make everything important. Well, it doesn't. If you don't buy into that myth in the first place, if you don't see yourself as sick, if you don't see yourself as needing a savior, if you rise above that toddler mentality of putting yourself down,
that harmful, toxic mentality that's harmful to the believer as well as everyone else the believer tries to infect. I'll play my clip about this again because it's really important that people who didn't experience this kind of internalized self-hate that's at the core of Christianity really see where people are coming from. It's a 20-second clip, so hold on.
I think that's what distinguishes from Christianity from every other religion, because he's still talking about being a good person. And Christianity comes and says, no, you're incapable of being a good person. You're an evil person. You're a terrible person. At the core fabric of who you are. That's why we need laws. We need laws because we're bad people. All of us are bad people.
Yeah, that's what you have to swallow. That's what you have to believe about yourself. And when you try to spread it to your children, that's what you have to tell them.
Yep.
And that's really, really rough. There's no way that's not harmful.
Yeah, it's abuse. Yeah.
So yeah. Okay, I'm done with preaching for the moment.
of denigrating your rationality, of denigrating your whatever urges you have to sin within you, and we all have them. But view yourself neutrally as a natural creature in the natural environment, doing the best we can to truly figure out how to be moral human beings with reason and compassion, then you could be a better person. I'm not saying you're a bad person, but get rid of the baggage, get the monkey off your back, and take some advice of Jesus. Don't be one of the sick people that has to go to the doctor. Just clap your hands and say, I did not commit the crime. Who said that? Most Christians are afraid that people are going to start thinking for themselves. The Bible says very clearly, Paul says, bring into captivity every thought unto the obedience of Christ. Captivity is not freedom. And in Proverbs, lean not on your own understanding. Most Christians are afraid that people...
That is a Christian tactic, is suppress independent thoughts.
Mm-hmm.
Like, It was absolutely a core part of my days as a Jehovah's Witness. We see it all throughout Christian history, where independent thought was you're either ostracized, disfellowshipped, excommunicated, or all the way up to murdered by the church because you were stepping out of line. And yeah, it's a despicable way to present the truth of something to somebody else, where you're basically saying, yeah, either you conform with these ideas or we'll kill you or we'll cast you out. And it's just a dirty Christian tactic that really betrays an insecurity about the teaching. Because if the teaching's really true, the teaching's really from God, and it's really so self-evident, people are going to believe whether they want to believe or not, because it is so well presented. If you have to bring threats to the table, you are admitting an insecurity, and you're admitting that there are problems with the message.
Mm-hmm. And I feel the same way about Yahweh. The fact he has to make threats.
Yep.
That kind of shows the weakness of, he's trying to intimidate. That's all that is.
But then
it's not good.
Then they'll chime in and say, "Well, the sin and human condition and resistant believers." And it's like, no, I think an everything God would be able to easily overcome any of those obstacles. An omni knowledgeable, omni powerful, omni loving God could convince anyone with a conversation. Anyone. There's nothing that a man or a human could hold up against a God, to a God's ability to persuade, and a God's ability to reason, and a God's ability to show evidence. There's nothing that we could bring against that would be effective. But Kyle wants it to seem like we can, like as if somehow being even if there are resistant non-believers as well as non-resistant non-believers, but you can have the most resistant non-believer out there, and a conversation from God should be able to fix that problem. And if it can't, then that God is not omni whatever.
Yep. And if it's Old Testament Yahweh, who's not omni anything, but is also kind of mean. Okay, you could convince me Yahweh exists, present him, meet him, whatever. I'm still not going to worship him though.
Yeah. That's the difference between the belief that the God exists and worship. Yeah. You truly have to have a malfunctioning brain to see something right in front of you, like physically, and everybody else can see it, and they can all touch it and hold it and pass it around. Like your brain has to be really in dire straits to see that and go, that thing doesn't exist. Like, we were all in a room together, we were passing around a candy bar or something like that. Like, yeah, the candy bar exists. We all have, you can test it, you can show it to others, you can measure it, you can do all kinds of stuff with it. A God that can simply show himself to us, like I could show a candy bar to somebody else or something like that. That's something that can easily defeat non-belief, like overnight. But yeah, it doesn't seem to happen conspicuously, which is really strange.
Yeah. It's the inverse should be true as well. Like, you can fail to demonstrate a thing exists, and you keep insisting it's real. At a certain point, that's an oof. It reminds me of another one of my favorite old sayings. I forget where it's from originally, but it says that philosophy is like trying to find a black cat in a dark room. Metaphysics is like trying to find a black cat in a dark room that isn't there. And theology is like trying to find a black cat in a dark room that isn't there and declaring, I found it.
That's a great analogy.
Science offers us a flashlight.
Nice.
Yee.
Will think for themselves. Most atheists are afraid that they won't. Thank you. Check again.
Can I back that up a little, maybe? I wanna get that whole sentence, because apparently that's the last sentence, and I didn't catch his point there.
Doctor, clap your hands and say, "I did not commit the crime." Who said that? Most Christians are afraid that people are going to start thinking for themselves. The Bible says very clearly. Paul says, "Bring into captivity every thought unto the obedience of Christ." Captivity is not freedom. And in Proverbs, lean not on your own understanding. Most Christians are afraid that people will think for themselves. Most atheists are afraid that they won't. Thank you. Check again. Good job, man.
Let's thank both of our speakers, Dan Barker and Kyle Butt.
All right. Yeah, that was a pretty strong ending. He stuck the landing on all three major parts.
Yeah. I would say that's probably one of my fears is not thinking. Like, not being able to think is a big fear. Like, getting older, Alzheimer's, dementia, all kinds of mental conditions that could eventually like eat away at who you are and your ability to even just process information and thought. So yeah, that's probably one of my biggest fears is losing the ability to think. And I think that's maybe why I was so excited when I left my religion, because my brain opened up to all kinds of possibilities and all kinds of lines of inquiry that were all closed off to me before. Just simple question of how do I know the Bible's from God? It was something I never considered before until I left. And so I agree with his statement there that it's a good thing to know that I can fight against it. I want to keep on thinking. I want to keep on studying. I want to keep on learning and take advantage of the abilities that I have while I have them.
Yeah. Similarly, I tend to agree. Like, not just Alzheimer's, but like I've said before that I am convinced in a prophetic sort of way that when I eventually die, it's going to be because someone else fucked up, and I won't have a chance to correct for it or something.
Yeah.
And it's kind of the same thing. Like, it infuriates me when someone refuses to think. And it's terrifying when someone can't think. Because, not to overly focus on politics, but it's the first thing that pops into mind. Half of the country in the United States is voting based on an interpretation of the Bible that they were told by someone else. Yep. You have to vote for this candidate because of this biblical reason that doesn't even stand up to internal critique, let alone anything rational beyond it. Yeah. But they just refuse to think, because to them, this take has to be true for the whole belief system to be true. And it's terrifying.
Yeah. It's compoundly terrifying too, because it's people who aren't thinking, who have been duped into thinking they are thinking. Like, on issues of morality, and you mentioned like with issues of voting, when a book is just dictating to you what is right and what is wrong, the believer will get the impression that, hey, I've thought about it because I've read the book and the book tells me this, and I thought about what the book says, and therefore I'm taking this position because the book says so. But it's like, no, you haven't really thought about the issue there at all. You've thought about what the dictates that you're under have said about it, but you haven't actually thought about the issue. Like, for instance, this was a big one of mine when I was a Jehovah's Witness. It was on issues of homosexuality. Bible does not have good things to say about gay people. And I would read the Bible and go, oh, well, gay people were stoned, or homosexuals were stoned in the Old Testament. Sodom and Gomorrah, the stories of, the mob wanting the angels because the angels were such good looking men. And then even later on the New Testament about how men who lie with men will not inherit the kingdom. And it's like, I would look at all those scriptures, fool myself into thinking that I've actually thought about it. Like, oh, I can see this Bible, this scripture, I'll carefully weigh it. And okay, homosexuality is wrong. That's not thinking. That's just pondering dictates that were handed over to you. And that's one of the first things I did when I left. I think it was probably one of the very first things I grappled when I left my religion. I was like, okay, because one time I was out in field ministry, and I remember being on a guy's doorstep, and the guy told me that he was gay up front. And I sat there and I was reading scripture and telling about Sodom and Gomorrah. Not in like a malicious way, like I was never mean to them, but I was definitely sitting there trying to convince him that his sexuality was wrong. And that stood out to me. When I left my religion, that stood out to me. I thought back on that call, and I was like, man, was I the asshole there? And I started thinking about it and thinking to myself, well, okay, thinking more broadly on like morality and what was he doing that was really hurting anybody? questions about, okay, sure, he's going against what I think human nature is, but maybe he has a different perspective on human nature and he has a different viewpoint and things like that. And that once I dropped the religious baggage, my brain went all over the place to start exploring all these different lines of questioning. And then I came to the conclusion that, yeah, I was the asshole on his doorstep. I was not the one that was in the right there. And it's like, if I hadn't dropped that belief in the book and actually thought about it, I would have just never changed my mind about it. I would never come to a more accurate understanding of that moral issue and such. And yeah, it's really sad because so many people are locked into that line of non-thinking because they're too busy listening to either their book or their pastor or their family. A lot of families, the patriarchal figure will dictate what the Bible says to his family. Yeah, it's really sad that these people are kind of stuck in these loops and they can't seem to break out of them because of the need for hope, meaning, and purpose, and fear of hell and peer pressure from their families. Yeah, I feel like I'm in a much better place than I ever was in religion, and I want other people to feel that too. That's why I do what I do with my channel and all that stuff. Anyway, sorry, it's rambling.
Oh, it's all good. I went off preaching earlier too.
Yeah.
The mood strikes, but it is a good point. Like what you describe, you didn't actually have your own moral conclusions. All you had was scripture. This is wrong because scripture. And that's why you didn't reach a person, but at the same time, it's that same sort of substitution for thinking. Like, I don't have to think myself because I don't need to find answers because the book has all the answers.
Yeah.
I can pretend I have all the answers. Like Eric Hovind says, you can't know anything unless you know someone who knows everything, It's no, Eric, it's not how anything works. And it's troubling. And it's so hard to get through to people when they're in that position. Like they have to have something in their own life that breaks that stranglehold of faith before you can even communicate on the same wavelength.
Yeah, there's a built-in sabotage of honest inquiry and earnest conversation because it just nips it right in the bud. Like, oh, your own line of reasoning can't be trusted. You can't know anything unless you know someone who knows everything. Yeah, it's well adapted and evolved to sabotage anything that might threaten it just from the get-go. And that's a hard thing to break past. That's one of the big things. Like, that's why I like straight epistemology so much. It's because it just simply asks questions and it makes people reach their own conclusions about any type of contradictions or cognitive dissonance they might be experiencing. It's a very non-threatening way that gets around any of those built-in safeties in the religion. That's why I like doing it and reading about it so much, because it's a fascinating way to get around that problem.
Yeah, it's like a programming workaround kind of thing.
Yeah, basically.
Yeah, it's pretty neat.
Yep.
Alrighty, so we killed off that debate. That was a fun one. Yep. It kind of went a little long.
I was the third of three guest hosts, I guess. Yeah, Dr. Dino. I think I saw Mark Reed earlier.
Yep, Mark was on first, and
nice.
He had to go. Apparently, it's Australian Father's Day or something along those lines.
Oh, okay.
And that's fine. So I asked the chat, do we want to kill this one off or just end this here? And the vote, we didn't have, it was about half people participated, but of the people who participated, it was 85% to go on. So Doc Dino came on, and then when Doc Dino had to go, you tagged in. So yeah.
Very cool. I just noticed too, on the audience doesn't see it, but in StreamYard, there's like a live number up there showing how long the broadcast has been going. It's actually covering up my Skeptics and Scoundrels logo. So I just noticed it. Thank you for searching that out. That's pretty awesome. Like, did it real time. It's great.
Oh yeah. It's weird. I don't have overlays for every possible combination of people who dropped by.
Yeah.
So like at first it was me and Mark, and then when Doc came on, I switched it to me, Mark, and Doc, even though Mark was already gone. Then when Doc left, I'm like, oh, I have this one that's got Eric's logo on it.
Yeah, it works. Yeah.
Yeah, it's an evolution of overlays
Yeah.
kind of thing. But yeah, so for any of you joining late, Eric's channel is Skeptics and Scoundrels. It's exactly like it's spelled on screen, except the ampersand is replaced by the letters and. Dino, it's Dr. Dino. It's spelled weird. I linked it earlier, and I'll put it in the description later. And of course, Mark Reed was the original host. We'll be back on Mark's channel next weekend. Yeah. Do you have anything coming up, Eric?
Trying to. I'm too busy working on my cottage. I'm really close
Fair.
to being done, but it's just consumed all my time and energy. But I'm working on something.
Yeah. Well, for the time being, keep an eye out. Eric pops up all over the damn place, much like yours truly.
I've been doing nothing but live streams on other people's channels like all summer. But I am going to get back to doing my own content.
Yeah. Good
Oh,
stuff.
and tomorrow I will be on Maya's channel. We're going to be doing Bad Science Sunday. I think that starts tomorrow like 9:30 PST.
Yeah, 9:30.
Yeah.
I was going to have the regular lead-in show, but I've got Jay Bundy booked for the next Atheist Lives, but he had to move it back a week. I guess he had computer troubles too. It's been going around. Like Matt Dillahunty had computer troubles yesterday, so Mark Reed had to sub in for his MDD debate.
Oh, wow.
Jay's having some kind of computer trouble.
I thought I did see that it was going to be Matt Dillahunty versus somebody else on Modern Day Debates, and then when I tuned in, it was Mark Reed. Okay, that explains it. I thought I thought I saw the thumbnail incorrectly. Cool.
It's very trippy. So, on the plus side though, the Line is doing their patron Zoom call.
Yeah.
When I do a show, I can't do the patron call.
Yeah.
Because they're the same time.
Yeah.
So at least I'll be able to go check that one out. But yeah, I won't have a lead-in show like I normally do. So make sure you're subscribed to Maya's channel so you don't miss Bad Science Sunday, because I won't have the stream to bring you over there automatically tomorrow. So, say la vie. You should be by now if you've been dropping by streams and been brought over there. Hopefully you are. But if you're not, make sure you're subscribed. So, yeah, good stuff. Looking forward to Bad Science Sunday. Of course, catch me on Reading Joseph Smith on Aaron Ra's channel at 6 p.m. Eastern. And yeah, many cool things. Thank you guys so much for joining us. Thank everybody for subscribing and super chats and bearing with us through this long show. But we did get it done. So next week at Mark's, we'll have a fresh debate to look at. And as always, remember, you don't have to tell yourself you're evil incarnate, because you are better than religion. Good night.
Bye, folks.